Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's another day for another one-day international between South Africa Women Emerging and Bangladesh Emerging. Coming to you live at Chatsworth Oval down in Durban. We are showing you the live pictures down at the coast, and just like they were on the first day, here is how they look like. Pretty shoddy. However, we are hoping that it's going to become better. Just about cold at 19 degrees Celsius. It's still winter. 50% chance of rain. You might as well say it's 150 chance of rain with the way things are looking and are going. It is humid down there. You might feel like it's warm, but best believe it is not. And so we are hoping that as time goes by, we won't have a repeat of what we had on day number 1. Rather, we will have a start, even if it's 20 overs of cricket between South Africa Women's Emerging and Bangladesh Women's Emerging. My name is Bendulo Makubane here in commentary, bringing you this commentary live from Mega Live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. I am never alone though. Here is Gambanyekana with me.
Very good morning, Bendulo. As you can see, the weather there, it's not looking good at all. We saw there the first ODI just 2 days ago. Got a no result. How we would love to see a bit of cricket today, a bit of action. ODI number 2 in Durban. The weather gods are not with us. And we'd like to see a change. We'd like to see some bit of cricket. As you mentioned, even if it's 20 overs, we'll take it. Whatever we get, we need to see some cricket. We need to see these young ladies out there, put their hands up. But nevertheless, we'll have to wait on the weather gods to see what they have to say for this series to get going. And as we see for the rest of the series, as we see, it's the third ODI, the 3rd of August in Pietermaritzburg. We do know that the weather's a bit better that side, so a little bit less rain, and then we start the T20 series with plays 3 games where the first and second are played from the 6th of August, 9th of August, Pietermaritzburg, and then back to Durban. Hopefully Durban would have changed around about that time, and we get full-on cricket. But yeah.
Hopefully that Durban will be jealous of the cricket that is going to happen in Pietermaritzburg. The 3rd ODI is going to happen very soon around the corner, and we're crossing our fingers that we will get some cricket. I was at home in Pietermaritzburg a couple of days ago and the weather seemed sweet. Our umpires, they're going to assess the field to ensure that everything is safe. It's more than just not raining though, Gamba. It's about ensuring that the players are safe. We don't want players playing on dangerous fields. We don't want players slipping around. So the umpires need to ensure that everything is clean as the ground staff is slowly moving away the covers.
Yeah, positive scenes. Umpires out there, that's usually a positive sign where they're coming to check. And the tires are coming off. Hopefully you see some covers coming off as well. I think the positive that I did see when we saw the graphic of the flags, there is a bit of a breeze going. And you like to see wind. When there's wind, that means possibly that the clouds will move away a certain direction, and hopefully we see a bit of cricket. Look at that graphic exactly there. There's quite a bit of wind, and that is a sign that maybe they might blow the clouds away. So hopefully that's a good sign. And a tiny bit of hope there in the distance with the clouds kind of clearing. So I do see cricket today. I really do. And that is hope for me.
I love your optimism. And so will the ladies be optimistic as well to play some cricket. And we're looking at the Bangladesh Women Emerging squad that have travelled here to South Africa. Their captain, who's the most experienced player, Disha Biswas, who's there with them. And then a whole host of other players, just like Sati Rani, who was also a part of the Bangladesh women's squad. Only 3 players who have engaged in the big girls. So the other ladies are also working hard to get themselves into the team. Your likes of Lata Mondal, Rubia Jelik. We'll go through the whole squad like Mushida Khatun, Nishita Nishi, Janitul Sumona, Fatima Sonia, Halimatul Sadia, Misty Rani Saha, Habiba Islam Pinky, Aka Molik, Afia Ashmia Era, Sabikun Naha Jasmine, Mosamat Eva and Mosamat Janitul Titi. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Bangladesh squad. We're only going to find out who the team starting 11 are after the toss, and with the covers being removed, it seems like there's going to be some big positivity. Gamba, the South African team, though, stealth of talent and players who have also represented South Africa as well.
Yeah, great talent here within the squad. You look from top to bottom, you can pick from anywhere. Plenty of talent. Look in the middle. Garaba Miso, great talent, the young 10-20-year-old that wants to make a move into the senior team with the gloves in hand. You look at Tabiseng Nini, a senior player, the captain as well, amazing with the spin. Leandro Nzuzu as well, Titans player, that very good as well with the spin. And we'll go through the team at right at the top. Alex Kanda, right at the top for a reason. He's also an opener as well. Alex Kanda, Simone Lerones, Mian Smith, Faye Cliff, Yasmin Khan, Gareba Miso, Leah Jones, Aliza Murray Marks, Sinesh Naidu, Caitlin Wengard, Damiseng Nini, Domiso Shangase, Oli Khesio, Leandro Nzuzu, and Dian Ramakan.
Very talented squads. Players who've played in the Proteas. Seshni Naidu being selected in the World Cup, Garaba Meso in a previous World Cup as well. Leah Jones making her debut this season too. And so there's going to be a lot of players hoping that can raise their hands. Nondomeso Shangase, obviously the most experienced in the whole team, has an international 50 and is a stalwart in the women's Proteas. However, here today with our umpires who are walking back out with those umbrellas, it's not just me and Gamva who are doing the commentary, making his Mega Live debut. We have Mr. Kagiso Masubelela.
A very good morning and to all the viewers out there. It's a very good day here. We're hoping that we do get some cricket on the way. Obviously, on Wednesday, it was a bit of a disappointment not to see the women get out there and play. A lot of players, of course, will be looking to impress, especially looking particular at making sure that they can make it and play for the main teams, the Bangladesh women, the South African women. Very interesting also to see some of the names, and intriguing. You see some of the names that is in the South African team. For instance, somebody like a Garaba Meso, who's actually contracted now for the Protea. Has played a couple of games for the Protea women, but you can see that she's definitely the next in line in terms of wicket keeping. Somebody like Elise Marie Max will be looking to make a mark away again. Elise Marie Max unfortunately lost her contract this season, but this is an opportunity for her to show what she is made of. Somebody like Ntabiseng Nini, who's been at the World Cup, very good performance at World Cup. There's one match in particular where she took about 4 wickets and was the player of the match. She's recently made a move also from the Northwest Dragons, because they have been relegated obviously from the A division of the women's cricket in South Africa, making her way down to SWD so that she can continue playing at the high level. Somebody like Leandro Nzuzu, very good off spinner, who moved to the Titans this past season. Obviously she did struggle a little bit with injuries towards the end of the season, didn't play as many games as she would have liked to, so there's an opportunity for her also to just show what she does have. Unfortunately, it doesn't look good at all at the moment. A lot of rain coming down. There was a bit of time where it looked like they can go on at in time, but it's just one of those days where it's going to be an on and off type of a thing. Kamva?
KG, look, I want to pick your brain for the exact shot that you see players standing around there wearing the kit, optimistic that they'll go on the field at some point. And we know when things are like this, it's tough to get cricket. The rain is pouring down. You have to have quite a few inspections before you actually get in the field. I know you've been in the coaching setups for some time, and I want to pick your brain as a coach. What do you say to your team in these kind of situations?
Look, it's quite a tough one because, first of all, as a coach, you would have found out what is it that makes the players tick. More times than not, unfortunately, what makes them tick is being out there, as you can see with the Bangladeshi women players. They've got a ball in hand, so they actually want to go out there and get onto the ball. But the most important thing is just to speak to them about keep on being positive and keep on thinking about playing the game to say say that the game will go on at some time, especially now because it did go off a little bit, or the rain did stop a little bit, and then to show that, look, there's something that can happen. So say to them that they must keep on having the mindset that you're going to go out there and play the game. Like I said, some of them do want to play. I've seen some teams probably sometimes take a bit of foosball or something to put in the change room so that they can just keep themselves busy while the game, so that they can just keep on and all of that. But the news, obviously, from the middle of Chatsworth at the moment is that the toss is delayed due to the rain. So we do hope that that 50% will be now, maybe, and then the other 50% can rain later in the evening, so that we do have a day of cricket, because everybody is itching to play. It's very early in the season, especially for South African players. I think it's probably something that they're not used to that much, playing cricket in July, because our season normally starts in and around September or so. But like I said, there's a couple of players there that will be looking to show up. Speaking a lot, I mean, Leah Jones made her debut. Did have a bit of injuries also, so she will be looking to see the stock. There we see the South African team there, the management team with Bongani Ndaba there also, was also obviously with the with the national team when they went to the World Cup. I see Karen Smith is there, the team manager who won the World Cup with England in 1993 as the captain for England women's cricket. She is currently managing that South African emerging women's team. So it's quite a good group of guys that have been involved in women's cricket for quite some time. You can see there Rowan Richards there at the back, who is coaching. So yeah, it's a very good a setup. I think obviously it will be better once everybody gets onto the field and gets to play some cricket. It does look like the sun wants to pick out a little bit, so hopefully the rain goes away and we can see just the sun.
And this looks like the kind of wind that's just moving the rain away from the ground. You can see it's starting to clear up. This is the rain saying bye-bye to everybody right now. But it's nice to see that even the coaching staff are always together, still discussing plans on what needs to be done, and it basically alludes to Kamva's discussion on what it is you say to the players, on what it is you keep everyone motivated and up. It's unfortunate that they're walking back into the change room, but at least the rain is starting to subside, with the rain going away and the clouds starting to clear up. Is it good to close? Toss has been delayed due to the rain. Scotty, is it good to close? And so, with the South Africa women emerging versus the Bangladesh women emerging, it seems like everything is clearing out, but we'll only know confirmation once the umpires are out there and they have assessed the field. Like we said, need to ensure that the ground is safe to play, need to ensure that the surface and the square are protected from the moisture. So, as we wait to see what the verdict will be, the umpires are going to come back later to do an inspection, and then they'll let us know when the toss is going to happen. On Wednesday, the toss happened at around 10:30, so we're going to see what is going to happen here today. But it definitely does look like we're going to have a game of cricket, like Kamva has asked, and just like KG has also asked, having his debut in commentary with us on Mega Live. We are crossing our fingers that everyone is going to have a good time, including our OP van outside, who are rushing, making sure that you get the best pictures at your home. So so our viewers hope to join us back in a couple of minutes with a much more positive update, where we will see some cricket in Chatsworth Oval between South Africa women emerging and Bangladesh women's emerging. Stay with us on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We'll be back with some good updates.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Viewers, when we said that we are coming back, we said that we are going to come back with some good news. And look at your pictures right now from Chatsworth Oval in Durban. The sun is brimming. You would never believe that 30 minutes ago it was pouring down like cats and dogs. But we welcome you as we've chased the cats and dogs away, and we've welcomed an even bigger cat with the Bengal Tigers of Bangladesh women's emerging, taking on the South African women's emerging team down in Durban at the Chatsworth Oval. Bangladesh have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first, and giving the weather, it is no surprise. My name is Bendulo Makubane. With me, Kamvanyekana with the starting 11 for the South African team.
Have a look at that. And the weather has changed, and look at the teams that are ready to go here. Candler opening the bat with Smith. Turncliffe on batting number 3. Khan. Miso, the wicketkeeper batter. Jones there in the middle order. And then we go into the bowlers and the all-rounders. Alizamari Marks, Naidu, Nini, Shangase and Nzuzo to finish off.
Very good starting lineup here. Couple of spinners, 3 spinners to be exact. And then they can have the option of Miane Smith, who can be used. Alexandra Candler being at home alongside Khan and Naidu. See how they're going to play around. Bangladesh is standing in their huddle, making sure that their plans are coming together. But what about their starting 11? The Bangladesh starting 11 with their captain starting at the top, Disha Biswas, who will be their all-rounder, Lata Mondol. The wicketkeeper, Rubia Jelik, and Mushida Khatun will be there as their middle order batter alongside Shati Rani. Sumona will be their batting and spinners, and then when we come back to their bowlers, Jasmine gonna have Musamat Era. There we have Pinky, who's going to be playing Habiba Islam Pinky, and there's also Saha playing for the Bangladeshi ladies. So let's see who is going to be coming out at the top. The Bangladesh women have elected to bowl first down at Chatsworth Oval, and we're bringing you these pictures live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel as the players come into the field to start the day. Kamva, we've waited for such a long time, and now the players are coming into play. What a situation and what a moment.
What a moment, what a turnaround. Look, it was a few minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago, the sun was nowhere to be found. It was cloudy, it was raining, and then all of a sudden you see the perfect day, the best day for cricket. An interesting decision to actually bowl first on the surface. And I think it's based off the fact that there was a bit of rain, there's dew on the surface, so they probably expect a bit of movement out there as well. And I think it's actually a really good decision to put the team to bat out there. It's usually a lot tougher for batters being sitting in the changing room, the stop-start, then having to basically be prepared and get yourself mentally right. So maybe they're banking on that and the surface, that the team is maybe not mentally ready just yet to get out there. But nevertheless, I know and believe both teams are ready and prepared to actually play a game of cricket. They've been hungry and desperate to have a game. Obviously, the first ODI was
So it's going to be really cool when we find out what's going to happen here. Disha Biswas, the captain of the Bangladesh women's emerging team. She's played for Bangladesh a couple of times as well. Most experienced player in the Bangladesh women's team. She'll be bowling to Miane Smith and Alexandra Candler. Alexandra Candler, a very classy player. Can do both bat and ball. But the game begins now with Disha Biswas. And already with the start of the day, we see some good bounce off the surface. Disha Biswas bowling it just outside the off stump, and a little touch. Come in production. I don't know if that is Khan.
really nice stroke through the covers just in front of point. Played a really gorgeous stroke. Previous delivery, she saw it early, cut it away, straight to backward point, and this time around finds the gap quite nicely. Just can't. That's the start she would have been looking for.
It's an incredible start. It's very nicely done from the Proteas women. emerging team, and this is exactly the start that they want to come through to, especially been given the bat first. And you speak of a very important thing here, Gamva, that when you are coming in, you have been batting, you need full focus to come into the game. I'm not sure that's Yasmin Khan. It's a nice little leave there. The ball seems to be just coming in a little bit from Disha Biswas. So maybe if she tries to target the fourth stump, maybe get the ball coming back into the off stump, it might be a better possibility to ask questions of the batter.
Yeah, you can see the clear plan from the bowler so far. I'm not sure if maybe that's exactly what she do. She's looking to swing it away from the batter, Khan, and nip it away. But at the moment, she's just maybe starting it a bit too wide.
That's the stuff. That makes much more better sense. Great throw coming in from the deep. Fantastic stuff. But no run. Yasmin Khan opening the batting here with Alex Candler. She played a wonderful drive through the covers, Yasmin Khan. Two players who are Durban players, so they should know these conditions pretty well. It's a good ball from Biswas. Good defense from Khan. That ends the first over with a wonderful punch through the covers. It goes for 4, and it's 4 for no loss after the first over.
Yeah, solid start there in that first over from Yasmin Khan. Gorgeous stroke through the covers. First one didn't pick the gap, picked the backward point fielder, and now the second one, the second attempt, same area, played it on the up, but managed to also control along the ground, which made the stroke even more well executed, more gorgeous to look at. And now finds the gap again, and you look at Yasmin Khan and Alex Candler opening the batting. I see Smith will come in at number 3. Also nice healthy middle order there as well, nice balance within the squad. And then you look at also 2 spinners, Shangas and Zuzo. Then Seema from the Northwest Dragons, Zuzo, former captain as well. Nini, beg your pardon.
Here comes Habiba Pinky. She's going to be bowling alongside her captain Biswas. Jasmine with a stomp in the covers. And also for the Bangladeshi ladies, last year these teams did play together, but it was still in Bangladesh for a 3 ODI series. South Africa winning the first 2 games, and eventually Bangladesh winning the last one. So Habiba Islam Pinky, only 17 years old. A proper emerging side here for the Bangladeshis. Young teenagers, even the players that they do have, their captain in Disha Biswas, only 22 years old. So great promise being coming in from the Bangladeshi women ladies. Incorporating a single slip, covering the covers as well for those offside deliveries. Candler shifting across. It's going to take a single, and Candler's off the mark.
Yeah, it's really good running between the wickets by Candler. Just a drop and run more than anything else. And you can still see the Pinky employing that wide line that forces the batter to reach out. And I think it's here on the surface, especially, it's still quite, maybe there's dampness on the surface. You want to be quite tight, then use any bit of movement that you get on the surface. And now at the moment, Pinky and Disha are rather bowling a bit too wide, and I feel it's a bit easier to deal with as a batter. Especially Khan, you saw in the previous over that beautiful drive in the covers, because of the width that she was allowed.
Good looking here, Habiba Islam Pinky. Only 17 years old, she made her debut for Bangladesh 2 years ago at the tender age of 15. And out of all the teams she would made her debut against, she played against India in the T20 International. So great promise being showed here. And it wasn't the year that she was going to turn 15. She was actually 14 because she made her debut a month before she turned 15. So that is huge promise being shown by the Bangladeshi management. And if she bowls like this, you can see why. Excellent control, keeping it nice and full and attacking those stumps for the South African players.
Yeah, she's really hitting good lengths and good lines. Here's Pinky. But I also like how these two batters have played in Candler and Khan, composed. And just they really seem focused in how they're going about their cricket at the moment.
Goes a little bit straighter. It's nicely worked by Alex Candler. Coming around, stopping the ball at the fine leg. But that's Candler. She's a very patient player. She doesn't rush the game. And she's a textbook player at the top of the order. But that's a good over from Habiba Islam Pinky. Good direction, good control. Just losing out with that last ball coming in a little bit straighter. Goes for 4. It's 8 for no loss after 2.
I think both sides will be pretty happy with the start, and I think for the Bangladesh women, they'll be thinking, just get a bit tighter, make them force the strokes, don't give them a bit of width to allow to free them arms. But you can see also the South Africa women emerging, also what they're doing with that wider length, they actually are moving across and stepping across in the crease and making the play, playing across. You can see in the previous over, the last ball in the previous over, you can see Candler step right across and play on her legs, and it just shows how they prepared for those wider length deliveries. They're not willing to just throw their hands at them. They're trying to get to the pitch of delivery.
Slapped that down the ground, Yasmin Khan. She's not here to play games. With enough room opening up the offside, she slaps it straight down the ground, allowing freedom of the arm flow. It's a wonderful boundary. Her second of the innings, 12 for no loss.
Yeah, Yasmin Khan there, showing some aggression. Slapped it straight down the ground and really took charge there in that delivery. Didn't allow her to just continue on towards it. She took charge at it. That's a nice positive stroke.
Good response from Disha Biswas. And that's where I believe she needed to be from the start of her innings. First over, she was just a little bit too wide, and so it allowed Yasmin Khan to just caress the ball through the covers with an elegant punch. That first boundary in this over wasn't the worst ball. It's just the room that was created by Yasmin Khan. Very nicely played. This is good. But also, it's good patience from Yasmin Khan. Even though she's aggressive, she's not looking to hit everything unnecessarily.
Yeah, she's really picked her shots. She's picked her shots really well. You could see in that previous over as well. Every single time that she felt the ball was there to hit, she went for it. More than anything else, she backed herself. The way she scored that boundary. But Disha, every single time the boundary was scored, she finds a way to come back and hit that length again. So it seems like every over she might just have that boundary delivery that she might give away, but the accuracy is there.
Yeah, it really is. And good control as well from Disha Biswas. But more so with this boundary in this over, it was Yasmin Khan making the play and forcing the mistake. But it's lovely that Disha Biswas is not searching for a wicket here. She's not doing too many things out of the ordinary. Just look at that delivery. Wicket to wicket, nice and straight. And you'll see that the wind is blowing from the left to the right. So it's kind of assisting with that movement coming into the right-hander. So she can use that to her advantage as well. After the end of 3 overs, it's 12 for no loss.
Yep, still early doors here. And this innings for both sides still feeling each other out. A few boundaries being scored by South African women emerging. And so the conversations also in the Bangladesh women emerging are thinking early wickets, but it's more important for them not to be going out searching for wickets. It's just about really getting them hitting the lines and length consistently.
Pinky, only 17 years old. Biswas, 22. Mondal, the third seamer in the team. She's one of the older campaigners. Mondal, only 33 years old in her game, making her debut back in 2011. So a mixture of youth and experience here. The oldest player in the South African lineup being Nondumiso Shangase, only 30. Pinky, 17. So a huge contrast between the ages and a huge range for the players as well. Shows the growth that both teams are looking to invest in the women's game, showing that even the players who've been playing for a while and didn't have an opportunity when the game was still low for the women. It's a good ball from Pinky. Bad slash from Khan. But what is showing is that even the ladies who, in their prime and in their young ages, when the game of women's cricket was not as recognized and as big as it is right now, they still have a chance to knock on the doors and make it into the national squad. It's good connection on the bat as well. It seems like Yasmin Khan is just finding the middle of that blade.
Yeah, Yasmin Khan certainly no holding back with that length, that wider length delivery. She throws a bat at it. Previous delivery, she had a big slash at it. Almost got the outside edge on it. And in that occasion, she gets the middle of the bat. She needs to be careful when she does go at those deliveries that are wide. She needs to get her back leg moving and her body towards the delivery rather than just throwing her hands at it. Oh, nice stroke. Over the top. And that's boundary number 3 for Yasmin Khan.
She looks really good, doesn't she? The Dolphins player really taking it on. So these two, Yasmin Khan and Alex Candler, understanding each other's game pretty well as teammates in franchise cricket in the Pro 20 and the Pro 50. It's a wonderful shot, this, from Yasmin Khan. Using the pace from Habiba Pinky. It hits almost the bottom part of the bat, but such is the flow and the timing of the shot that it makes its way to the boundary. Really good batting.
Goes up in this occasion. That one will be taken. Wicket number 1. Pinky picks up a wicket. Yasmin Khan looking for yet another boundary. And that one had a bit of extra bounce. Couldn't get the connection. And could only hit it up to a fielder up in the air. 17 for 1 after 3.5 overs.
She drowns under the delivery. Just gets too heavy on her. She's trying to hit it up onto the ground. Those are maybe the instances where you'll try to keep the ball down because it gets too big on you. It's just an incorrect decision there from Yasmin Khan, who was looking absolutely amazing. 13 from 17. And then after 3.5 overs of the first wicket, it's 17 for 1.
A bit disappointed by that because she had really gotten a boundary ready from that over. And what she had done well in the last 3 overs is get her boundary and then look to rotate the strike.
Can we see the replay again?
Look to rotate the strike and look to move around. But that occasion, she looked for yet another one, looked to be aggressive. then just didn't time it as well. I think she could have just maybe looked to rotate the strike and look for a run in the gap.
Can we get the replay again, please?
But unfortunately, she's lost a wicket now. Bangladesh women emerging will be absolutely delighted with that early wicket. That would have been the conversation.
Wasn't the best ball from Habiba Islam Pinky. It was wide, it was short, but it did the job, and it brings in batter number 3 for South Africa Women's Emerging. Miane Smith comes in at number 3.
I think there might be a slight little bit of difference in that delivery. I think once we see the replay in that, is that there was a bit of extra bounce. As much as it wasn't a really good delivery, the difference in the previous one is that the bounce was just a bit of an extra, which got big on Yasmin Khan. But nevertheless, here comes Pinky again, searching for another.
Ooh, that's a good ball. Just a little bit of extra bounce. It will go a bit high. Miane is laughing about it, hitting her in her mid-drift. But that's a good ball from Pinky, and it ends the over. The 17-year-olds with the first strike. 17 for 1 after 4.
A bit of chatter there after that delivery. She knows she bowled a really good one, beating the inside half of the bat.
Replay of the wicket, please.
And that's the end of the 4th over. It brings a wicket, the 4th one, at 117 for 1. Miane Smith, the new batter at the crease, has only faced the 1 delivery. And Alex Candler, who's also
Football.
only faced 6 deliveries.
Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Disha Biswas bowling to Alex Candler. It's a good ball from Biswas. An even better shot from Alex Candler. Sweet hands. Beautiful, beautiful timing. The ball will run away for 4 runs.
There's so much good about that shot. Stepped across, then the flick of the wrist, the elegance in that stroke, just to clip it off her legs. And not just that, the difficulty of keeping that ball on the ground, along the ground when you are playing that stroke, the balance with it as well. What a stroke from Alex Candler. She's now got 8 in her 7 deliveries she's faced. 21 for 1.
Still see that nice shape coming in from Biswas. That made it a little bit straighter with the previous delivery, but when you're still so new on the surface, playing a shot like that glance that goes for 4 is all about understanding the pace of the wicket. And Alexandra Candler was able to do that really well. Goes for 4. Gonna go for 1 with this one. And you did mention it, Kamva, that it seems like just every single over there is a boundary ball. And so if that is going to be the case, you are asking yourself to chase down a score of over 200 runs, over 220, etc.
And I think what I like to commend about 7 Women Emerging is that most of those boundaries haven't been really forced. It's been really just good stroke play. And sometimes when you feel like strokes are forced and the boundaries come by luck, but it's just been purely from good strokes. So it's just a question is, what can they do, the Bangladesh Women Emerging, to adjust to that and respond to that and maybe change their lines. They have been a bit wide, guilty of being a bit too wide at times, or a bit too short of a length, allowing South African Women Emerging to free their arms. But if you look at that example, the previous boundary, it was purely manufacturing the boundary herself by stepping right across, clipping to her legs. Probably would have been a dot if she just blocked it straight down the ground.
It's that intent to score that really does the wonders. Miane Smith, on the other hand, hasn't had chances to bat too often, but has some decent scores in the Hollywood Bets Pro 50. Good 87 versus Western Province, because she does play for the Titans, Miane Smith. Our co-commentator KG Mazubelele knows a thing or two about Titans cricket. Just a little bit.
He'll probably say he knows a lot more than just a little bit.
Mia Naismith also has played for the senior women's team. 7 women's one-day internationals, 3 T20s. She has a 50 in both. So she can score runs, Mia Naismith. And her partner, Alex Candler, was a little bit thin on runs last season, way below her expected talent. Way below her expected talent, because she's an absolutely sweet player.
Yeah, averaging 15. She would really want to see that average go up to around the 30 mark, especially going into this new season. But I think she'll cherish the opportunity that she has here at SA Emerging. That shows the belief they have in her. We look at the scorecard now, how things started. To us, Yasmin Khan and Alex Candler, who got us started here in this innings. And it was unfortunate that Yasmin Khan, looking for a second boundary in the over, tipped it straight up in the air. Fortunately, that was a bit of extra bounce in that delivery. We are on the second ODI. First ODI was completely rained out and no result.
Pinky is back. I really like what she has to bring here, Habiba Pinky. She's bowling with good speed, bowling with good pace, with the ball. Mushida Khatun. Nice stolen single. Taking advantage of that. That's what they're going to need to do more. If they don't get those boundary deliveries, you have to just rotate the strike and keep things moving. They move to 23.
Yeah. The differences between T20 cricket. Just look at that stroke again that got them the single for Candler. The difference between T20 and ODI cricket. So you can't always be going for the boundary balls or looking to search for the boundaries. It's all about also about being able to find the gaps in the field, rotating the strike. It's a longer format of the game. So you have to build an innings. You have to spend time, then bide your time, and then also select your shots. It's not all about just going for it. You've got 50 overs. That is a lot of time. If you just think about it now, we've only experienced 5 of those 50 overs, so 45 overs still remaining. So you've got a lot of time to build the innings and rotate the strike and build a partnership. And that's what it's also about. It's really about that, building partnerships, so that you can get to those totals of 200, 250 that are then competitive totals to allow your bowling side to bowl to something.
It's all those partnerships that are going to come in very crucial. Mia Naismith yet to get off the mark. Candler in need of 50 overruns because she's done pretty well in the T20s, Alex Candler. She really has, but in the 50 over competition, that's where the runs are dry. So this is a perfect opportunity for her to show what she has to bring, and she's playing against players that Bangladesh are really propelling for the future. Even though Islam Pinky has only played for 1 match when she was just 14 years old, she's featured time and time again for the Bangladeshi under-19 women's team, and she takes stacks of wickets. And she's supremely economical as well. It's oversteps. Candler is able to nudge away for a single, so that's going to be a free hit coming to Mia Naismith, and a perfect opportunity for her to get off the mark.
Yeah, a bit naughty there, Pinky. I was just about to say, it's one of the first overs in a while that we haven't had to experience a boundary. Now she gives the opportunity for South Africa to be able to score a boundary. You can always get away with it by maybe bowling in the right areas, the right length, but it's almost a free swing here for Smith to release the pressure as well. They've built so much pressure, making her face 5 deliveries and no runs. Now has a chance.
Takes it away over the mid-wicket. No one is out there except for the boundary. Good usage of the free hit, and away for 4 it goes for Mia Naismith.
Yeah, that's a big pressure releaser. Real pressure releaser. Makes it expensive over as well. Now already worth 8 runs just because of that free hit and that boundary. You want to have better discipline than that. Still pretty young, 17 years young is Pinky. She'll learn from that.
It's nicely done from Mia Naismith. They now have protection down in the deep with Misty Ehana taking the balls, Misty Shana. But again, those boundary deliveries every single over, just coming out from a nasty view. Couple of runs coming in from this over. It is the end of number 6, 31 for 1.
31 for 1 after 6 overs. That's usually where you want to be as a batting unit. Yes, they've lost that early wicket, but they'll take where they are right now, 31 for 1, with a decent strike rate, a boundary almost every single over.
They're really doing well here. Oh, not doing that with that shot from Mia Naismith. She knows herself that she just made a little bit of a mistake there.
Just keep watching it. Yeah.
Just throwing her hands on it. It's very important that you just try to cover the line of the ball with your entire body. Was very well bowled.
Yeah, a bit of a loose stroke. Didn't move her feet, just put her hands there.
And so with them moving their feet here and there, the South African women, it allows them to take advantage of all these spaces around the pitch. That's why they're still scoring at just around 5 runs to the over. But what Bangladesh will be hoping to do is to just withdraw a bit more of those boundary deliveries. So it's heavily covered offside. Oof, little bit of a hit. Doesn't look too good. Just hitting her on her midriff, but at least she gets her back up on her feet.
Yeah. What I've noticed in these last couple of overs with these two batters, Candler and Smith, is that when the ball's a bit fuller, they struggle to move their feet. And what they have done to adjust to that is, you see they'll take a few steps forward to kind of get their feet moving. But they've looked a lot more comfortable with the back foot when the ball is a bit shorter. So maybe something to look at for the Bangladesh women, where they can maybe get a bit fuller and test that front foot. You can see they're kind of reaching out more than anything else. There is slight bit of foot movement, but they're not as confident when the ball's a bit fuller. And if they can just hang around that line and length there, be a bit more consistent, ask them to move their feet, ask them to use their hands and throw their hands at it, maybe an opportunity might come out. Just a slight bit of adjustments in length may be required.
Just getting used to the pace of the wicket. If the ball is coming to you slower than what you expect, it's imperative that you wait that touch longer. And if you see the difference between the previous ball and the one that we've just seen now from Mia Naismith, you'll see at just how late she played that ball. She allowed it to come onto the bat, and thus able to skip for a single, rather than going out there and reaching for the ball. Candler seemed like she has already read the pace of the wicket pretty well. We saw that with her previous ball, where she was able to hit it down the ground for 4. And it's the end of over number 7. It's 32 for 1. Music and vibes happening down in Durban. Good jams at Chatsworth Oval. CSA is really putting in the efforts to make women's cricket an event. It is an event. Later on this year, there will be a tour of South Africa taking on India again. Earlier on this year, before the World Cup, it was the 5 T20s. So later on this year, it will be a couple of one-day matches and a test match. For now, Bangladesh are getting themselves ready for over number 8. Mosamat Janutol Sumona. She will have the ball. Normally they take off their caps when they bowl, but who says that you must follow convention? Simona will be coming into bowl.
Sure, the ladies will tell you they don't want to mess up their hair.
Yes, Simona. There is a slip in place, standing a little bit wider. A new test for Miane Smith. Right arm off spin. Will be turning the ball into both Candler and Miane Smith. So a good opportunity for her to just work the field on the leg side. And so that's why you see those reinforcements on the leg side. Square leg right next to the wicket keeper, mid-wicket, and a short fine leg. To just remove the threat of those singles.
We have been accustomed in a lot of grounds in Durban that a bit of turn nowadays. Not sure on the surface there'll be any purchase for spinners. We'll have to see as the over progresses and the inning progresses. But you should expect a slight bit of turn.
What really does come to an advantage is using those feet. Superbly done from Miane Smith. It wasn't the widest ball from Simona, but the foot movement from Smith just penetrating the offside.
Yeah, no, she picked up the length pretty quickly there. She saw it was a short of a length and just picked that gap with perfection. Saw it early and put some heavy bat on it and went to the boundary pretty quickly. Boundary again. Thought we had a quad over in the previous over. Only went for 1. And the boundary's given away.
See, that's what happens with a shot like that. You get overcompensated. She now goes 2 straight. But I would rather she bowls the ball a little bit touch straighter than going wide with the field that she's set up. Try to use the advantage of the fact that the batter will try to hit her with the spin. It's a much better line from Sumona because she is protected in that area. And it brings in the stumps in play, it brings LBW into play. I wouldn't even mind if they bring in a short mid-wicket who's going to be closer to the stump, to the square, so that if the ball does hold up and just pops up into the air, they get themselves into the game here. It's great work from the South Africans, stealing a single. It's a wonderful end to the over. Very nicely done. 5 runs from it. 37 for 1. We'll have our first commentary change. Kagiso Mosubelele will come in and join Kamva Nyegana.
Look at the bowling figures now as we have commentary change. Did have a bowling change the previous over, and Simone, Tisha and Pinky were the ones that opened the bowling. Tisha with the 4 overs, only going for 14 runs at an economy rate of 3.5, and Pinky with 3, and and only going for 17 runs. Picked up a wicket, crucial wicket of Yasmin Khan. Ball that got a bit of extra bounce early on, and a brilliant catch at mid-off. And we do have a change in bowling. Again, more spin. Fatima. And very good morning, Kagiso.
Good morning, Kamva. Good morning to all the viewers at home. Good to finally get the game going here in commentary. 8 overs in, you would say both teams wouldn't be too disappointed with the situation. The South Africa women's emerging, having only lost 1 wicket so far. 37 runs, going at 5.5 to the over. You see Miane Smith just blocking it out. Fatima, not a surprise that the Bangladesh women have brought in spinners early on in the innings, because that is something that is synonymous with them. Coming from the subcontinent, they produce a lot of spinners. And obviously the fact also that you're playing in Chatsworth, if there's any part in South Africa where you feel that you'll use your spinners a bit more, is in the coast, as we see just that last ball again. Miane Smith was looking to hit it to the offside. Which is a bit too far.
I'd have to say a couple of years back, maybe when I say a couple of years, 15 years back, the coast used to have really good quick surfaces back in the Donald days and those days, Mackay and teen times, there was a bit of pace there. And then as years progressed, surfaces really changed, became more spinner-friendly surfaces, and from that side of the coast, you see start seeing a lot more spinners coming to even South Africa. It's more so like our subcontinent of this world. Look at the likes of Maharaj that come through the ranks in the Dolphin side, where the spin predominantly allow them then, so that's where he applies his trade the most. So it's interesting how it changed, and over the years. But you're absolutely right. Bangladesh are predominantly really good with spin, and no surprises that they brought in spin. We also brought in 2 spinners as well, in our Luyanda Nzuzu and Shangase. Our 2 spinners, 2 off spinners to come in here in this game as well. So we do also have spin heavy lineup.
Yeah, definitely. Very good over that just completed by Fatima. A maiden over, and that is why they bowled in spin at this time. You're speaking about the South Africans having obviously the 2 spinners. Miane Smith actually also does bowl. He's bowled a couple of overs last year for the Fidelity Titans. So it's going to be a very interesting contest to see between the spinners and our batters. Again, just hit into the covers. You speak about the change of the conditions. Speak about the change in the conditions in terms of how it used to be and what it is now. And this time around, Kendler just going back. There is protection on the boundary, so it will just be a single. So the importance of all of that is that obviously finding themselves to obviously tour outside of South Africa, a lot of subcontinent, you go to Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So you almost have to put yourself in a good position. Bit of a misfill there, and a quick single makes it. So you have to put yourself in a good position whereby when you do travel and go to the subcontinent, you are able to know what it is to play in slower conditions. And that is why we find ourselves in this situation, as we just see a bit of a misfill there, allowing Miane Smith to get off strike.
I think that the general difficulty with South Africans or South African players is that they usually show surfaces that obviously allow for pace and allow for seam, and then I think their biggest issue when it comes to spin is about how do they rotate the strike, and then they often get into that position where they start getting bogged down against spin. they're looking for the boundary options, and they start making mistakes. And then I think once you can actually get to learn how to rotate the strike, it becomes a lot easier to go for spin. And I say this because you get 2 or 3 singles in the over, and then that boundary ball presents itself. You then have quite a decent over behind you. But if you aren't able to rotate the strike, it applies pressure to yourself, knowing that you have to go for runs. Then essentially what it does to your mind is like, I need to go for a boundary, I need to go for runs. Then the mistake comes. Much better over though from, I think, both the bowler and the batter's good rotation of strike. Brings us to the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play. 40 for 1.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rapid mix. Play it now on your sports field.
It's obviously the end of the power play now, so the fielding restrictions will change. So now I just want to see with Bangladesh women if they will continue to attack or look to open up a bit more. Then both teams will be happy in the first 10 overs. Going at 4 to the over, the South African women. Good partnership building up. Just hanging back there, Kendler. It is just that time of the game where, you know, the team starts looking at where do we want to be at the end of 50 overs. It is still early, still 40 overs to go. But just you've got to start thinking now about where we want to end up at the end of 50 overs.
I may say it differently as you see a single take in a deep square. I think KG for me, I feel it's still a time for now to still think of building a partnership. And I feel it's maybe a little bit early to maybe look for what score you want to set because you don't know where you'll be. I think usually I start thinking around the 25th over where we're at and assess from there.
What you will normally get probably from the teams is from the start, before the game starts, there must be some sort of a target in mind from a team to say that this looks like a wicket that if we can get something like 250 or whatever it is, this is what we can be able to defend. And then you start taking stock. Very good shot. Bit of a misfill there. Kendler allowing the South Africans to come back for 2. So not looking too far ahead, but the team would have started with some sort of a target in mind. You go after 10 overs and then you pick it in stock to say that are we where we wanted to be in the first 10 overs? And then what then needs to be happening for the next 10 overs in mind of where we want to end up being.
Good delivery. It's pretty tight there. Very close to that off stump and looking to cut it right off her stumps. Have a look at that.
Yeah, at the 4th, 5th stump area. Looks like just Kendler there just putting her front foot out of the way, trying to open up the offside. This time a touch fuller. Was able to get good bat in it. End of the over, just the 4 runs coming. Continuing to go at 4 to the over after 11 overs. The South African women emerging are 44 for 1. Just see where the game is at the moment. 11 overs, 44 for 1, South African women emerging. Khan went a little bit earlier. The bell that popped up a little bit, 13 from 17. Kendler and Smith currently going, building a good partnership. Just the 2 extras, I think, a bit of disciplined bowling here from the Bangladesh women.
Yeah, it's really good disciplined bowling. That's very commendable. On the 10 overs, only 2 extras.
Bit airborne there from Miane Smith, bit of hard hands. Again, with the South Africans, we don't know what the target is, but if they go at this rate, we'll only get to about 200. Probably would be thinking that I want to get about 240, 250.
I think I think just to revisit the conversation you talked about, the score that you have in mind prior to the start of the game. Essentially, let's say we're talking about 250 or 200, and that's the conversation that you believe you can get or score you can get to. I think that there are small milestones that you look towards, and how you're going to potentially get there. I don't think you just. I'm not saying that's what you were saying, but I think there are small. Say, but by the 10th over, where do you want to see ourselves? By the 20th over. And I think South Africa, that's how they might have to look at that. Where, okay, look, we're in a good position. We've lost the early wicket, yes, but we have built a partnership now. And how are we going to look for the next 10 overs? Where do we find ourselves at the halfway point? And then how many wickets do we have in hand? Then that can easily change your target as well. Of like, you find ourselves at 150 in the 20th over, and then we're like looking, well, we can look bigger, we can think bigger. So it's about where you find yourself in different situations, and hence I say partnerships are important. As we see that one cut away, going straight to the fielder down in the deep, at deep backward point or cover point.
Yeah, very importantly, I think the South African women are looking to rotate the strike, which sometimes you can just feel yourself backed down. You can definitely see between Kendler and Smith that they're looking to get those singles whenever they are availed to them. The one thing that you don't want is for your bowlers to be too comfortable and end up bowling too many dot balls, because that's where the pressure builds up. So if you can, as many times as possible, rotate the strike, make the bowlers think a little bit more about the lines and the lanes that they want to bowl, instead of them feeling comfortable at just pitching the ball up. So, slightly airborne, good running between Kendler and Smith. That is something that they didn't go, actually, ended up going back. Something that they've done well in this partnership is that there hasn't been too many boundaries, but whenever there's an opportunity for them to take a single, they take it. There was just a ball in about 2 overs ago where it looked like it was going to be a single, ended up being a 2, which is going to be very important if you are not finding the boundaries to build up those singles as many times as possible. Then you stay ahead of the game.
100%. And I think we've seen it quite well now in the last couple, since the spinners come on. We were concerned that they were not rotating the strike really well. And we've seen that they've found ways to rotate the strike. They've got 3 or 4 or 5 singles in and over. And if they can keep that mindset, keep on rotating the strike, when that boundary ball does come, then it becomes a really good over. Oh, inside edge. Quick single.
Running at the end. We obviously spoke about season. It wasn't the greatest, but you look at the T20 numbers, yes, it is 50 over, but there is something to look for. They're averaging 44 in the last season at a strike rate of 150, 450s. So she can play the game later on. As you did speak about taking the game as deep as possible and seeing where you are at a certain point. Maybe after 30 overs, you're like, maybe we need to get into a bit of a T20 mode. So, and the only time you can do that is when you are out there batting.
And not just that, KG, it's also about how many wickets you have in hand as well. At the time when you look to unleash, the more wickets you have in hand, the bigger you can go, the more aggressive you can be towards the end. So I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. There's no real need to go too exuberant or go too aggressive. The pressure will still be on the Bangladesh women to get wickets.
Ooh, a bit airborne there, but just clear that point fielder. It is another boundary from Janice Smith, just hanging back. She will no doubt be looking that she is batting a little bit slow, batting under 50 strike rate as we take a look at that again. Hanging back, a bit airborne, but safe nonetheless. To the left of that point fielder, all the way to the boundary. Much welcome boundary there for the South African women. 1 ball to go in this over. Just time coming down the wicket. Miane Smith getting a single. Just very good to see how the batters are willing to do something to score the runs. The previous ball just hung back. Very next ball coming down. So that gets the bowler also thinking quite a bit as to which way do they want to play. Want to play in the back foot or in the front foot? And that's where the bowler starts changing a little bit to try and counter what the batter is doing. So very good batting that time from Miane Smith, as we see another change in bowling with Latta coming into the attack. He's 13 overs. Too many dot balls, you would say, but having lost a lot of wickets, that's the important thing. Spoke about running between the wickets has been good. 18 singles so far.
And I think those dot balls that accumulated, you see a lot of the large amount of them, you saw them early on.
Just Latta Mondal, a bit of change of pace. Gentle medium pace, as you would say. Wicketkeeper standing up. Very experienced Latta Mondal, 33-year-old.
Yeah.
One of the players in the Bangladeshi women team that you would say that is experienced, and most of the players will be looking up to for guidance.
Yeah, I think most experienced head, yeah, in the Bangladeshi team. She'll know exactly what she do. She'll know her duty and responsibility right now in those middle overs. Pulling up those dots and drying up those runs. And just put that pressure on back on South Africa. Feels like South Africa's got away with things a little bit now in the last couple of overs. Yes, the run rate had dropped initially. But now there's a bit of feeling that South Africa feel control, feel comfortable. Oh, outside edge. Might trickle away for a boundary. Good delivery, but unfortunately doesn't get the reward. Cruel, this game of cricket, eh? Really cruel. Ball the right length, ball the right line. Get the outside edge, but unfortunately don't get your rewards.
Yeah, just one of those that you think that you've done the right things. Very thick outside edge from Kenda that time, as we take a look at that again. Way outside the off stump. But you would say with Latta, the type of pace that she's bowling, she's a bowler that you would expect to bowl a bit more wicket to wicket. And that is why there's no slip fielder in. Like that, like that. That almost brought about a wicket. So that pace is the type of one that you're not going to trouble the batter too much bowling outside of the wickets, because it is slow, not too much coming through. So that wicket to wicket, as we see that last ball, here we go. Just turning the bat a little bit too early there, Kandla.
Yeah, I think what they need to do here, Candler and Smith, is play her straight. Because as soon as you have to go across and that ball slows down on that surface, you might get that inside half the bat, that leading edge, and you could find yourself in that exact situation where you're caught and bowled. Luckily, there is no fielders in the ring or pretty close to the pitch.
Ooh, a bit too wide that time around, but there is protection on that cover boundary. But you would say that that is where she wants to stay away from. That is the end of the 14th over, the first of Latta going for 6 runs. 60 for 1. The South African women emerging. Good partnership building up here between Kendler and Smith. Run rate has gone up just a touch. Was 4. Now at 4.29. So it is important for this to carry it deep. You would say that probably get to that 25th over mark. See where you are. What is needed. Obviously, they are betting on the wicket, so they know the conditions. They've accustomed themselves so far in how the conditions are. Going across, Kendler looking to access that off, that leg side. That will just go down for 2 runs again from South African woman. It's a very safe shot to be playing, because what she has done is that the ball is outside of the stumps, goes outside. So when you go down on your knee, you know that even if it hits your pad, it won't be LBW.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good option. Just would love to see the wider shot to see talk about the fielding positions, because you'd actually see exactly what type of shot you're trying to play based on if she's looking for a sweep. Maybe there's a bit of a gap behind her that she's kind of trying to access, and always feel a sweep shot is always a good option against spin. Again, looking leg side, and they're running hard in between the wickets, looking for the two. They'll definitely get the two now with the misfield. And that's the intensity you really want, especially at this time of the game, getting to the middle period of the game. You have to keep your intensity. You have to show the intent, the aggression. That applies pressure. That forces mistakes with the fielder as well, because you run hard the first one, the fielder's already thinking two.
Another single. You can definitely see that the plan for Kendla in particular is to pamper that leg side, and not necessarily just to look for the boundaries, but for those twos, because there looks to be like a vacant mid-wicket type of a thing. Looking to hit it softly there, can easily come back for two, which we've seen a couple of times in this over, that she has looked to come across and open up to that leg side. Smith also just plugging it on that leg side, another good single.
I like to see maybe a fielding change, because you see a lot of, as you just mentioned now, they're looking to pamper that leg side. They've got a short fine leg. Maybe get that mid wicket in there for an exact run, short mid wicket, where it won't allow for that easy single to be accessed on the leg side. Then it gets the batter to think to play more towards the offside rather than the leg side. Then it just plays a bit of mind games.
This time onto the offside. Yeah, I do think for Fatima, the whole point of what she's looking, she's bowling left arm orthodox. So she's thinking that probably the protection that's needed is more on the offside than on the leg side. But obviously Kendla in particular is countering that by coming and opening up the leg side. Again, like that. That is exactly what Kendla has been doing. And Fatima has to think about countering that. So it becomes a bit of a game of a cat and mouse there. Which way do you go? Because you do feel that if now they plug that, they have to open up on the offside. And now Fatima is bowling left arm orthodox, turning it away. So it looks like more of a risk if now the offside is open. But that is the kind of game that Kendla is playing at the moment, with Fatima making her think a bit more than what she would have liked.
Oh, Catch 22 as it is. And we'll also have a coming change in Mpendulo. I'll be out.
Yeah, steady start so far to the game. The run rate has gone up to 4.57. The very good thing from the South African women is that hardly any risks have been taken. They found a way to keep the scoreboard rotating without having to go over the top too many times. Oof, bit of a thick outside edge there from Kendla. And that is the line that Lata looks to be operating on, that wicket to wicket. Especially with the lack of pace that she has, she needs to attack those wickets as often as possible. What seems to happen is that whenever it goes, a few times has been outside edge. This time hit for a single. We'll come back to commentary. Mpendulo.
Really is growing this Wi-Fi. It's really growing this partnership. Thinking of Wi-Fi because they are connecting so well together. The run rate is looking promising as well.
To Smith. Gain that wicket to wicket. That is exactly where she needs to be. If anything, she needs to bowl it there to ensure or to try and force Smith and Kendla to use more of their power to hit the ball. That wicket to wicket type of a delivery, it's a very dangerous delivery for Lata in particular because of the pace that she's operating at.
Exactly, that's the difference maker. When you are bowling at a much more medium, slower pace, you have to try and target the stumps. Because when you go wide, you open it up to situations like this. And we are outside the power play now, so they have 4 fielders outside of the ring. But that as they're almost thinking about the second run. But the thing was that now, KG, is that just like the way they've grown this partnership, it's all about just exchanging those ones, exchanging those twos. We saw the previous work to the off spinner, just pocketing the ball into those spaces to just hurt the team.
It's again bit airborne, just a bit. But then again, and we're talking about the fielding position and what you want to see. We'd like to see it does look like on that offside, the two fielders that are operating inside the circle are just hanging on the circle. So it makes it easier for the South African to just put it there and go for a single. We would like to see maybe one of them coming in to cut off those singles. Excited at this time from Yanni Smith going to the corner area. Almost that good. Oh, was good fielding from Pinky, but unfortunately just ricocheted off her left into the boundary. Good boundary from Yanni Smith. Exactly the result that she was looking for.
It's a good connection from her as well. The ball is outside that off stump, and she actually cross-batted that across the line of the stumps. And she gets it into the gap. A superb effort from Habiba Pinky. But unfortunately just rolling off her wrists. Maybe some of the moisture on the grass still existing because of the rain that we've had. But this partnership between Meane Smith and Alexandra Candler growing really well. And I love the contribution between the two ladies. Almost identical in nature. And the most important thing, the amount of extras are very minimal. 53 runs between the two of them in their contributions. But only 3 extras, that means for their partnership. It's excellent.
Yeah, very good partnership, complementing one another quite well. Fatima to continue to Kendler.
The thing is, Kagisho, they still within the 15. We just crossed the 15 overs. They're going at just 4.5 runs to the over. For having lost 1 wicket, South Africa are in a supreme position over here. Because these are the slow overs where you look to accumulate 3 to 4 runs to the over. And if you allow that to go consistently over a period of 6-7 overs, you are asking the bowlers to force play out of you. And once the bowlers begin forcing plays, they start forcing boundaries as well. They make those mistakes as they lose their head or try to make the batters lose their heads. So this partnership, the way that they construct it, can easily balloon that run rate to 6 runs to the over by over 27-28.
Yeah, definitely, Pendulo. Very good point. There has been a change in fielding. That mid-wicket that we spoke about has been in there, has been put in there, but Kendler has now hit the ball straighter. So very good batting here from Kendler. Looking to ensure that wherever there are a bit of gaps, she can be able to penetrate those gaps.
Oof. And she does so very well. They're very smart. Alexandra Candler is known to be a smart player, patient player, able to pick her gaps and play her shots. Meane Smith off the same ilk. She came in with a bang in the Proteas. Everyone singing her name, Meane Smith.
Yeah, probably one of those who'd say that was a bit unlucky looking at the final squad, but then obviously there was the return of Dene van Niekerk, who probably would have been battling for that space with. You spoke about the building of the partnership between these two, and we spoke earlier about their 50 over stats for last season, but if you switch to the 20 over stat, they are a bit more, not a bit more, they're way more better. And you speak about Kendler, while she averages 15 only in the 50 over, she averages 44 at a strike rate of 115, scoring 353 runs in the 20 over format. So if she plays herself into a situation where she can play a T20 game, it will be a good one. And as we say, that's 17 overs, 77 for 1, the South African women emerging, and it will be the drinks break.
Do we talk over it? Scott? Okay, thank you. Please you raise your volume ever so slightly. Taking a look at some of the events that have happened so far. Yasmin Khan, the first wicket, falling after 14 runs after playing so well. She used to represent Namibia, transitioning to South Africa because she was born in the Western Province. Beautiful glance shots that from Alexandra Kandla, just showing that she's read the pace of the wicket well, and it's no surprise that she scored the amounts of runs that she scored.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can see a couple of times, and as we see that 4 again, just going over to the offside, opening the leg side.
Mia Naismith was also a part of it. This is an excellent partnership for South Africa emerging women, because you think that after the first wicket, it's going to all go down, because how often do collapses happen? But Mia Naismith rekindling the innings very well with Alexandra Kandla, and they play like players. Mia Naismith rather playing like a player who has represented the Proteas. Alexandra Kandla playing like the player that everyone is touting her to be, that she actually should be somewhere within the setup.
Yeah, definitely. You can just see there's different shots, there's different part of the boundaries that have been pampered. We've seen behind the square on the offside, behind the square on the leg side, in front of square on the offside, and on the leg side. So definitely you can see that the two batters have got good information about the pitch. We look at the wicket of Khan. It was something that looked like it got stuck just a little bit, which then is telling you that the wicket is a bit slower than what you'd want, so you want to play the ball later. Hence, we've seen a couple of force behind the square, because then it's one of those that we have to wait for the ball to come to you. You've got to do one of the two: wait for the ball, or you need to come down and meet it. And the two batters have done that exceptionally well. And as we see, after the drinks, we see a change in ball with Jasmine coming into the attack.
More left arm spin coming in for Bangladesh. This is going to help them stacks that they have selections of left arm spin bowlers, because they'll be spinning the ball away from the right-handed batters. Sabikun Naha Jasmine coming in, 29 years old. Goes on a little bit wide. But we saw with the way that they handled Fatima that they're not really bothered by the left arm orthodox.
Yes, definitely. When Fatima was bowling a bit earlier, what they were actually doing is that they were manipulating the bowling by going across and basically messing up with the lines that she's trying to bowl. Even though she's bowling while looking to get that outside edge, they make it look like a straight ball. Ooh, bad airborne there. Lucky that just bounced before. Good fielding. Good fielding there. But Misty on the boundary is showing that it doesn't go for 4, just the 2.
She's only played 2 games for Bangladesh women, Sebekun Jasmine. 2 T20s to be exact, against low-level unaffiliated teams, but still getting to don the Bangladesh women's jersey. This was back in 2024. So working herself back into the higher levels of the game at 29 years old. So we're seeing a really good range of these ages for these women, and still there is an opportunity for them to break into the squad. This is the perfect opportunity to show that you can do it away from home against quality opposition who've also represented South Africa as well.
That looked like might just be going on the up. It's something that has actually been noticeable. As much as both Fatima and Jasmine are bowling left-arm orthodox, they don't seem to be getting too much turn away from the batters. And that's something that Kendler and Smith probably would have realized, that it is an easy shot for them to go to the leg side because the ball is not turning as much.
And it makes sense, because the previous delivery, that appeal is clearly going down the leg side. Absolutely no spin. End of over number 18 at 80 for 1. With the ball, do you have a replay of that LBW? So if we look at how the ball is working, it's so moisture. It's not about that. It's so moist. It's not gripping. The ball can't grip. So you'll see that there's basically no turn. The ball just continues sliding with the line of the ball. And if it was any drier, but because it's been raining for the whole week, you can even see the greenery on the hill. It's a beautiful shot, this beautiful ground. Mega Live with the pictures. But when you look at how everything has been set up, raining for the whole week, you can't expect for the pitch to be dry and for there to be friction for the ball to grip and turn.
Lata to continue, bit of a extra bounce there.
Thank you for the replay, Scott.
Singer. The other thing that you speak about in terms of, you speak about the pitch because of the rain, but then the effect also on the outfield, because then when the ball goes onto the outfield, it means that it gathers a bit of moisture or it's a bit wet. So it makes it a bit tougher to grip for the bowlers to be able to turn it the way that they would like to. It slips out a little bit, and that's why you've seen with Fatima and Jasmine, the ball is just going down. Again to the leg side there from Miane Smith. She has gotten a boundary there before. Lata, she is the type of a bowler that we spoke about her bowling wicket to wicket, but quite often, a couple of times, she has been bowling a little bit too wide than what she would like. Like that becomes a bit of an easy shot. At that pace, there is just nothing threatening the batters. It feels that she can just hit it to the offside. It becomes an easy shot. And where it is with the South African women going at 4.5 to the over, getting 4 singles or 3 singles in the over, and then once in a while getting a boundary is a good... Oh, but airborne that time around. Again behind the square, going to the boundary. That will be another boundary from Miane Smith. As we spoke about that line from Lata, she would like to be a bit straighter than that. But on that occasion, just bowling it a bit too wide. An easy shot. Bit of a airborne a little bit, but in a safe space for Miane Smith. Good shot.
They really going to appreciate the extra little pace coming from Lata Mondal. They've been dealing with the spin where they have to generate the power themselves. They have to dance down the track. But now with just that extra bit, maybe 10 kilometers more per hour is enough to just allow Smith to work the ball around the surface. And remember, we're speaking about how it's moist. So the ball is probably slipping around through the outfield as well, making it come out much more quicker than it is.
Just hit to that extra cover for a dot. The 7 runs coming from the over. Now, Lata so far, you would think that she's the kind of a bowler that you would think that she would like to ensure that the scoring rate doesn't go as high as it is.
Bye, Josh. Bye, bye, bye.
13 from 17 by Yasmin Khan. Kandla scoring that 38 runs. She's still out there with Miane Smith on 32. And they're really growing this partnership brilliantly well. The movement from Jasmine, smothered by Kandla. It's really nicely done here from the opening batter.
And that last ball, you can see it's exactly what we were speaking about in terms of the ball just going through with the line, because it pitched on around that middle stump area, but it looks like it's ending passing the leg stump.
Little pocket shot. But you know, I still like the idea that you were speaking about, KG, about the inner ring. where you can stand either on the ring or you can come in a little bit closer into the ring and tighten the spaces for the batters to disallow the single.
এটা খেলতে থাক এটাই দিশার হাতে যাবে এটা করতে পারলে উই রে
And Smith looking to meet that one down. As we spoke about earlier, that there's this thing that the South African women are doing, which is quite good. Either hanging back and hitting it late or meeting it early before the ball even does anything. And Miane Smith has done that on a couple of occasions here. Going nicely, 33 from 50, going a strike rate of 66.
Now they've gotten so comfortable, they're starting to rip out all of their different shots now.
Yeah.
Even the Bangladeshi women are having a little bit of a laugh. But it's danger signs, it's warning signs for the Bangladeshi women, this, if Miane Smith is able to now be comfortable enough to play reverse sweeps, being able to dance down the track. And to be very honest, there hasn't been any parts where you feel like Alex Kandla and Miane Smith, apart from some of edges running down to the boundary, even there's not a fielding option that makes that a threat. So you can't feel like they are under threat, and that's why they are, after 20 overs, 91 for 1 and growing this partnership.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we spoke a bit earlier about you just speaking now about those outside edges, that there's no danger, because the plan, especially for the slower bowlers, wouldn't be to bowl with too much width. We'll probably be bowling straight, and that's why there's no protection or there's no one there. As we see so far, the two partnerships, just the one earlier from Kendall and Khan, 17 from 23, and a very good partnership developing here between Miane Smith and Kandla, 74 from the 98 balls.
And so now you kind of question what plans Bangladesh are going to bring, because South Africa are scoring so many runs. Just slipping down to the leg side to Miane Smith, to a player who's playing in such form. Now you do not want to bowl there, especially if there's no protection. Very nicely done for 4.
You definitely do not want to bowl that to Miane Smith. Hitting it between that short 45, it looks like they have in a square leg. Managing to get a good bat on it, raised to the boundary there from Miane Smith. 11 boundaries so far from the South African women emerging. This time a bit fuller. Hitting it to that cow corner. A very interesting position also to have for Latta as a sim bowler, to be heavy like a cow corner. You'd probably expect it to be more at mid-wicket area. Cow corner almost symbolizes something that is a slower or a spin bowler, although she is bowling, for lack of better words, medium or medium pace.
I think more so it's because both Kandla and Smith, just like we saw with that shot, they're so comfortable shifting their line across the line of the stumps and then working that ball that's supposed to be on the 4th stump and easily working it across the line of the stumps into that cow corner region. And the timing has been good, both from Smith and Kandla. So when they hit that ball in the middle of the bat, it flies across this wet surface. So I believe to mitigate those issues, the Bangladeshis are putting that protection in the deep just to prevent that from being a 4 and rather keeping it to a 1. Because if they try to play it on the offside, they make mistakes like that. So it's understandable why they'd want to go across and just access this little space on the leg side.
Yeah, I think the very interesting thing also would be what kind of a target does Bangladesh think is good enough for them to chase here. And if they're thinking that around 220, 230 is what we would like to chase, then the game that South Africa is playing is not hurting them. If, however, again to the leg side, to that cow corner, that position that we're speaking about, a bit of a misfield. Allow them to come back for 2. Good over once again from the South African women. 8 runs they got from that. Going at 7 to the over, Latta. I think that she needs to pick up a wicket at least.
And this is exactly what we're speaking about that cow corner. their ability to move the ball from the offside to the leg side. That is exactly why Bangladesh have that field over there. The ball just slips through the ground because of that little bit of moisture that's still there. It's normally a 1, that kind of shot, but because of the intensity of their running, they come back for 2. So I understand Bangladesh's thinking, and it's 99 for 1 after 21. The one thing that does worry me though, KG, is the lack of wickets for the Bangladesh women.
Yeah. This time just getting in bed. You just ask yourself with the point that you made now about it being easily accessible area for the South African women, if maybe you don't want to have a straightish mid-wicket on the circle and then get the mid-wicket or the cow corner going to mid-wicket, again just plugging it to the leg side. And that's the 100 up for the South African women, emerging, going very well here, just losing the 1 wicket, 100 for 1 after just 21-22 overs, with a good partnership building up here between Kendler and Smith.
I like that thinking, KG, and it's just a beauty that the ball went up into the air as you were speaking about it.
Ooh, this time got it on the full toss. Very good hit there from Miane Smith, coming down, hitting it to that between that cow corner and a long on. Yet another boundary. Miane Smith definitely picking herself up. A couple of overs ago, she was batting at a strike rate of under 50. She has picked it up, 45 from just the 58.
It was a poor delivery coming in, going for 4. You don't want to deliver balls like that as Sabikun Jasmine, because in this instance, there's super dominance from the South Africans. It's a little bit too short, too wide, and they're trying to compensate, but excellently done in the covers.
Very good, and they could have easily gone through to the boundary, but very good fielding to ensure that that doesn't happen. 6 runs so far in this over. Just the 4 balls, so they've been going very well here, the South African women emerging.
And you know what? It feels as if they are... I asked the question, where are Bangladesh's options to at least grab a wicket here? Because it seems like there are no options to do so. You don't want to get to a situation where you are expecting and waiting for the batters to be the ones who make the mistake. You want to be the one who makes them make those mistakes. But when the batters are batting this well, it's absolutely difficult to find a way out. Kandla on 42. Miane Smith moving also in the 40s and 46. And look at how well they've built this innings up. The amount of ones is the key here. The amount of ones is just over more than the amount of... It's over half of the amount of dot balls that they have, which means that's a good running percentage. You want to keep a low dot ball percentage, and the only way to do that is by converting good balls into ones. Changing overs from overs for 2 runs to overs of 4 runs. So they're doing well here, Kandla and Smith. And because they need wickets, they bring back their strike bowler, Habiba Islam Pinky. She is the sole wicket taker. Gets a little bit of extra bounce. Got the ball to move into the right-hander earlier on in her spell. Let's see what happens now.
Single to start off from Miane Smith. One thing that you can see is that the way that South Africa, and then a bit of an opportunity there, but not a good throw. Managing to come back for 2, Miane Smith and Kendler. Running on the misfield there. Almost got themselves in a bit of a spot of bother as we take a look at that again. It's supposed to be an easy single. But bit of a misfield there, but Miane Smith and Kendler, we're also looking at one another there, not too sure. At the end of the day, no problems. you would say that the way that the South African women emerging have batted, especially with denying Bangladesh getting any wickets, they forced the hand for Bangladesh to change their tactics a little bit. They probably would have still liked to be going with spin bowlers, but because of the way that Kentla and Smith have been manipulating the spin, they've had to bring back one of their strike bowlers a bit earlier than what they would have liked. Although she's only bowled 3 overs in her first ball, so she does have a lot of overs to bowl.
She's going to have to use these overs pretty well. Probably going to get about 3 overs in her spell as well here, Habiba Pinky. Bowling the ball wide. That's an excellent stop at backward point. Diving to her right. And gets an incredible stop. Mia Naismith moves to 49 runs. And with 3 balls in this over, there's already 3 runs. She was trying to guide that down to the backward point boundary. She gets a really good stop. Candler moving at almost the same pace as Mia Naismith, but in the pace that they're moving in, they are growing that run rate.
Watch out there, single.
Tough one. They just need to regroup here, Mia Naismith and Alexandra Candler. Get their communication in order. The last thing you want after growing such a wonderful partnership, KG, is to have mistakes like these. It's a fancy shots played from Candler, but you want to be decisive in your running. If the throw went to the bowler, that would have been the end, or tough call for the umpire, which could have threatened Alexandra Candler. But Mia Naismith, she's on 49.
Caught up really nicely, Mia Naismith. Started off quite slow, has caught up.
Mustn't get into her head though. The fact that that 50 is around. I think it's about just keeping it as simple as it was prior.
Yeah.
But the shot was there to be hit. Ball was wide from Habiba Pinky. And from what we've seen, Mia Naismith is capable enough and today in form enough to play those balls. Lucky not to get an edge.
Yeah, like I said, it's there, but Pinky should probably look into be bowling straighter and attacking those wickets. You miss, I hit type of a situation. Oh, that's it. That's exactly what we are speaking about. That time around from Pinky, bowling it straight and getting the result that she was looking for. Mia Naismith just turning her bat a little bit earlier than what she would have liked. Unfortunate to go out on 49. Good bowling from Pinky, exactly what she was brought up for. As we see that again, we are speaking about trying to go straight. Looks like a bit of an off-cutter there from Pinky. Taking the stumps, hitting the middle stump. Again, yeah, definitely a bit of an off-cutter there from Pinky. Mia Smith just looked like she was caught in 2 minds there as to whether she wants to fully go for that or not. But unfortunately, that brings her demise. Very well played, 49 from just the 64 balls. Good partnership that she was on. Then with that, we had Mia Smith just leaving with Karabo Meso come in.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Mia Naismith. Phenomenal play. Getting you 49 runs. Both look a bit disappointed that she didn't reach to the 50. You saw when she lost her wicket, she had a smile on her face. It wasn't a smile because it was funny. It was a smile because she got a really good ball. Superbly done from Habiba Islam Pinky. And after 23 overs, it's 109 for 2. Worked around the corner from Alex Candler, as they now need to start rebuilding a brand new partnership. Brand new partnership in commentary again with Gamva joining us. Karabo Meso. She is the brand new player coming in. explosive talent. Every single person is looking forward to what she has to bring. Karabo Meso, 18 years old. She's been in 2 World Cups for South Africa. Great experience. So now the question is, can she make it count here? Doesn't waste time, Meso. There's the cow corner though. It's going to be a single and she's off the mark with the first ball.
Yep, much needed wicket for Bangladesh women. It was a long period of big partnership that was built there. And eventually they got the breakthrough via Pinky. And they don't want another one to build now. They want to try to get 1 or 2 back-to-back wickets. Or try to apply some pressure on South Africa with the slight gapping open now. Usually it's not the easiest to build partnerships after a wicket has fallen. Karabo Meso will be trying to get herself in. The importance of what needs to be done now is exactly what they're doing. The field must come in, especially with the new batter at the crease. Don't allow her to get those easy singles. Make her feel like she's different, batting on a different surface. Make that partnership, or the new partnership that is looking to be built, as difficult as possible. Can't just open things up. You can't just allow them free reign for her to play her shots. It's very young, 20 years old.
Karabo Meso does take her time to wait for the ball. She allows it to play with great timing. She runs 2. It seemed like an easy over, but it's gone for 5 runs. Very nicely done between Karabo Meso and Alexandra Candler. Musamat Era covering the ball. After 24 overs, it's 114 for 2. Yet another wicket falling, both under the hands of Habiba Islam Pinky. 49 for Mia Naismith with a peach of a delivery. Yasmin Khan was playing well. She got caught at mid-off. Now it's Candler's building her work. 45. Meso 3 from 4. Can Pinky get another one for Bangladesh? She did exactly what she was brought in for.
Yeah, Pinky will definitely love to pick up yet another wicket. Get this big wicket here of Alex Candler. And if she can do that, they'll be right into that middle order and they're going to apply pressure. She bowled a brilliant delivery to Smith. One that would jag back in and hit the middle stump.
Yeah, Candler would want to at least get over the 50-run mark. It's a nice little milestone to reach. She hasn't done this in a while in 50-over cricket. And so with the slowness off the surface, it's no surprise that most of the fielders on the boundary are right in front of square. So all of the balls that will be played in front of square. So that's why we have the cow corner there. We have the deep extra cover there as well. That's why it's easy for them to just find the ball into those small spaces to get the 1s, because if you don't time the ball well enough, it doesn't reach the fielder in time. You can get 2 runs. If you time it well, you get 1 run. Karabo Meso might be in trouble with that, but she gets a huge inside edge. And she survives.
Oh, it's like good delivery again that comes back in from Pinky. The one that picked up the wicket of Smith. Oh, that was a really good one. Obviously got a bit of bat on it. But that will be on the mind of Karabo Meso. And Pinky will want to do it again. Will want to try that length again.
It's really problematic for the South African batters if Habiba Pinky continues bowling in this vein. She bowls this one a little bit wide. There is that deep extra cover. It's just going to be 1. But look at how well that ball was timed by Karabo Meso. Rushed to Fatima at the deep. And I love how she's just starting off her innings here. A younger Karabo Meso would be searching for 4s and 6s to just assert her dominance. It shows a little bit of maturity in her game now, Karabo. Working on her 1s and her 2s.
Thanks, Candler. On 46. Edging closer and closer to that milestone. She's faced already the 62 deliveries. Well constructed 46 runs so far.
She really is a fine player, Alexandra Candler. Her ability to use the crease to destabilize Habiba Pinky, because think about it, the ball is pitching just outside the stumps and then it's moving back towards 2 off between the middle and the off stump. So when Candler moves onto the off stump, that ball becomes a straight ball where she is some of the strongest play. Maybe Karabo Meso can look to take the same advice here and just be able to use her crease a bit more. But she's standing and delivering really well and seeing the ball quite nicely. Even with that shot, runs out very nicely. It's a beautiful strike from Karabo Meso. That's the timing. That's another boundary coming in for the South Africans.
Oh, that's a gorgeous stroke. Hit it on the 4 just before it bounced, and Karabo Meso got that gap quite nicely. So pushes that run rate up now to 4.8 per over. I'll also release some pressure for Karabo. Really good way to pierce the gap there. Nice way to end the over as well.
This is going to be a problem then for Bangladesh, because this means that you can't bowl the same for either Alexandra Candler or Karabo Meso. Let's see how Jasmine will be able to deal with the differences in the two styles, because Karabo Meso waits for the ball to arrive to her and then she plays the shots. Alexandra Candler doesn't mind using the crease and using her feet to get to the line and the pitch of the ball. A little bit straighter this time. And if they continue playing in this vein, South Africa, they're destined to reach that 240 mark. They would need to go at around 8 runs to the over to reach 300. That's not going to be easy.
Nice work there of Owen Fielding. Jasmine.
Look.
Usually spinners do that really well. I don't know if it's something that they actually practice, where maybe you bowl and then someone hits the ball towards you. And I call it a skill set more than anything. I think of a bowler that can do it really well. Nathan Lyon, who from Australia, who does it really well when the ball is hit towards him. He really actively wants to stop, and it saves runs, 1 for 1, and 2, it keeps the batter on strike, so you can actually build some momentum towards bowling to a certain batter, or if you are comfortable, and it does save those runs straight down the ground.
Just drifting down the leg side, that from Jasmine. It did bounce in between the middle and the leg stump. But speaking about players who cover their own bowling, you're going to Australia. Why are you not looking to your homeboy from a young age when you are growing together, Ngaba Peter? He really does that exceptionally well, Ngaba Peter.
Looking too far, aren't
You're
I?
looking way too far. Your schoolmate is right there.
I think I thought of more so something on top of my mind. And because I think I've seen it for so long, Nathan Lyon, I think it's just something that popped up top. Now I think of Maharaj. I'm getting
It's 122 for 2. as Karabo Meso and Alexandra Candler are trying to grow this partnership. How far will they take it? We have 24 overs left.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Chatsworth Oval bringing us these pictures. It's been a week of waiting after Wednesday, not bowling a single ball. But we have scheduled 50 overs here, despite a late-ish start. We didn't lose enough time to lose any overs. Habiba Pinker. Here she comes. Just outside the off stump. She crosses over the line. And a classic way to bring up her half century. That's how she's been scoring her runs, and it's only right that's how she reaches her 50.
Yeah, we spoke about how she's been thin in terms of run scoring and form, averaging 15, and this would be something really good for her. Brings up a 50 of just 67 deliveries, a well-constructed 50, going at a strike rate of 77.6. 3 fours came in that as well. And she'll want to push on.
At least one of the two between Smith and her get to the 50. She slows the ball down here, Habiba Pinky. I really don't like this big gap on the square. I think they should be using a short extra cover or using a short mid-wicket, depending on which line they're bowling. If they're going to be bowling outside the off-stump, use a short extra cover. Apply more pressure. If you're going to be bowling to the leg side, throw in that short mid-wicket. Make the batters feel a bit more uncomfortable. That's going to be a wide way over that red line. But right now, the way that Candler played that, if you have a short extra cover, she's not going to play that drive. She's going to try and do what she did here, going across the line of the stumps and then taking it down to the leg side. It's a very nice shot to take her to a 50. But really should put that extra cover to force her to play shots more like that. Because if she misses that, that is LBW.
But she did that really well also initially earlier in her innings, where she manufactured boundaries in that fashion where she steps across. Seems like she's comfortable in doing that as well. Backs herself. There we go again, looking to use her feet, keeping the bowler thinking.
But you know, Gamba, it's one thing when you have all of the options and then your main option is to do that. If you are doing that because there's no other option to score, the play of being desperate to keep the score ticking will force something out of you, whether you want to hit it over that extra cover, whether you put two fielders behind her hips to stop her from playing those shots. Do something to ensure that they're not taking these ones or trying to get those singles and boundaries. If you have two short fine legs there, does they steal a single? If you have two, picture this for a moment. She's trying to play every ball up behind her hip. You throw in two fine legs down there next to each other. She's not playing that lap shot. There's one fine leg there by herself. If you put two fine legs there and then you throw in a short extra cover into the square, that big green patch next to the pitch, you are constricting her and closing her options, because her options are the cover drive, her options are the lap down to the fine leg. You close those areas, there's no place to score. Big appeal coming in from Habiba Pinky. Karabo Meso is not out. It's a good ball from Pinky.
It was a huge appeal from her. Probably sure to believed. Have a look at that. Big slash, extra bounce on that. Huge appeal. She's convinced she heard something.
Well, it doesn't help that Karabo Meso looked behind her after the ball passed. More often than not, if you look behind you to see if the catch was taken, it's because you've taken an edge.
Nice back foot punch there. Got tall on it. And quick single taken as well. To end the over in the 27th over, 129 for 2. It's around about that time now, the middle period, where you're kind of thinking how much more runs you want to put on board, how much you want to get on board, and where you want to get yourself. You do have a set batter in the crease, so that you know now as a coach, you're saying, look, let's bat around Alex Candler. Let's use her as our anchor.
And the thing is, the bowling can use the same. They've adopted their work around Habiba Pinky. 2 wickets for 34. She's the only one to get the wickets, despite her going just around 6 runs to the over. Lata Mondal, the other seamer, bit expensive, but the spin bowlers are keeping it tight. They're keeping it really tight. One of them here, Jasmine, that ball straightening, looked like a bit of the carom ball, which turns into Karabo Meso, which is why she was a little bit dazzled. Very nicely bowled from Sabikun Jasmine.
Wicket to wicket bowling. That occasion a bit wider. Karabo Meso throws her hands at it. It just feels like when she tries to reach for balls that are outside the off stump that are a bit wide, that shows a bit of width. I feel that she doesn't really get her body there. She's rather throwing her hands. Much better. Rocks on the back foot, clips down to deep square leg. I think maybe she could just use a bit of an adjustment, because you look in the previous over, she threw her hands at it, might have edged it. We must say there's a bit of a guilty look in her face as she slashed at it. I think she could just put her back foot into it, step right across and get to the delivery rather than just throwing her hands. It's a bit risky as well. Candler looking to come down the wicket and straight to the fielder.
Kind of agree with you. Just throwing the hands. It's easy to throw the hands to a ball that's short and wide and you believe you're going to get an easy result. But if you look at the work that Candler's doing, it's a gorgeous shot, but they have clean protection between the deep square leg and the deep mid wicket. But that's what they need to do. That's what she needs to do as well. Get her feet ready into the game. Anything that's close to her, she's perfect. Timing is perfect. Everything looks good. That's what you're talking about.
Well, yes and no, because the delivery is a lot tighter there. It allowed her to play on the stumps, and the line of the stumps doesn't have to open up her arms. It's that delivery that's a bit wider that then forces her to just throw her hands. It's just a small adjustment. It's not much needs to do, and then she would actually then make connection with the ball and get the shot that she's looking for. Brings us to the end of the 28th over. It's 131 for 2, and look at the current run rate there at the bottom at 4.6 per over. And if they go at about 6 runs per over, looking at 263, which is a good total, really good total on the surface, and an attainable strike rate.
Feels like they'll be a bit disappointed if they don't make it to 250 from this point. Big spaces on the leg side to take ones. It's freebies for Alexandra Candler, that is. And most likely she will use that space. They're bringing in the captain, Desha Biswas. That's exactly what she does. Absolutely no reason why you should leave that much space to someone who plays in those areas.
Yeah, it's so strong in that region. Gotta pluck that area. Make her do something different. Make the change. And I feel like maybe that is not being done at the moment. And a real change needs to be made. Yeah, some thinking.
You see, this is the issue. This is why you need to think outside the box. If you think outside of the box as the captain, now you can start and just clamp up the batting. So it's good bowling, this coming from Desha. It's good bowling to Karabo Meso. Keeping that to 1, because so easily you can stop, you can slip. Just look at how she slipped. it's not a bad plan to Karabo Meso, because it's I think they're exploiting exactly what you were talking about, that if the ball is way too wide, she's not getting her weight behind the ball and she's not getting into the spaces that she wants. So it's smart bowling.
Yeah, and I think for Karabo Misa, I think it's about for her when it's a bit tighter. She has limited shot selections. Then when it's a bit wider, it feels like her eyes light up more than she rather goes for the basics of, okay, let me connect the ball rather. Let me try to get in the middle. Then let me time the ball. She's trying to smash more than anything else when she sees it wide. See again, going with hard hands. Yes, in this occasion she might get a boundary, get the reward, but it doesn't completely look good and complete. The result is the perfect result, but she could do better.
Slightly aerial, was it? Heavy outside of the bat. But a 4 is a 4. The score sheets don't write 4 edged. So she did play that a little bit gingerly. It really was gingerly. Misty could have done a little bit better to stop that, but it was in an awkward bounce for it to go for 4. It's going to be easy pickings for 1. But I actually take you back to her first boundary, Kamva. That full toss that was just outside. That was outside. She just placed it so perfectly down the ground as it rained for 4. It wasn't anything rash, it wasn't anything hard, and you'd think a full toss, that's where you go your hardest. But it just shows that here it's all about timing and working the ball. Last ball of the over. Candler does what she does best. I do not like this field placement from the Bangladeshi. Hopefully they find a way to change it. It's after 29 overs, 138 for 2 for South Africa, with Candler on 55, Meso on 15.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 29 overs, we are 138 for 2. Changes needed in the few fielding settings as we discussed in the last couple of overs for Bangladesh women. We do have a change as well here in commentary. Welcome back, KG.
Thank you, Kamva. Very excited in particular to see Karabo Meso batting. Pendula spoke about earlier when she was a bit younger, she would have just went in first ball and tried to hit the ball. It's a different level that she's playing at now. Kendler comes across again. A bit of a misfill there at square leg, but there is protection on the boundary. So you look at Karabo Meso, having seen her grow up and playing and all of that. I remember last year at the SA20 schools playing for Steyn City. She's got 100 in T20 cricket. But when she was playing with her peers, she was a bit more dominant.
Again, there's that delivery again, once again. We've spoken about it so much in length, but when it's there outside off stump or there's a bit of width, just can't get bat on it. It goes with hard hands. As a coach, KG, how do you correct that slight bit of area? It hasn't hurt us yet. That occasion she gets to the pitch, the delivery connects, takes a single, doesn't really expose that slight bit of technical challenge she may have when she has a ball outside of off stump.
So with that, the easiest thing that you can do, and you just make reference to how Kendler and Smith were betting a bit earlier on, get in line with the ball. Then we are in control. When you're in line with the ball, it's easier for you to control. But on a couple of occasions, you see that we're speaking about getting in line with the ball. That's exactly what Kendler has done in that occasion. So say to Karabo that what needs to happen here is that you need to get in line with the ball, and there you have a bit more control of what you want to do. Yes, on a few occasions, obviously you want to stay outside because you want to hit the ball onto the offside. But that's the thing that just comes with spending as much time as possible on the wicket. See, that time around, almost the same way that Kendler did. Went a little bit across, then that much you are in control. It's like a boxing match. It's like being on a boxing match. When you want to face a boxer, when you want to hit your opponent, you want to go into the opponent, so you want to get your head to the ball. So that's what Karabo Meso needs to do, get a bit more in line with the ball.
Oh, cut away. That one looked much better.
What happens that what will help also with Karabo is whether the ball turns or not. On a couple of occasions when she's tried to be hitting the ball to the offside, it's not really turning. So she finds herself a little bit too far from the ball because she's playing for the turn, going away, hoping that it comes into her, that she can hit it. That last ball, there was a bit more turn onto that ball, so it came a bit more onto her and easier for her to control and hit it onto the offside.
Interesting. As you say. Buildings there. There's Manhattan that is just going up and down. And you see different periods where it's come down and it's come up again. It's come up and down. But the one area though that was still really good. Oh, hit it up in the air. Straight to a fielder.
The one thing about Karabo Meso that needs to do is patience is going to be a lot. And Mpendula mentioned it a bit earlier about somebody that liked to see bat on ball and go over the top quite a couple of times. It's a different level that she's playing at now. When she was playing with her peers, it was much easier for her to dominate and dominate. It's a different level now. Older players, more experienced players. So she's got to understand that she needs to level up and play the game as it comes.
Nice shot there. Beats short fine. Short third rather. And she'll definitely pushing for 2. And she'll get 2 runs there. Okay, you mentioned about her needing to step up now twice, and what is required to do that step up? What are those changes of step up? Because it's we can obviously let her know that she needs to step up, she needs to change, but what does she need to do different from what she was doing in the junior years, going into the senior career now? Potential pro tiers. Maybe that's what's been hindering them from getting that call up more regularly.
Quick single there, good running from Karabo Meso and Kendler. So it is not so much about her stepping up as in like she needs to change who she is type of a thing. It is more of her allowing herself to stay with the game. When she was a bit younger, playing with her peers, as I said, she was a bit more dominant because she was thinking, she could think more ahead. She was more mature than her peers, so she could think more ahead of what she wants to do. I want to hit the ball there, I'm going to do that. So with here, the stepping up is not really for her to now be a different character or try to do things over. The stepping up here is now to understand that I need to move with the game. I need to make sure that I stay with it ball by ball type of a thing. A bit younger could be 2 balls or 3 balls ahead, and most players do that. But now she needs to stay with it and say, ball by ball, I need to take it ball by ball. I'm going to play every ball as it comes.
That one kept a bit low.
Looked like it kept a bit low, and this is what the deceptive of the pitch. It looks a bit green, but because of, we in KZN, the way that it is going to be a bit slower. As we just take a look at that again, that just kept low, just never came up. Karabo Meso was hoping that that would rise a bit more, but that wasn't to be.
That's good running. That's really good running there. Drop and run. Just punches it straight down the ground to mid off and to end the over. 147 for 2. Kind run rate going at 4.7 per over. We had heavily discussed earlier about what is a good score and what they should be looking at. Where do we see they're in a really good position now, 147 for 2. Now we're at just over the half a point with 19 overs remaining. What are the targets in mind? What are the numbers now? At least we know 200 is definitely possible. Maybe 250, even more. What's a good total on this of what you've already seen so far?
Full toss coming down the wicket. Karabo Meso doesn't get the bet that she's looking for. Just the one bounce. Luckily to Pinky, just the one bounce. It is quite a slow wicket, slower than what you think it would be. So I think anything between 240 and 250 would be a very good score. The old cliche, of course, is that where you are on 30 overs in 50 over cricket, you want to double that into the 50 over cricket. But the game has changed.
And I absolutely agree with the doubling, because they've got wickets in hand and they can afford to go for it. And Karabo Meso's taken no time to get herself in. She's faced steady deliveries already on 22, looking positive, moving around. We've been slightly maybe critical of how she can go about her game, but nevertheless she's been able to continue to tick the scoreboard. And that's the more important part. And you can
Karabo
see
coming
now
down once again. This time does get the good bet that she's looking for. One bounce for, very good shot from Karabo Meso. We are talking about her getting into the game and staying with the game, and that's exactly what she's been doing. She does look like she's up for the challenge in this match here, Meso.
Yeah, the confidence is building up now. Second time in this over she's gone down the ground. First time she didn't time it so well. This one, the last straighter, goes past Pinky. And just one bounce for... Seems like she's changing gears now.
Yeah, very wickets in hand, so she can play with the freedom. And that last shot also brought the 150 up for the South African women. A white ball that time around, down the leg. Very strict, the umpires, with anything that is down the leg. And Simona that time turning it into Karabo Meso. Turning a bit too much. What is good that we have seen in this partnership in particular is that often when a wicket comes, you normally see the run rate dropping down because the other batters still trying to get themselves in. But Karabo Meso has kept up with exactly what has been happening. It was about 4.7, 4.74 when she came on. It's gone up a little bit to 4.86.
Ooh, that looks close. That looks close. And the umpire gives it out. Rightfully so. Karabo Meso looking to play a reverse sweep, doesn't get it right. She was doing so well playing straight and looked to change the shot, and it has to now have to walk away. I don't know if that shot was needed. She was looking so good.
Yes, we see that once again. She already made up her mind of what shot she wants to play. Doesn't get to it. It's a good ball there from Simona. Just getting it to go straight. Karabo Meso just unfortunately missing that. I want to say a bit of a commentator's curse that came right after I spoke about how good that she's been going. But unfortunately that time around, 26 from 33, good betting. There was a lot more time for her to keep on betting, as we spoke about how good she has been hitting the ball straight. But that time looking to go a little bit squarer and just unfortunately missing it. So you see that Faye Tunnicliffe coming into betting. She is one of the explosive batters. Had a very good season last year for Western Province, or last season rather. So Faye Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, we do exactly need that kind of batter right now. That'll be able to finish the soak. Tunnicliffe will need to give herself time once again before she unleashes her powers. A right-hand batter, 27-year-old from the Hollowwood Beds.
Well, the good thing about it with Faye Tunnicliffe is that there is still time. Just a dot ball. Good end to the over from Simona, getting a wicket and 2 dot balls in the last 3 balls. Okay, the South African emerging women currently on 154 for 3 in their 32 overs, going at 4.81. At this rate, they get themselves closer to about 230. So as we look at the betting card, currently Khan went earlier, 13 of 17. Kendler still betting, holding it on 59 from 78. Miane Smith unlucky to miss out on her half century, 49 from 64. And Karabo Meso, the last wicket to go down. LBW from Simona, 26 from 33. Fayetana Cliff has joined Kendler, who looks to be playing the anchor role here.
Yeah, we spoke about how important her innings is, and I don't think she will need to be the one that will take the aggression at this point in time. And what a timely wicket as well for Simona to take it in such a time where it was much needed. You could see this was a time where the run rate was picking up. Karabo Meso was feeling comfortable, hence she pulls out the reverse sweep. And then I think that was to her demise, maybe overconfidence in her stroke play. And that must maybe not needed. Maybe a bit of a rush of blood after getting that one, connecting one straight down the ground. So, Fatima, here she comes.
Fatima to continue. Kendler playing her exactly the way that she's been playing her, even in her first spell. Coming across, looking to access that leg side. First up from Kendler, done that. I do not think that the Bangladesh women will be too disappointed with that result of the single, the first ball, especially looking at Fayetana Cliff just got to the wicket. So you want to bowl to the new batter as much as possible early on.
Yeah, that's the way they'll have to go about it now. The Bangladeshi woman emerging. Tana Cliff must face the bulk of the deliveries. And yet again, they can't allow her to also rotate the strike how they allowed Karabo Meso to get her innings going. A lot of the runs she got was through her being able to run between the wickets. Yes, it's very positive, runs hard in between the wickets, but you have to identify when you have an opportunity to get on top or to get a bit of ascendancy in a period of game. It's all about those little phases that you can win in moments. And not just moments, but being able to identify moments that you can come back on top and use your momentum that you have. You can look at that wicket. I wouldn't really say it was a wicket-taking delivery. It was just maybe a poor stroke play that earned them a wicket. But now it's about how they can take this opportunity and pick with both hands and go with it. Single straight down the ground again. Maybe a bit too easy. Say, bring the field up. You want to force a new batter to force the strokes, play over the top. Can't allow them to play straight down the ground.
Yeah, definitely. I think very important, and these are very important innings for a lot of batters for South Africa. We'll speak about that now. Fayetana Cliff just coming to the offside, hitting it to the leg side. Very good shot, or Kendler rather, continuing the same way that she's been going to the offside, accessing that leg side, going down on that one knee, and gets a boundary here for the South African women emerging. It's very important innings as we see that again, going very early, making her intentions early, and there is that gap there on their leg side, and hits it quite nicely there, Kendler.
Yeah.
So your likes of Kendler are people that or batters that have been spoken about the next crop of players to make it to the Protea Women's. So these are very important innings for them because this sets them up quite well, and to see the stock that the South African women cricket has.
And a lot of these South African women have only played against each other in the Pro 15, Pro 20. To be able to expose an international stage is absolutely massive, because now you get a different kind of variation, different kind of bowling, different kind of tempo. Just the atmosphere around you just gets you to experience that international level. And we just look at the graphic down there and talking about how things could progress essentially in the next couple of overs. If they go to 6 per over, looking at 262, looking at 7 per over, 279. I think they'll be probably thinking around in between that 6 and 7 runs per over from now onwards, looking at 100 and 260.
Very good to see Mandla Mashimbie, the coach of the South African women's Proteas team. So very good too. And again, we spoke about checking the stock, or what do you have, what's coming up, and it's a very good platform for him to be able to go and see exactly what's happening. Senior bowler into the attack area to come in. I think it is that time where the Bangladesh women are just looking at, yes, we have to pick up the 3 wickets, 7 wickets for South African women. They're feeling that they are confident to start launching soon. So they want to break this partnership early on.
And as you've mentioned, the dangers that Tunnicliffe possesses. You don't want her to settle. You don't want her to be there in the last 10 overs.
See, she's bowling, looks like gentle off spinners. The very young right arm off break of spinners. Again, just very gentle there. Gives you a lot of time to wait.
How do you pronounce?
A change of attack here to Kendler, looking to change things a little bit. Again, Kendler just keeps on going the same way. She won't be too phased by anything at this moment, Kendler. I mean, she's faced 82 balls so far, so she knows exactly what the wicket is doing. She's read the pace. She's seen the field. She knows exactly where she needs to go about her batting innings.
I think this is Alexander Candler has given you a blueprint of how she's playing the cricket. Heavily leg side, she moves right across, sweeps. Everything is predominantly leg side, and it's clear for you to see. Just plug those areas, force her to do something different. And they haven't even tried her for one bit to see if she can play on the offside or cover drive and bowl to the leg side again.
I think there's a conversation that we had a bit earlier as to what Bangladesh think would be a good score for them to chase, and if they think that 240, which is what we spoke about, which is what the current rate is taking you to, then they're thinking that she's not hitting us too much because she's not hitting the 6s and the 4s.
I get it. You say it's not hurting you and it's not doing much damage, but drying up runs gives you an opportunity to pick up wickets, and I really think they're missing a trick. They could be really doing a few changes, plugging a few areas, and hopefully during this drinks break a few of those conversations will take place on how to bring down those runs and pick up more potential wickets, so by the time they get to the end of the last 10 overs, then it's much harder for South African women emerging to be able to aggress or be aggressive because of the wickets they would have lost or the amount of runs they would have missed out on. And we look at 163 for 3 at the drinks break with about 16 overs remaining. Candler on 65 of just 85 deliveries. Faye Tunnicliffe recently walked in, only faced 6 deliveries. Current run rate still going at 4.79 per over. We did see the graphic a few moments ago that if they do want to get up to that 250 mark, they need to go at about what 6 runs per over, 7 runs per over would be a good way to go, which is attainable.
Yeah, definitely. I think you also want to look at who is to come for the South African women's emerging team. You obviously have the 2 batters here. Do you now say to Kendler that you are the type of a batter that we want you to go right to the end? We do have the explosive batter in somebody like Elise Marin Marks that's still to come a bit later on. She is somebody that goes quite quickly. As we look at the current betting card, Khan went earlier for 13 of 17. Kendler 65, going very nicely, 65 not out of 85. Smith missed out 49 from 64 and Meso 26 of 33. Tunnicliffe 3 of 6. We still got Jones, we still got Max. Seshni Naidu can also hold the bet, so they do still have some batters to come through as we look at the partnership so far. 17 the first one, a very good partnership between Smith and Kendler, 92 of 116. Meso and Kendler getting 45 of 55 at good rate, and the current partnership between Tunnicliffe and Kendler 9 of just the 13 balls.
Yeah, we look at the bowling card. It was Disha who opened it up with Pinky right at the top. The pick of the bowlers has been Pinky. She's really stood up and put her hand up today. Bowling the 6 overs, picked up the 2 crucial wickets of Smith and also Disha. Also really open well. I think bowling in partnerships. I think they bowled really well in partnerships. And then Simona now, she's the one really doing the job with ball in hand. Then you've got Fatima, Latia, Jasmine and Era who will probably be doing a lot of the bulk of the bowling towards the end as well. But it's pretty split at the moment. You look, in the last 15 overs, you still have Disha with 4 overs to go. Pinky still has 4 overs in the last 15. You still have Simone, who's also bowled well. So and they've introduced Era to come in now. So there's still plenty of options to use in the last 15 if anything does go pear-shaped.
Yeah, definitely. I think they do have some stock too. Obviously, Dish has only their captain bowled earlier on, so she can still come back. The only difference now is whether they want to finish off with spin or they want to finish off with pace. But that will also be determined by what they have at the moment or they're faced with in terms of the batters that are coming through. As you said, there's still Leah Jones to come in, Elise Marie Marks, who's quite an explosive batter to come in, and you still also have Seshni Naidu, who's been at international level before. So it's going to be very interesting to see the next 16 overs. Where do they go? Who do they go with? You look at Pinky, it looks like she's bowling in 3 overs possible. 3 overs the first time, picked up a wicket, bowled another 3 overs, picked up a wicket. This would not be a worst time also for Pinky to come back, even if it's for that 1 over, to see if she can pick up another wicket, because every time that she has bowled, she has picked up a wicket. So maybe you want to say as the captain that, let's see, can we get the wicket of Fayetana Cliff a bit early, especially because teams will do their research about their opposition, and you'll know that somebody like Fayetana Cliff is not somebody that you want them to bat for too long. The longer she bats, the more comfortable she gets and the more explosive she gets. So do you want to bring out your strike bowler so far, Pinky, and say, hey, Pinky, can you get us that 1 wicket, get that Tana Cliff out, even if it's just for that 1 over?
To be even bigger, if it would be Kanla. If they get that big wicket of Kanla, that will be right at the spine of the middle order. 2 new batters in the crease. That's gold for Bangladesh. If they see the back of Kanla, they'll know that they're going to restrict South Africa to under maybe 220, 230. Apply pressure and push on. Well, here's your call. You got your call after the drinks break. Batters also have a responsibility to refocus. They have to face the strike bowler in Pinky. You know what she can do? She's got that dangerous ball that can nip back in.
That's exactly what I spoke about. Pinky, you've just had a break. Your tempos are a little bit low. For the batters also, bring in your strike bowler. Let's see if she can get something out of this. That wicket-to-wicket ball, and Fayetana Cliff does the responsible thing, gets herself off strike, knowing that she's facing up to a key bowler. So now that brings Kendler back onto their attack, or batting rather.
Yeah, it's a leg side heavy field as well, with a deep square leg, cow, long on in place, and then long off and covers up, and the short third and short third rather.
Another off cutter, just a little bit aerial, and a bit of a misfill there at extra cover, but doesn't do anything. You understand why they've got a very heavy leg side fill. It is because if you look at the way that Pinky started operating in the previous spell, she started going wicket to wicket, and that's where she got a wicket. So you want to go as straight as possible. With that, you need to protect yourself on the leg side. And South Africa has shown that they like to play on the leg side. Again, as you see, once again, that would have been a wide if she stayed in her position, but she tries to go to the offside. She's not too confident hitting the ball onto the offside. She looks to hit that leg side, and once again, you see, again, trying to pamper that leg side, and that's where all the protection is on the leg side.
Yeah, and I think Pinky, what she will do definitely is push that ball outside of her stump, force her to go face the ball, and that could potentially force an error. Oh, nice shot. Scoops it up in the air. Over fine leg. And only get 1.
I do not think that Bangladesh or Pinky will mind that too much. You keep on bowling that area. As you said, keep on bowling to the offside. Let it try to play something that is out of the ordinary. And that could have so easily ended up in the hands. But it wasn't. Pinky just looks like she is a strike bowler. She's the type of a bowler that you want to bring on when you want to get a wicket, and that's exactly what Bangladesh have done. To bowl to Fayetana Cliff, 2 balls to go. Can you keep her on strike? Can you get the wicket?
But you see the difference with Tana Cliff, the confidence in playing to the offside. And I think where they can actually frustrate Alexandra Cannon is by actually against the spin. You can see with the spin she wants to move across a bit slower. She has more time to step across and sweep. And if they can plug the leg side a bit more against spin, then I think it might be a slight bit more difficulty with her playing to the offside. It's just changing thinking and changing tactics might get that wicket. Another one keeps low.
That looked like a very tight call there from the Empire, or lack of call rather from the Empire. Very tight. Look like, let's just have a look at it again from different angle. Oof, that looks like just on the line, just on the line. So not a bad call there from the Empire.
Yeah,
it's one of those benefit of the doubt to the bowler.
Just over the line, and maybe cut back in the last moment, which maybe may have swayed the decision of the umpire in the last moment. At the end of the 35th over, 15 overs remain, score at 165 for 3, current run rate at 4.7. Alex Candler still the glue in the crease at 66 with 88 deliveries. Error to continue, hit straight just over her fingertips, and fumble. Tough effort to stop that one, but we'll go all the way to the boundary and take Alex Candler to the 70s.
A very good shot there from Candler, coming down the wicket, hitting it as straight as possible. Should have probably been stopped, but that's probably the best place to try and hit. Pinky, after bowling the previous over, just not getting down quick enough to stop it.
Reverse hit, and might be another boundary, depending if the field can get there in time.
Just 2 runs that time around. Didn't get as much bat as what she was looking to get. Very good game so far here. I'm sure the viewers out there are also enjoying seeing the South African women emerging team in action.
Straight again, maybe not as straight and hit as hard this time. Pinky will be there to be able to cover.
Must say also, this is quite commendable from the two nations, even from ICC, to have a bit more of these games. We have spoken about how much we want to see, or how much we are seeing the game of cricket, women's cricket in particular, growing. So this is part of ensuring that the game keeps on growing with this kind of matches. This is something, if you go 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you hardly ever saw any emerging matches playing, or inbound tours or outbound tours. But we're seeing more and more of that. So very good here from Cricket South Africa and Bangladesh and ICC to have these games going on.
I think we need to just take it on the exact point. I think we might even take it a little bit a step back. We look at the likes of the Pro 20 and the Pro 50. You probably wouldn't be able to do these kind of tournaments or series because of the fact that we don't have those ground rules where we have the women's playing the Pro 50 and Pro 20. So they do have that platform now at club level to be able to perform here at this stage. And not just that, but it now creates a bigger crop of players, larger groups, and now can have an SA Women's plus the SA Emerging. Then you're allowed to have ourselves to have a big squad, more options and more depth as a country.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is very important. You go to a place like India, for instance, they've got probably 3 very strong teams that they can put up at any time to play against anyone. All the way from the under-19 level coming up. I remember about 2 years ago when the under-19 team was going to the World Cup, they went to India to play against India as warm-up to prepare for their tournament in Malaysia. India put up 2 strong under-19 teams to play against South Africa in a tri-series. So the only way that you can be able to do that is to have more of these games. And as you spoke about, the Pro 50 and the Pro 20, professionalizing the women's cricket in South Africa has really helped a lot, so that you can see a bit more players coming through the system. It's not easy now to miss anyone because of the platforms that have been put up. As we see Pinky to continue, didn't get the wicket in the previous over.
Yeah, Pinky. I think the risk, I think you spoke about wanting to get Pinky on, you got exactly your call. The risk with having Pinky here now in the second over and getting into the 8th over. Ooh, good delivery. Yorker, but sliding down leg. And start for Pinky. And I think the rest of this is that if the other bowlers don't come around, who do you use at the end? Because you still got Candler, which is maybe they're thinking that you want to get her out fair. And if you don't get it right, who do you then bowl at the end?
I think the one thing about
Oh, sorry.
You almost want to look at, if you bring on Pinky, she has to pick up a wicket. Otherwise, if she doesn't pick up a wicket, then that means that the plan has failed. Good shot, very good shot from Faye Tunnicliffe. No need for any fielder to move that time around. Piercing that cover, hitting it through the extra cover. Very good shot here from Faye Tunnicliffe. Working out nicely here for the South African women emerging. As Bangladesh has brought up their main bowler. Faye Tunnicliffe just going down and slightly going across, opening that offside, hitting it to that extra cover. Very good shot.
The standing shot that is. Instead, Pinky is leaking runs now. Short or good bouncer. Haven't seen too many of those today. Pretty accurate as well. Bit of gas behind it.
And that is the importance of the shot that Faye Tunnicliffe has played, is that now it is said to Pinky that you need to, you have to change a little bit to try and get something. So as you said, in the 37th over, then we start seeing a bouncer. That means that the batter is actually the one that is in control, because it's making the bowler change the plan that they would have put up front.
Steps right across Scanlon. She's done that all innings. Searching for that leg side. Demanding it. And Bangladesh women emerging have had no answers to that. All game long, she steps right across and hits them. I haven't even seen even a tactic to try, maybe as they pick up. As a bowler, you can see, or you can kind of predict that she might be doing some sort of movement. Target that leg stump. Do something different. Plug that leg side. I felt like they haven't really responded to any of that. Run rate creeping up at 4.9 now. Nice looking shot.
And that is the difference that Faye Tunnicliffe has brought in, where when Kendler was bowling, that's where when Kendler is batting, and that is where it becomes very, very confusing for the bowler now, because Kendler looks to pamper the leg side, but Faye Tunnicliffe is comfortable playing either side of the wicket. She's willing to stay and hit it onto the offside, where Kendler actually comes around. So you almost have to keep on changing your field according to the batter that is on strike.
And that's purely the captain's responsibility right there. Yes, exactly. Could have gone for a Yorker leg stump Yorker there. Could have found her in trouble. You could see all three stumps. And I'm saying that because she really backs herself playing on the leg side and clipping that one away. So she's showing them the stump for them to bowl exactly there. But she could catch her out. You really could. And as we come to the end of the 37th over, run rate going up once again at 4.9 per over at 183 for 3. Candler on 76 of 95 deliveries. Pretty good strike rate. Might just climb up. Tunnicliffe on 11 of just 14. Change in bowling, and there'll be a change in commentary.
Yeah, change in bowling in the 38th over. Definitely see Bangladesh looking to get a wicket somewhere. 4.95 the current run rate that will take South Africa to about 250 on. Not a lot of times in the 38th over that you'd see a change in bowling and a new bowler coming in. Misty coming in to bowl at first over, as we welcome Pendulo back into commentary.
Come on, Misty! Demo ball
Oh. Very good shot. Very good shot from Kendler. Very gentle ball there from Misty first up, allowing Kendler to just go back, hit it to that cow corner. A boundary, 80 of 96 she moves on to.
Just rocking back to that back foot. It was a very straight ball, but she's been there for hours. And she plays it so well.
আকাশ থেকে নামাও ঠিক আছে এই আকাশ থেকেই নামাও
She's playing really well. That cow corner hasn't had any rest. And I really don't like Bangladesh haven't protected the mid-wicket at all against Kendla.
ঠিক আছে চলো কেটে চলো
We've been speaking about it for the whole innings that she's been playing. She's just making use of that mid-wicket area. And from a captaincy perspective, you want to stop the areas where she scores the most. And I feel like the Bangladeshis have not countered that at all. And the simple solution is putting a mid-wicket, making them shorter and shorter, and making Kandla uncomfortable in using those balls.
Bit of a security guard being naughty there in front of the sight screen. Just hang up. The one thing that you've seen for the first 4 balls from Misty is that she's just going to bowl gentle. She's going to try to force you to use as much power, as possible and get a mistake. She is just bowling it slowly, looping it up, giving it all the air, all the time.
আকাশ থেকে এটা নামা ভালো
The thing is then, if the pitch is not giving you any assistance just like this one, you have to be able to vary your pace, vary your trajectory, play a little bit with the crease. You can't be all samey because they're going to eventually latch onto it like that. Neat little fielding being done at the covers. Faye Tunnicliffe comes in for 2. 192, 190 for 3 after 38. And now for the first time the run rate actually gets to 5. And it's been growing steadily ever since the partnership between Miane Smith and Alex Kandla.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that the South African women emerging are in control of the proceedings here. It's almost like they've put themselves in a position where they can dictate the exact pace that they want to go at. As we look at currently they'll go at 250. They push it up to 6 and over they go at 262. You would think that 274 is probably a thought process that's going through the South African emerging at the moment. They still do have 7 wickets in hand. They've got a Kentler that has been there for quite a while. If she bets through, they can get to the runs they're looking for. Faye Tunnicliffe, we know how explosive she can get through at the end. So I wouldn't even rule out them looking at about 280, closer to 290 because of the wickets that they have. Only 12 overs are left.
100%. It wouldn't be even an issue if that was the case because Faye Tunnicliffe scored 100 in the Pro 20 last season as well. She's genuinely one of those players who feels like she missed out on the World Cup because she has done everything well. Just having a little bit of technical issues with our cameras. We will get the feedback straight back to you. A little bit of apologies there.
Yeah, the engineers are busy working on the problem that we experience. It's one of those things, technology, isn't it?
Hey, technology, technology.
Yeah.
But
But
Tunnicliffe will really is one of those players who has a couple of 50s and has 100. We're gonna go to an ad break and come back to you real quick.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
Habiba Isha Pinky. She has 2 of those wickets. Habiba Pinky, the 17-year-old, a very key wicket of Miane Smith, who was on 49 runs, and she was destined for a big score. And she received a peach from Habiba Pinky. Alexandra Candler still out there on 82 runs, playing a classic Alexandra Candler innings Karabo Meso, she was looking ominous. I feel like that's the dangerous type of Karabo Meso. That's why she was part of that 45-run partnership. The importance of Alex Candler in holding anchor for this entire innings. 92-run partnership between her and Meane Smith. And Faye Tunnicliffe has just arrived onto the crease, KG, and all of a sudden this partnership between the two of them is already on 38 runs.
Yeah, I think importantly for Faye Tunnicliffe understood what is in front of her, that she needs to keep the momentum going, and she's exactly done that. And as we go through the bowling card rather for Bangladesh women, Disha 6 overs not for 26, and Pinky the strike bowler so far 8 overs 2 for 44.
Can we run through highlights maybe? Is it possible?
Just giving the editor a moment to get the highlights package together, then we can pick up on commentary. Can you refresh that to the scorecard?
We're back live. The pictures have been restored with a good team here at Mega Live, making sure that we can continue covering the game, bringing to you Kendler, 83 of 103.
She's faced over 100 deliveries now, Alexandra Candler. And she's done really well for her 84. She can easily catch up with the amount of balls that she has. Our engineers have worked hard to bring our pictures back. Thank you for your patience. Our wonderful viewers watching with us. They're just going to run for one there. South Africa get their way close to 200. And I think when they get to 200 with 10 overs to go, so much can be done for them. The potential of 300 now even becomes on the cards.
No, just the ball. Definitely, when you go into the last 10 overs to go with 10 overs to go with 7 wickets in hand, you've still got the explosive Faye Tunnicliffe, you've still got the explosive Elise Marie-Marx to come a bit later on. So there's a bit of more freedom that the batters can go with for South African women emerging here.
Top into the air. This might be issues. Just climbs over Misty. Candler will just have her heart on her throat momentarily, but she's all good now. They take one to end the over. 199 for 3 after 40.
Yeah, with Candler just going back there, looking to force the pace a little bit, as we said, Misty ball slow, and just got a bit of a top edge there. Luckily for her, it wasn't in the air for long enough for Misty to go back and catch it. Bit of a moment there that Candler will be looking to put that behind her. 10 overs to go, 199 for 3.
This innings has all been about partnerships. Everything has been about partnerships, and that's why South Africa are able to be where they are right now. Just a touch under 5 runs to the over on 199 for 3. Candler gives the wicket away. Oh, that is the end of what has been a wonderful innings. Out of all the places she could have placed the ball, she placed it right into the hands of the fielder at Sean Fine-Leg, and it is the end of what has been a fantastic display of batting. 85 runs from Alexandra Candler.
Yeah, very good batting from Alexandra Candler. Unfortunately, that time around, there isn't enough pace for her to get that over that short 45, and that was just ever so gently to the fielder at short 45, making it a very easy catch. But nonetheless, a very good innings from Candler. 85 from 106 has definitely laid the platform here for South African women emerging to really put a good score on the board.
I think that also in how she was playing, She was really going for that 100. Look at that, 6 fours. So only 24 runs came from her boundaries, which means 61 times she was running up and down, up and down. That is a phenomenal innings, especially at the top of the order. That's the type of innings you want your anchor to play. Low risk and high percentage run scoring.
Definitely, it is something that we spoke about a little bit earlier on, that they keep on rotating the strike. And we spoke about how easy it was for Kandla in particular, looking at the way that the field has been set up. On the leg side, she just kept on plugging, going for ones and twos. But nonetheless, that has seen the end. And with that, it brings Nondumiso Shangase to the strike. The most experienced player, you would say, probably for the South African women emerging.
She has moments where her ability to bat shows up and she can play cameo innings, Shangase.
It's a good thing also for Shangase that she is at home also, so she would be very accustomed to the conditions because that's exactly where she is from, so she would know how to play in these areas.
And she doesn't need to try much, to be very honest. She doesn't have to do much. It's good communication from Faye Tunnicliffe to keep them down to just one. That brings up the 200 as well for the South African women emerging. She doesn't have to do too much. I think the platform has been laid by what every other batter before her has been doing. Work the ball, run. The boundary balls will come.
Yeah, definitely. I think Shangase has got a bit of time. There's 10 overs. Yes, you think that it's only 10 overs, but you can give yourself about an over or two just to see what's happening. Get the pace. Let Faye Tunnicliffe, who's been there for longer, to be the one that's dictating on the other side.
It's good. What Faye Tunnicliffe, Garabo Meso, Yasmin Khan even were able to do really well, including Miane Smith, is that they did not allow the boundary deliveries to go to waste. When they saw the ball is hittable for a 4, they would pounce on that. And I think now with the loss of Alex Kandla, both these players, especially Tunnicliffe, must not be afraid to punish bad balls should they come. That's an excellent shot from Tunnicliffe. That is beautifully done. She finds the gap. She creates the runs for herself, for Faye Tunnicliffe. This is exactly what she needs to do as she smashes it for 4.
Yeah, very good shot from that time around from Faye Tunnicliffe. Just coming down ever so slightly, just opening the face a little bit. A bit of a bounce there that made the middle fielder to be too far from the ball. But a very, very good shot here from Faye Tunnicliffe. That is something that is very exceptional about her, and in women's cricket that we don't see a lot. She's very comfortable hitting the ball hard on the offside.
She does play a classic brand of cricket. At the end of the day, for a franchise Western Province, she does open the batting at the top of the order. I would have expected her to actually open up with Alexandra Kandla in this game, but given the diversity of the players, it means that the coaches can try out different combinations on how to work. But after 41 overs here, South Africa women emerging 204 for 4.
Yeah, definitely. But Faye Tunnicliffe probably maybe in the T20s we might see, as we see at the betting card. Good starts from everyone. Khan got a bit of a start. Kandla batted very well. Should have went on to go that 100 Miane Smith. Unfortunately, just falling for 49. Garabo Meso also a good start. Just didn't capitalize on it. Tunnicliffe has started very well. 21 from just the 24. Shangase just joined her now. 1 of 2 with 9 overs to go. 54 balls to go in this innings.
Very nicely done by Misty. Undone by the lack of pace from her. And I think the important thing as well with that particular delivery is the length that she bowled. Because so often they just overpitch the ball because of the lack of pace. That one allowing the grip and the bounce. It actually got a bit of turn as well for Misty.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that she is looking to do is to try to force the batters to exert as much power as possible onto the ball. So she bowls very gentle, slow. Oh, another slow one. It's as if like she's bowling hit me balls, hit me if you can type of a thing. So if you're a batter that's looking to force things, you might find yourself in trouble just hitting the ball up because of the lack of pace that she's giving.
She's bowling what we call our moon balls. On their way to the pitch. Misses out on that one. It's a beautiful shot from Nondumiso Shangase. She reads the line very quickly. She's down on the sweep very nicely, and it goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Very good shot there from Nondumiso Shangase. She just made sure that she allows the ball to get in line with her, and then she just hits it in the same line that it came from instead of forcing it anywhere else. There was a bit of a gap there, and she hit it down. Very good from Nondumiso Shangase.
This is definitely not where Misty wanted to bowl that ball, because she has no protection for that kind of delivery. Goes into the offside. Looked like she was trying to steal the single. No way she's going to take one from there. Coach Mandla Mashimbi, Coach Conrad, one of the lead selectors, and Nondumiso Shangase is gone into the stumps. Beautiful bowling for Misty.
Yeah, good, beautiful ball in there from Misty. Clinton from Western Province, the head selector or the convener of selectors here with Mandla Mashimbi, as we just see that again, a bit too full for Shangase to be sweeping that. Bit of a Yorker there. So unfortunately not getting any bat to it. But this is, like we said, we spoke about the head coach a bit earlier, but Clinton Dupria currently also the convener of selectors, ensuring that he can also see what's coming up, who are the next players that are coming into the system.
Humble man, Mr. Clinton. When I was traveling with the Proteas women, I'm like, who's this man who we're having breakfast with? Like, no, I'm the bus driver of the Proteas women. I'm like, you're the bus driver, don't you have such a cool job? So I wasn't surprised to see him all the time. Next thing, he's having big conversations with big people. And then, as we were nearing closer to the World Cup, he was very involved in ensuring that the squad is the way that it is. Tons of meetings with the media as well. Part of the reasons why Leah Jones, at only 24 years old, got her debut this season as well for the Proteas. She's been fantastic for SWD, their captain. And it was only a matter of time until Leah Jones made it into a Protea jersey. So she's one of the players that Coach Mashimbi and Dupria are looking at. Nice little googly. She has good variety of skills here, Misty. She keeps you guessing, in and out, in and out, in and out. But the most important thing here, she gets the wickets of Nondumiso Shangase. It's 211 for 5 after 42 overs.
Yeah, definitely. I think Misty has done what she has brought into the attack to do, picking up a wicket. Very big wicket. Probably bat until the end, but that wasn't the case. Speaking about Clinton Dupre, he's got a very interesting job also at the KFC Mini Cricket National Seminars. He's actually the fines master.
He'll be throwing fines to Mia Naismith for that one run she couldn't get to 54 probably. Misty, the last wicket she took was of that of Nondumiso Shangase. Wasn't looking too bad, but it was the sweep shot that did her, losing her wickets to a straight one. Jasmine, with 2 overs to go. Leah Jones can bat. She's an all-rounder. She's going to come back for 2 runs. No! Faith Honeycliff needed to make it back home. Just a little bit of miscommunication between the 2 batters, but still 212 for 5.
The one thing that you're going to see a lot also, Leah Jones is very athletic. So she's going to be pushing, as we see that once again. running for that single. Bit of a misfield. Faye Tunnicliffe was keen to come back, but Leah Jones was not interested. Not even looking at Faye Tunnicliffe. Luckily, she's nice and tall, so can get that good dive in.
Yeah, just not the communication with the partner there a little bit iffy, because even in the way that Leah Jones was turning for the run, it seems like she was eager for the second, because she was taking a look at where the field is, and so Faye Tunnicliffe trusted her, but it's really good that she called her back right on time and she was able to make it back home. Faye Tunnicliffe, one of the best fielders in the country. You would liken her to the likes of Laura Wolfart on the field. Absolutely athletic, just like the Bangladeshis right now. Just look at her physique as well, a proper athlete's body. Faye Tunnicliffe. And an athletic shot down the ground.
Easy single down the ground for Faye Tunnicliffe. 23 from the 27. Leah Jones just joined her a couple of deliveries ago. Currently at a strike rate of 100, but just the 2 balls that she has faced. But definitely
and this has been a good over from Jasmine. The issue's just been every other over there's been a boundary ball, so hopefully at this moment she can complete this over very well. Just 2 more balls. Good running. I feel like if Bangladesh find themselves a little bit too short of runs that they would need in their batting, they will come back and question the amount of singles that they gave away in the innings. It's just been way too many singles, not forcing the South African batters to do something out of the books. Over the top, Faye Tunnicliffe is going to be 1.
yeah, and you've got to think that's the kind of shot that we'll see. 2 runs, very good running. That's what we spoke about Leah Jones, that she'll be looking to push those 1s into 2s, especially this time of the innings where the fielders might have felt that they've been there for quite some long. 43 overs, a bit tired. They're now on their heels rather than their toes, so it might be easier now for Leah Jones to come in and push those 1s into 2s.
It's 216 for the loss of 3. It's very nicely done to take over the job of Alexandra Candler. Faye Tunnicliffe has just molded herself into that role now. And I think the important thing for Leah Jones on the other side is protecting her wicket, but also making sure that Faye Tunnicliffe gets the majority of the strike. She is hitting the ball well, and out of the remaining set of batters remaining, she is the most skilled in scoring runs. And so Leah Jones's job here, get to the other side and get yourself Faye Tunnicliffe into field. It's a poor delivery from Fatima. Very poor delivery. It's going to run to the 3rd boundary. Leah Jones coming back for number 2. It's going to be 3 wides.
Yeah, definitely. I think the South African women would enjoy that, having not to do any job, but still get the 3 runs as we see a bit of field placings. We do have that point, that shot 45, 3rd man rather, and a extra cover and somebody on the offside field. So they're looking to ball to the offside. That another thing also, it's a very good over so far from
I guess it just it registered on the other mic. My bad.
you see there's a bit of a delay here with one of the umpires looking to fix up the boundary. Boundary was extended quite a little bit there. So the umpire coming across just to make sure that it's still at the where it should be. Multi-talented umpires would say, not just umpires, also ground staff, ensuring that the boundary is at the right position. We see Simone Lawrence on the field also to just help with getting some refreshments. Probably a bit of a message, a very good time, you would say, for the coaches to send a message to the batters. 7 overs to go. What's the target? What are you really keen to get at? So that Leah Jones and Fayetana Cliff know exactly what the target the team is thinking about. Is it a 260? Is it a 270? Should we be going at 8 to the over? So it's a very good time for the 12 and the 30 player to come on and just give a bit of instruction that's coming from the dugout.
It helps that it really helps that the first ball were 3 wides, which means that in effect with the first ball South Africa scored a boundary.
Yeah.
And now they have 5 runs with the first 2 balls. So Bangladesh are not doing themselves any favors with some of their ill discipline. It was a really bad ball from Fatima.
Ooh, just hanging back there and given. The umpire says that's going on to hit the wickets. Leah Jones was just looking back, wasn't too sure what's happening, but umpire says that's out, that's hitting the wickets, another LBW.
That is unfortunate for Leah Jones. Especially with the ball not turning, it just goes straight down the line. Then loses her wickets. It's very nicely done for Fatima. Just see the ball just grip a little bit and turn straight up. Would have hit 2 leg. That's the end of Leah Jones on 4. 221 for 6.
Leah Jones just departing there. That looked like it was a very good call there from the umpire, and with that brings on Elise Marie Max to the batting crease. This is a perfect time for her to come on because she can really hit the ball. The platform has been laid. 221 for 6. Just about 6.5 overs to go. Elise Marie Max coming in. We spoke about how important, especially this kind of series, will be for her. Having lost her contract with the Protea woman, she will be looking to impress. If you give her anything outside the off stump, just over that extra cover, she's very lethal in that area.
She's supremely strong, Elise Marie Max. And relatively young for the posture that she carries and the body she carries. Only 23 years old, Elise Marie Max. The big advantage that she'll have is that her bowling last season was top-notch. She really bowled well, protected the Titans in tough areas, was getting 2 to 3 wickets willy-nilly, Elise Marie Max. So performances in innings like these and in series like these where the coaches are still showing confidence in her in some way or the other, she needs to repay that with decent performances and not look at this as just another game or it's not the process. Actually take this as a game that is just like that. After 44 overs, we're on double Nelson, 222 for 6 after 44 overs.
Funny enough, you speak about her posture and how strong she is and stuff. Her nickname is actually Tlenki. As commanding as she looks, but they call her Tlenki. And with that, I'll be leaving commentary with Kamva coming back into commentary.
Kamva Nyigana back with us. Up into the air by Elise Marie Max. At least it's in the open space. Simona's going to bring that back from the deep for just a single, bringing Faith Honeycliff back onto the strike, just like the commentary is bringing back Kamva on the mic.
Yeah, we're getting to right now. So the final parts of this innings, where South Africa women emerging will look to unleash their powers and finish powerfully and look towards that 250, 270 mark.
They're going to need to bat at 8 runs to the over. It's not a bad start to this over with 2 runs. Ball keeping a little bit low. They're going to run for 2. Just 1 rather. It's going to be the 3rd single of the over. And it's a question of can they find a boundary with the last 3 balls, which they have been able to do very nicely every other over. But it's not going to work. Faith Tunnicliffe opens the wide line to her stumps, and then she just hesitates on what she needs to do, and she loses her wicket. Bowled by Jasmine.
Yep, good wicket. Timely wicket, that is. Set batter at the end, that's what you want to do. That will save you plenty of runs. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, maybe showed too much of her stumps. Moved away, trying to create some room for herself. Couldn't make a connection. And if you move away in that fashion and then you play a defensive stroke, I don't know.
She was absolutely unclear on what her plan was. And I think what also undid her is the fact that the surface is now starting to dry up a little bit. So it's starting to grip the ball a bit more. She didn't play for spin. She didn't play for a ball that turns. And the ball did jag back away from her bat. And that is the end of her innings. So the ball is starting to turn. And so it makes sense that the next batter who's going to come in is the very talented Luyanda Nzuza. She might be coming in at number 9, but best believe Nzuza can bat. Very skillful 20-year-old. Was watching some of her work when she traveled to Japan with the Titans. Didn't have a good time, the Titans, but Nzuza was contributing with the bat every single match. What can she do here? Starts us off with being off the mark. Good call. As Bangladesh were closing that ball down, she's off the mark.
Very busy at the creases. Very, very busy. She doesn't really get bogged down at the crease or look for those singles. Look to run hard between the wickets. Does have the ability to get the boundaries. Very aggressive batters, Luyanda Nzuza, as you've mentioned, can hold the bat.
Jasmine completes her spell of bowling as well. 10 overs, 2 for 39. Her 2 wickets coming, Alexandra Candler, very important wicket at 85. Tunnicliffe on 27. So she got really key wickets because it's Faye Tunnicliffe who was on her way to get to 100, and it was Faye Tunnicliffe on her way to build the last 10 overs of South Africa to see where they're going to end up. So Jasmine with very important wickets. Now it's going to be important for Marks and Nzuza to try and get at least 6 runs to the over with these last ones. Get South Africa to 260, and they know that they can bowl to a score that is 260. Oh. Gone! The ball slides with the hand and takes Luyanda Nzuza's leg stump. She had no clue about the ball not spinning. Now she will have no way to score runs as she loses her wickets. 226 for 8.
Yeah, wickets continue to fall. Another big one. Luyanda Nzuza unfortunately has to walk off. Look to rock back on the back foot. Opens the stumps a bit too much and crashes into that leg stump. And celebrations all around. Oh, brilliant delivery. Bit of a slider.
this is going to be really difficult now to judge what's going to happen. Zuza's gone for one with a ball that slides with the arm. But when we look at Faye Tunnicliffe's wickets on the other end, she played for the ball that doesn't spin, and it gripped and turned and missed her outside edge, hitting her stumps. So we have variable spin on the surface, variable grip. That is going to cause a pain for the batters, because now you don't know if the ball is going to spin or not, and that's going to give you problems with which line you're supposed to be playing. Seshini Naidu is in at number 10, just 20 years old. Seshini Naidu at 18, back in the 2024 T20 World Cup, she was selected for the South African squad, so she does have some experience. Seshini Naidu.
Nice fight back here. Credit to Bangladesh women for really just finding ways to turn things around for them. It's just put a grip on things and squeeze everything out, and the spin also.
Marks keeps on using that little space that's being created by the Bangladeshis in the cow corner. And I think Naidu must also look for the same thing. Just play the ones, and then in the next over you start trying to see if you can attack. Unless if the opportunity arises.
That ball, those are golden at this time. They've really controlled these last 10 overs here. Have Bangladesh. Haven't allowed South Africa to get away with it.
Up into the air by Seshini. It's going to just bounce to the cow corner. It's going to be a single to end over number 46. Should you have taken a run? We don't know, but it doesn't matter. They take one. It's 229 for 8. The one thing that I really enjoyed is that when we were looking at Manhattan, South Africa were able to recover after wickets. But they aren't able to do that now because of the frequency in which they lose their wickets. For a long time, it was only Habiba Pinky who was on 2 for 44. It was only Pinky. And now, all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4 batters have gotten wickets. Fatima with 2, Jasmine with 2, Misty with 1, Sumona with 1. And the run rates have been under control as well, except for Lata, who's not been bowled after her 4 overs. They really have controlled it, haven't they? There's 4 overs remaining now in the innings. 250 should be the mark for South Africa now. Just a psychological win.
Yeah, that'll be absolutely massive.
Makes sense that they bring Habiba Pinky. And she almost came on with a wicket. I must say the other bat bowlers did come into play and helped the captaincy to manage Habiba Pinky much more easier rather than wasting her overs earlier on.
Yeah, we spoke about that and how we felt that she was brought on again for a second time around the 35th over, 38th over to bowl that over number 7 and 8. And then with that change now, and we felt it was a bit too early, which maybe we would prefer to bowl a lot later. But now it's worked out perfectly for her to bowl these last 2 overs here right at the death.
Tons of slower balls must be the name of the game. That's how she got some of her wickets. Pace up, Alice Marie Marks. She might be in trouble here. Oh, and she has been put down. You don't get wickets and catches which are easier than that. And it's the captain herself who drops the ball. So she has no one to blame but her.
Oh, man. It was up in the sky for a long time. She had plenty of time to watch that hit directly up in the air. She just had to wait for it, position herself. And I think maybe the time she had to wait, she had too much time to think about it. And popped out. It was in and out.
you're an international player, Gamva, you should be taking those catches. There's no way that those are catches that should be dropped. And it would have led Bangladesh to 1 wicket closer to wrapping up the innings versus South Africa. We're speaking about a confidence boost for South Africa if they get to 250. What about the confidence boost that Bangladesh gets should they bowl out South Africa in their own home turf? Moments like those really count. Full toss. Superbly connected from Elias Marie Marks. That's going to run away for 4 and get the punishment it deserves.
Yeah. Lovely stroke. Got it on the 4 and found the gap with some precision. Look at that. Opens up her body. And lovely stroke.
It's strange that they have removed that deep extra cover. She was doing a lot of weight carrying in protecting the boundaries. Now they've let her out and they consistently bowling the ball outside the off stump and full. Just question what the tactic might be. She goes to the leg side this time. At least there is protection though in deep square leg.
Yeah, hit that one really well down to deep square. If there's no cover on the boundary, they would have certainly gone for 4. 237 for 8. 1 ball remaining in the 47th.
It's going to be a wide delivery. It's understandable why she's trying to push the ball so far wide, but I wonder with the execution, this over now is going to be a double digits over. It's currently given away 9 runs. It's a lot of runs to give away at the back end of the innings. They're 12 runs away from getting that 250. It's a nice delivery from Habiba Pinky. Straight inside middle stump. They're going to come back for number 2. It's very smart from Elias Marie Marks. She's the one who's going to press the accelerator. It's 240 for 8.
Yeah, that's good running to finish the over. 240 for 8. 18 balls remain.
Now, just look at something here. For the first couple of wickets, South Africa were able to recover all their partnerships. From the first wicket, that's 23rd over wicket, they consistently recover. But from the 41st over, look at the frequency of the wickets that have fallen. And that's the reason why South Africa are not unable to get to that 270, 280 mark. The lesser skilled batters are now in action trying to get the run rates to about 8 runs to the over. There's only been 1 over 8 runs to the over in the last 10. So they need more of those overs.
Depending on how these last couple of overs go, they can still get over that 150, maybe potentially to 160 if they really get a big push here in the final last 18 deliveries. Misses it all, ends up.
You spoke about this earlier on, Gamva. Way earlier on, beginning of the match, about trying to overhit the ball. You're going to lose your shape. You're going to lose your balance. You're not going to be able to generate power. I think you were speaking about it about Karabo Menso.
Yeah.
And this is what's happening right now with Elias Marie Marks. She's just throwing the bat in the hopes that it's going to make a connection. And when she does make a connection, she finds the fielder.
It's like they're not looking to truly place the ball. They're looking to power it. And sometimes it's about placement and timing. This game of cricket is just about using your skill sets.
Has to go up the air. She has to go up into the air. The way it goes. Big hits from Elias Marie Marks. It's gonna be it's gonna be boundaries and runs for Elias Marie Marks. And the thing is, Everyone is tight, so she goes over the top. Fantastic work.
Yeah, went for power. Got all of it. All the way to the cow corner. And great muscling of that shot. That'll be a 6. Still can't get around that 260 mark. We spoke about it when the run rate was hovering around 4.5, that we need to be around 6.
Up top edge. That's what they needed. The extra cover should be there, just protecting the boundaries. Very nicely done. Last ball of the over. But how good was the cameraman in capturing that ball flying over for 6 by Liz Marie Marks? Welcome to Mega Live. Fatima with the last ball. It's going to go to the covers as well. That extra cover is a very important field when a slow surface. And that is the end of over number 48. There's 2 more overs to go. How much will South Africa get to at Chatsworth Oval?
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
None of these ladies can relax like Benny McCarthy. They need to smash that ball. They need runs. At least now they're getting close to that 250. Habiba Pinky on her final over. She's bowled quite well. She bowls to Seshini Naidu. Pulled in front of square. They're going to keep it into 2 runs. Just didn't get enough connection, Seshini Naidu. But it's runs that count.
Yeah. Looking very positive, South Africa. That will take them up to 250 now. 250 up at a crucial time with 11 deliveries remaining. Psychological figure, that is.
So now 270 might be on the cards as well. Good slash from Seshini Naidu. Deep extra cover is there. Smart positioning. So let's see what Liz Marie Marks can do.
Yeah, you saw a power in the previous over. Hit 1 massive 6 down in deep cow. Should be thinking only runs now. You can even see the intensity in the running between the wickets. They're always thinking 2 now. Anything that goes down to the deep, they're thinking 2.
Have to maximize those runs now. And Pinky is giving her the pace. Completely misses it. It's brave bowling from Pinky because that is definitely in the slot. If she didn't shift her weight to the leg side, she was going to make clean connection.
Yeah, I think she kind of identified him, saw Liz Marie Marks giving herself room, and then so pushed the ball away from her. Look at that. Stepped away and pushed the ball a bit wider, forced her to reach at it, and it's so hard when the ball gets away from you to get the right connection. Smart bowling.
Slows it down. It's up into the air, and it's well caught. Shati takes the catch. Liz Marie Marks, who was going to be the danger lady, now loses her wicket. She was destined for something big, but now she's gone.
Yeah, she looked to go in the same angle, same direction, and good following from the cameraman as well. And a brilliant catch. Easy catch at the end. Liz Marie Marks looking to go huge and big the same direction, but doesn't get the connection this time around. She has to walk off for 17. Only 1-6 and 1-4 in that innings, going to a strike rate of 106. Good strike rate. Nice little bit of a flurry at the end. Nice cameo. Getting a team over that 250 mark. I think it's a good score to defend.
And especially now that we've seen slowly that the surface is getting drier. As it's getting used, it's getting more grippier. And if it's doing that, it means that the surface is getting slower. So it's going to be harder to score. Thabiseng Nene comes in, the Northwest Player of the Year. Kagiso spoke about her earlier on. She's now shifted allegiance. They're going to come back for 2 runs. Do they make it home? Seshni Naidu makes it home. Brave and strong running.
Yeah, brilliant running between the wickets. Spoke about it a few balls ago that every single run we'll be thinking of 2 now. And nice intense run between the wickets puts the fielders under pressure, and good communication between the two batters.
Good work by Pinky as well behind the stumps, but she did get in Seshni Naidu. Big edge. Oh! That was going to be such a great catch. That was going to be amazing. But the ricochet just going in between the arms, and then it's dropped on the ground. It was a difficult take.
Very, very difficult take that. Big slash. Outside edge. One hand effort. Tries to go for the second attempt. Evades the gloves and hits her elbows and goes directly on the floor. And she stays down in disappointment. I think she might have hurt herself in the process as she landed. You can see she's holding her chest, suggesting that she landed pretty hard. Thabiseng Nene looking to go big. And it becomes even harder when you slash at it. You ask the keeper to take a screamer more than anything else. Anyway, it's the end of the 49th over. It is 254 for 9. 6 balls remain.
The third fielder was standing very square. So the big chance is that if the hands were not there for the wicketkeeper, that was going to run down for 4 runs. Just look at how wide that third fielder is. No way that was going to be stopped. Full toss from Disha. It's going to go to the cow. So they're going to get to around 260 odd here, South Africa, which is a very decent score on what is a surface that is slowing down bit by bit.
Looks to scoop. And that scoop might have distracted the keeper.
But it's still a run nonetheless. It was a reverse lap sweep. You don't see many of those. You don't see lap sweeps as themselves. That's how Alexandra Candler lost her wicket. Now you're gonna go reverse to the other side. Eee. Very ambitious.
I guess innovation is its best, especially this time of the game. You want to try everything to get any form of runs.
Bang! Captain closes the innings for Bangladesh. The off stump has been ripped off the ground and doing cartwheels. But scoring runs is not Thabiseng Nene's job. Her job will be taking the stumps off as well. South Africa bowled out for 256.
Look at that again. Onto the stumps. And it was a big heave to the leg side and misses it. And rattles the stumps. Brings to the end of the innings of South Africa women emerging with 3 balls remaining. Thabiseng Nene has to walk off for 4 runs scored. 256 is the total, and which means Bangladesh women emerging will need 257 to win going in the second innings.
Very good starts for South Africa at the top of the order. Everyone making their parts. Yasmin Khan, even though she got 13, she had a good impetus to just get the innings going. Alexandra Candler played a monster innings for her 85, but her partnership alongside Meane Smith of 92 runs set up South Africa really well and throughout down Miniso. Tunnicliffe with those 20s, and then right down with Marks and Naidu. Every single bit counted for South Africa to getting them to 256. It was just a cluster of wickets after over number 40 that really restricted their run getting.
Yeah, that's one big thing. The top order not just performed, but they put partnerships together. Look at the top. Yes, the one was 17, but the second now is 92, 45, and 45 again. Good partnerships, and then the clue for that was Alexander Candler.
And it's wonderful that Tunnicliffe was also able to carry on in that middle order just for a little bit. And then Naidu and Marks' partnership was very important at 25. But Habiba Pinky, the pick of the bowlers for Bangladesh, because for the first 2 wickets she was going for no runs at all. But then she just got a little bit of damage at the back end of her spell. Jasmine, who was the other bowler to complete all of her spell of overs, getting the wickets of Alexandra Candler, getting the wickets of Faye Tunnicliffe in 2 important areas in the innings. She was super important. Fatima's spin slowed everything down with her single maiden over of the innings, finishing with 2 for 39. But all of the work for Bangladesh, bringing them together to 256. So wonderful images that we see here at Chatsworth Oval. Wonderful images that we see with the crickets, just like Yasmin Khan starting off at the top of the innings.
See a few shots being played, but that's the early wicket that fell there of Yasmin Khan, looking to go for another boundary there early on in the innings, didn't get the timing. And then it was Alexander Candler and Smith building up that partnership that lasted for 92 runs, and they just did a lot of damage in that middle period and found the gaps with ease.
And they were not rushing the cricket at all. They were allowing the cricket to come to them and then play the shots that the ball around allows them to play. Just look at that class. The placement of the ball, their foot movement to get into the correct positions to play the balls. And then even though the Bangladeshis were trying as hard as they could, I feel like there were some strategies in their tactics that were lacking that could have stopped South Africa even further. And with those lacks of their fielding plans and bowling to the field, it was both Miane Smith who was able to take advantage of that. Karabo Meso, when she came in, she looked ominous until she premeditated a reverse sweep and then losing her wicket.
Yeah, she kind of gave away a wicket there, but anyway, things still continued. But then another wicket to fall there, where I think then things started changing on that big wicket falling of Candler, where they took full control with their spin, dried up the runs, and you can see the wickets falling in tandem now. Right at the end, this last 10 overs, that's where they took the full control of the Bangladesh women, where things could have easily got out of hand, especially the run rate was creeping up, and then they just really squeezed everything out. Yes, the score still looks pretty dangerous at 250 odd, but at this point in time, they'll be probably happy that they might manage to bring things together right at the end.
Yeah, that dropped catch was just a little bit poor from the captain, but at least she paid it back at the end because she got the final wicket. Liz Marie Marks, the only 6 of the innings, getting caught as she was trying for yet another one, but this was the captain closing off the innings, or at least trying to, until the ball was dropped. It was not the easiest take. She doesn't need a catcher if she can hit the stumps by herself. 256 is what South Africa were able to post. And after going through the whole match, being in the low 4s and then high 4s and then in the low 5 runs to the over, they finish off giving Bangladesh a required run rate of 5.14 to the over. Can Bangladesh do it? We will see what will happen. We now go to lunch, going to enjoy ourselves like the players going to enjoy themselves. And when we come back, we will come back just before the start of the second innings. It is us here at Mega Live bringing you the pictures for Cricket South Africa YouTube's YouTube channel, and we will be joining you once again at Chatsworth Oval as Bangladesh are chasing 257.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sportybet.
Lazy. Goed, fijn. Ik vind dat ik aan in proberen. Wacht.
कहीं निकल न जाए
This is the greatest spectacle in world.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on SportyBet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play SportyBet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play SportyBet.
Good afternoon to all the viewers out there. Thank you for joining us once again for the second innings of this game between the South African Women Emerging and the Bangladesh Women Emerging, where South Africa Women Emerging posted 256 a little bit earlier on. So Bangladesh Women Emerging do have a bit of a mountain to climb on. That's looking at obviously the way that the conditions are. It's a bit of a slow wicket, so we're expecting that it's not easy to basically score the runs. However, you look at the score, you look at the situation where South African women were with 7 wickets to go and 10 overs to go, they would have liked to score something close to that 300 mark because of the position that they had put themselves in. But nonetheless, runs on the board is exactly what they have. They have 256 on the board, and that's the most important thing. And that's the mountain that Bangladesh Women Emerging needs to face up. And it's going to be an exciting afternoon of cricket, yeah, Kamva?
Yeah, 100% exciting. We saw here earlier in this morning to the afternoon is that we saw that in the beginning. I think the trend was, for me, what I picked up, that early on, when the ball was a bit harder, there was boundaries to score, there was runs to score, and especially if you apply yourself as a batter at the top of the order, you saw plenty of runs at the top of the order, a few 45s and 85. So there were runs to offer if you are applying yourself at the top of the order. But what happens later on in the innings is that the ball gets softer, it's harder to score, especially when the spinners come on in the middle period, and then you have to graft a bit harder as a batter, pick your gaps, because now the fields are spread out. So it's going to require a lot of thinking cricket for the Bangladeshi women to be able to come right here, but as also require not just the Bangladeshi woman to do a job, but the South African woman as well to be able to bowl really well. We see the 23-year-old Alice Murray Marks opening the bowling.
Nicely left, first up with Elise Murray Marks. The one thing about her, Elise Murray Marks, is that she's not shy at all to bowl that short ball. So once in a while, she'll be looking to test the Bangladeshi batters and see what they've got for her. She's a very aggressive type of a bowler also. She really is in your face. She wants to be there. She wants you to see her. She wants you to feel her presence whenever that she's got the ball in her hand. So it's going to be a very interesting period of play. The first 10 overs normally are very important for both the teams to see. South Africa will be looking to get about 2 or 3 wickets, and Bangladesh will be making sure that they don't get any wickets.
Oh, good delivery by Alice Murray Marks, hitting her areas quite early on. And you talk about her importance, her starting really well. She has to start well. She has to hit her areas well. In big frame, she has quite tall, so you should expect a bit of extra bounce from her. I'm assuming she'll be partnered up by Ndabi Singh Nini, who's a bit more skiddier, custom a bit shorter. So it's interesting, contrasting two opening bowlers, two seam opening bowlers, a bit quicker than what you saw with the Bangladesh woman. So it'll be interesting how it plays out and how they go about this game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first challenge that the South African women have is that Bangladesh have got the two batters batting left and right. So every time there's a signal or so, then there's to be a change in fielding positions, which can be a bit unsettling sometimes. Alice Murray Marks, just a gentle push away, this time by Murshida.
Yeah, it's going to be also, on top of that, that's going to be very important for the South African women to be right on top of things, be loud out there, be present, and make them feel the presence of being here in South Africa, not just batting out there. Make them know that this is their home, and just asserting themselves here in this second innings. Batted really well initially, top of the order. Now it's the partnerships that are required. Now we saw plenty of partnerships in the batting. Sliding down leg and tickled around the corner. That'll be easy runs. Too easy. And that will release a bit of pressure that was built over the last 4 deliveries.
Yeah, I think that's the chat that I was having a little bit earlier of having a left and right combination, is that when you start bowling, as we just see that again, just easily tucked away to the leg side for the first boundary for Bangladesh women. The thing about it is that what makes it easier for the batters is that the bowlers take some time to get back into the stride that they need to get at. Now you're bowling fourth stump for a right-hander, that becomes leg-sided for a left-hander. Just gently pushed away, but that is every time. And having watched Elise Marie Marx play over the years, when she goes for a 4 first up like that, already she doesn't like it. She doesn't like going for boundaries at all. So you gotta see her grunting a little bit more, or hear her grunting a little bit more. In that previous delivery, as you said, there was just that last minute grunt after bowling the ball, just going that type of a thing, that she's up for the fight here. You spoke about how loud they would need to be. That's something that Bangladesh did quite a lot. Every time when the ball is hit into the outfield, you can hear them chatting. And what makes it frustrating, I could imagine, for South Africa, is that sometimes it's the language barrier where they can't even hear what they actually say. But South Africa is going to have to also be up on their toes here. Maybe use a bit of Afrikaans sometimes, because that's something that Bangladesh wouldn't hear. So that they can keep on thinking, what are they actually saying? What are they planning? But after the first over, you've got Bangladesh on 5 for 1 as we look at the scorecard for the first innings.
Yeah, we just look back to that first innings there, right at the top of the order. It was Alexander Candler, who was the glue throughout the innings, had a partnership with Smith and Karabumiso. And you can see in that top order really stood up tall today. Smith 49, Karabumiso 26, Tunnicliffe 27. And that's what you need from your top order, to come up trumps and score runs. Then everything else in terms of lower order can come in and chip in as they can.
Thabisenini first up, and as you see that first ball from here, there's a bit of movement. There's a bit of movement in the air with the ball going away. As you said, these are two bowlers that are contrast in terms of the way that the ball, in terms of media, as we see the right arm medium, who has had to make a move. Unfortunately, her franchise team in Northwest Dragons was relegated from the Division A, so she has to now move down to go and keep on playing at the high division. One of the World Cup heroes, Thabisenini, had a good World Cup last time around in Malaysia, last year when they played.
Yes, this is a real special talent, this is Thabisenini, and I had no doubt she would get picked up. She bowls so well in a flat pitch in Potchefstroom. She does it over and over and over for a side. Unfortunately, side, as you say, got relegated, and they play with so much energy and so much heart to those ladies from the Dragons.
But wider once again, getting away movement here in Thabisenini. What's going to be very important, and I think that is something that we spoke about off air, about how important it is to see the players that are coming through. Because what's going to happen is that you're looking at Ayabonga Kaka, that's playing for the Protea Women's. She's probably reaching the twilight of her career. So soon enough, somebody like Thabisenini will be having an opportunity to play. And we're just struggling a little bit now with a bit of technical issues as incoming from the venue. But no doubt that our technicians will be working on it to bring us up to live very soon. But with that, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the players. These are the players that have done well in Division 1 for the Pro 50 and the Pro 20s throughout the season. So you want to say it's a bit of a good reward from them, from having the good season that they have had to come and play in these emerging teams against your Bangladesh women. As you said, there's such a good stride in women's cricket. If you want to strengthen women's cricket, then we need to expose these players as much as possible to this level of playing.
Football Rugby? It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on Sporty Bet. Bet smart. Play Sporty Bet.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rugby blitz. Play it now on your Sporty Bet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Yeah, we've just been in 2 overs now so far, and 2 extras been bowled already. And we've seen a start already by the Bangladeshi woman who've got their 10 runs in their first 2 overs. And Shati and Mashida to open up the batting. They've also both got 4 respectively. And that's a nice sort of start that we'll be looking at the moment in the bowling. We're looking at Elise Murray Marks opening the bowling with that first over, going for 4 runs, and Tabi Singh Nini, the 20-year-old, also going for 5 runs in her first over. So pretty balanced start from both bowling and batting.
So you just take a look back at the South African batting innings and the wickets that went off. First off, it was Yasmin Khan with the ball just popping up and unfortunately just getting the top of the bat, hitting it straight to that mid-off for an easy catch. So that was the first wicket down for Yasmin Khan, going for early on for 13 runs. Yeah, Bangladesh, I think, would have been happy after getting that first wicket. Would have thought that they will go quickly through the innings.
That was a brilliant wicket by Pinky. That was her first wicket. Look at the delight on her face. She knew how brilliant that wicket that was. Nip back in, jack back in. Look at it in slow-mo. Just jacks back in and hits the middle of the stump. The sight of that for a fast bowler. Don't ever doubt that. That celebration means a lot to her. And Simona as well. Maybe a bit of a loose stroke from Karabo Miso. She was looking good. She was looking aggressive. She was looking to change gears. Looks to play reverse, but she was trapped in front.
Definitely. Next up was Nondumiso Shangase, unfortunately just clearing that left leg, opening up her finisher and making it easy for the bowler to get that wicket. As we just take a look at that again, was never looking at that ball, was looking to the leg side and unfortunately going out. Leah Jones was the next one to go. Another LBW just hanging back, going back, making it easy for the bowler. Fatima that time around, that bowling one just going straight on with the arm and hitting Leah Jones, who was just to be leg before wicket. Next up, of course, it was Fayetane Cliff, who was looking to build a good partnership with Elise Murray Marks. But the one thing that we've seen with most of the wickets so far has been most of them have been straight. As we take a look at another one, hitting the wickets, that wicket to wicket, especially on a slow wicket, looks like it's the way to go. So South Africa would have learned that the way that they batted, the way that they were dismissed, this is probably the way for them to go. As we see Pinky once again, this time around, with Elise Murray Marks looking to clear the boundary. It hasn't hit it quite far enough and was caught nicely at the long on boundary. It was that time of the innings that she needed to push on. Unfortunately, didn't get the power that she was looking for. And next up was Tabi Singh Nini. Again, another bowled, a couple of them bowled. LBW that we've seen for South Africa.
You make an excellent point about a lot of them were bowled. And I think it's just the way they play their shots. It's either they're playing across the line or playing not trying to play straight, and that really troubled them, the South African woman. I feel like if they could have just changed maybe the way they could have played those shots, play on the front foot rather than the back foot, or rather than across the line. And look at the scorecard. there's great scorecard in terms of the top of the order. There was runs. As kind of mentioned already, he's played really well. Scored 85. You got Smith who backed up in a really 92-run stand, and then there was also another 45-run stand with Alexander Canada, a 45-run stand which was really good as well. Pushed him over to a really good total. Then also another partnership as well, that another 45-run stand between Miso and Tiancliffe that really got them to over that 250 mark.
Yeah, definitely. Look at the scorecard and you say the stats all round, including Kendler. Yes, she got an 85. Should have easily gone to that 100, but unfortunately it didn't happen. And as we look at the partnership, the first partnership was 17 from Khan and Kendler. And then a big partnership between Miane Smith and Kendler for 92. Then we had a 45 partnership. And then you can just start to see that those partnerships were not coming through. And it was 11, 11, 4, 1. And a good partnership for the ninth wicket wicket, and 25 from 21 from Alice Murray Marks and Seshni Naidu.
Yeah, and you look at the bowling, it was Disha and Pinky who opened up the bowling really well, controlled it really well. But Pinky, the pick of the bowlers, who really held everything together in terms of pick up the early wicket and follow up with another one as well. And every other bowler did pretty much the same, backed them up. Fatima, Yasmin with the spin as well, doing really well to back up the opening bowlers in the middle period and towards the end as well. And it was nice to see how they fought back at the end to control the innings of South African innings, because it was looking dangerous at a period of time where then they find a way to just slow down the runs in the last 10 overs, and then they picked up wickets as well, which makes a huge difference. When you are able to pick up wickets, it generally slows down the runs. And we saw, if we could see the Manhattan right at the end of the innings, the Mano, I think about 4 wickets or 5 wickets were lost in the last 10 overs. That makes a massive difference in how you want to go about going about your runs, because that means no partnerships, no set batter that can go about it and really just score runs in a good flourish.
Yeah, definitely it became difficult to the end there for the South African batters, because they had to restart quite a lot because there's so many wickets. So every time a wicket falls, you feel like you have to restart. So you constantly just having new batters coming in, which was something that worked for Bangladesh. I mean, in the first few overs, it was only Pinky that picked up wickets. But now we look right through that almost every batter, every bowler rather, got a wicket, except for obviously Lata and Era that couldn't get the wickets. But everybody else picked up a wicket with Disha, the captain, 6.31 for 27. With Pinky, the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, 3 for 61. But it was just one of those that Bangladesh, all the bowlers were looking to get something through.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sportybet.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends the last 60 minutes of a football match. With early goals on Sportybet, selected win and goal predictions can be settled before full time. Be smart. Play Sportybet.
This is the greatest spectacle in world football, a title decider, and it feels like nothing can sway a game of this magnitude.
Says who? We've been through this before. You just have to believe a little longer. And everybody knows that 1 minute here lasts forever. Because it's not over until we say it's over.
Speed is nothing without timing. And timing is everything in rapid blitz. Play it now on your Sportybet.
We're back to life now. And definitely good work that's done by our engineers here to make sure that we get back. And with that, we missed the wicket a bit earlier. And Thabise Nini, in her second over, managed to get a very crucial wicket to break a partnership early on here. 13 for 1, 3.3 overs. South Africa women emerging will be happy to have picked up an early wicket.
Lakeside, a tickle around the corner. It will be yet another freebie boundary. We've seen 2 of those already. One from Alice Murray Marks and now from Tabiseng Nini. And to our viewers watching here, we just only have one camera at the moment while we still fix our technical difficulties. But we'll be up and running to see all the angles and all the action that we are looking forward to. Tabiseng Nini picking up a wicket in the first ball of her second over. And she'll be searching for another one to get herself a team and herself in a dominant position. Oh, nice delivery, nice shape there. Kind of slightly comes back in at the last moment, not too much. And because of she's got that natural away swing, and to the left-hander it's an in swing, so you'll probably see it much better towards the right-handed batter, where naturally she nips it away from the right-hand batsman. And she usually does it on a flat deck in Potchefstroom. I can't believe what she can do here on a green-looking tinging surface here in Durban.
The one thing that's very commendable about Nthabiseng Nini is that she's quite a workhorse. She can put the ball in the same area the whole time. But what helps that also is the smooth action that she has. Because every time you see a bowler that's got a nice smooth action, they are most likely to be consistent in the length and the length of their ball. And that is exactly what Nthabiseng Nini brings to the team. Very, very good bowler for South Africa. I'm very excited to see her growth, see her making it in that Protea setup. As we said a little bit earlier, somebody like Ayabonga Kaka has seen the best of days. You got to feel that Ayabonga Kaka and Marizan Cup will probably leave the Proteas in and around the same time. So somebody like Nthabiseng Nini becomes of paramount importance. And so does Alice Murray Marks being the aggressor in this bowling attack.
Oh, good delivery. Just getting the outside half of the bat. And I think it's important that she's come at a time where Ayabonga Kaka is now in the senior years of her life, where she can give off that experience that she's had. And Marizan Cup can also kind of nurture her and teach her the tricks of the trade. They've been to 3 finals already, those women, so they know exactly what it means to get to the big stage. Yes, they may have not gone over the line, but she can hand over the reins to Tabiseng Nini. Tabiseng Nini also is a great leader as well. She's been given the captaincy reins at the Northwest Dragons, and she single was taken down to fine leg, and she's not just a lead bowler, and she's got heart, and I've seen her how she plays, but she's a leader as well. She's not the loudest of customers. She's quite shy as in her demeanor, but the way she leads by example with ball in hand, does an exceptional job at the tender age of 20.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important. And you look at the South African women emerging team, they've got quite a lot of leaders in there. You're talking about Nthabiseng Nini, Elise Murray Marks has captained a couple of games for Fidelity Titans. Leah Jones has captained SWD. Faye Tunnicliffe has been right up there. Karaba Meso captained her entire school life. So you've got a lot of players out here that have captained and don't know what it is to lead. And that helps a lot. I mean, you don't have one captain. You've got like 5 captains that can help one another to navigate things around. Ooh.
Oh, guides it. Does not go too far away. I think what's even more bigger about this series that's been played between South African women emerging and Bangladesh women emerging, it's not just the magnitude of the opportunities these women have been given, but it's just the fact that it's so many young players getting some international exposure that they wouldn't have got 5 years ago. And now we can get them to be under pressure situations, difficult situations where they have to think, they have to improvise and lead.
Oh, Shatwan, and just going. Unfortunately, just have that one camera at the moment, but we're still working on the problems. But if you remember the first over, it's something that I mentioned that you are going to see a couple of short balls from Elise Murray Marks. She does look to go to the temple and just give you a surprise ball now and again. She does like that short ball.
Yeah, she's quite aggressive, and we just speak about how strong she is and how she can hit the deck hard. And you can see that already. She's coming with intent. Kind of a bully mentality of some sort.
Yeah.
But Fuller in this occasion. She does have a tendency to go a bit leg side to the left-handed batter coming over the wicket. And maybe she's going to fix that up. She does threaten the outside edge. You can see she gets the outside half of the bat quite often when coming from over the wicket. So kind of sort of nipping it away from the left-handed bat, especially early on when the feet are not moving just yet. Then she mixes it up with that shorter delivery. Bangs it in short again. Oh. And kind of has a stare. But the umpire says, no, it's gone over the head. It's a wide.
Little bit too short that time around. So that is something about Elise Marie Marx. Something that maybe we would like to see the improvement on is for her to be very consistent in putting the ball in the same area for quite some time. Sometimes she just mixes it up a little bit too much too early on, where you get two short balls and one full ball, one ball outside the off stump, one ball on the leg side. So if there's just that grouping of balls to try and see if you can get something from the batter.
Spot on, KG. As again, she slides down leg side. And look, for me, I 100% agree with you with her groupings and getting her groupings right. But I don't want to lose that aggressive nature of her. I still want to have that because not many can get it up there to that badge, that chest, and not many women batters expect that. So you can actually use that as a skill set to pick up wickets, push the batter backwards, and then if you are able to hit the right areas consistently over and over and over again, and then surprise short delivery. So it's how you use that aggression, not just use it aimlessly. So I agree, grouping must be correct, but yet again, you need to be able to then find those good areas once you push the batter backwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just one of those that you don't want to lose the strength of the bowler. As we have a new bowler, quite interestingly, just after the 2 overs, Nthabiseni Nini is off the attack and Leah Jones comes into the attack. She's a very feisty character also. She might look like one of the smaller built players, but she is one of those that also likes running in. She rushes you. She's very quick back to a thing. She's a very athletic bowler, Leah Jones.
Oh.
Good wicket keeping there from Karabo Meso, diving to her right, ensuring that doesn't go for more runs than what it did. A wide ball to start off from Leah Jones, maybe just loosening up a bit. Did make her debut this past season for the Protea Women's after having a very good season in the Pro 50 and the Pro 20 series, the Professional Cricket of South African Women. There you go. That movement in the air, you can certainly see. She's almost giving you the same thing as what Nthabiseni Nini gives in terms of getting the ball to move in the air, pitch and keep on moving in the air, moving away from the right-handers, moving into the to the left-handers.
My concern is after picking up a wicket, Nthabiseni Nini, you pull it off right off, not even give her another shot and another over. Interesting decision. I'm not sure. Maybe she has a niggle or so. Maybe we'll find out if she's still on the field shortly once we get all our pictures. But it's interesting that she's been pulled off pretty quickly. And for me, I feel Nthabiseni Nini is also very effective early on with a new ball. One of the most effective around the country, especially young. And we know what she's done in the under 20 levels. And in the junior levels, she's that very effective. She's very good at top of the order. Not that she can't come back with all the ball, but I feel like she's already picked up a wicket. She's feeling good. She's confident. Then you pull her off right off, only 2 overs in. I'm not sure what's the tactics there, but we'll see.
Ooh, bit too wide that time around from Leah Jones. But good fielding once again from Karabo Meso, ensuring that it doesn't go through. Look, Nthabiseni Nini is also the captain of the team, so you wouldn't think that anybody would have pulled it off. Shangasi rather is the captain of the team.
Full again, swinging, that end swing, you can see it's coming back towards the pads once again. These kind of moments are the ones that kind of do release the pressure at times. And you start to ask the question, what was the decision there? Having a bowler that is getting things right, his bowling accuracy, had a really good first over, lost the pictures of the first part of the second over, but I can sure believe that the rest of the over was pretty good. But now, taking off is... again, White is really struggling. Really, really struggling, Leah Jones. I do like the idea of her coming over the wicket. Maybe if she hasn't really hit a mark, maybe coming around the wicket might make her feel more comfortable, just to get her run up right and to get a ball feeling like it's coming out right. Then she can come over the wicket again. I know that chopping and changing does disturb the bowler, but it would help. It would certainly help her coming around the wicket just to swing it back and use that natural swing back into the left-hander. Target the stumps. We saw what happens when you do target the stumps, wicket-to-wicket bowling. Plenty of wickets fall via bowling wicket-to-wicket. So that is an option that she can use. But maybe because the ball is still new, she can still go for the in-swing option, targeting those pads.
There we go. That's the line that she should be looking to target a lot more. Already has bowled the 4 wides in this over. Everything down leg. No, 3 down leg. There was one that actually moved across onto the offside. So she's struggling a little bit early on here, Leah Jones, with a radar. But she is a quality bowler. Once she does get that radar, she can be quite a handful for the teams.
Again, she goes a bit too leg-sided. She got it right the previous delivery, but you can see the danger she possesses once he does get it right. So to talk about, you just mentioned a few hours about Alice Marie Marks, about the grouping. She get those groupings right in that area consistently, swinging it back in, and then maybe that one that just straightens. If she has maybe that delivering arm, that one just goes straight. I think that might play something in the batter's mind that, okay, there's one that's going across me, there's one that's coming back to me. So maybe she needs to mix it up.
There we go. And a quick single does make it through. Murshida just making sure that she gets to the other side. I tell you what, Leah Jones would have been perfect right now for right-hand batters. The way that she's pitching the ball, getting the ball to move away. She does have some good movement. So she's one of those that she makes good use of the new ball because she does get the ball to move around. Just needs to get that radar and get the ball in the right spots.
Feeds the legs again. It's clipped away. They were pushing for 2. They're pushing hard for a second. And they've completed it comfortably at the end. Leah Jones will probably be thinking, yeah, I could do some improving. 3 wides in the over. And plenty on the legs. So just those adjustments. Ball's coming out right. It's coming swinging in towards the pass. Just about landing it right. That's the end of the 6th over. It is 30 for 1. We will be getting more pictures shortly. Still sorting out some of our cameras and technical difficulties. But we will be up and running shortly. Elise Marie Marks continuing.
I think it's quite interesting. I still want to find out what happened to Nthabise Nini just bowling the 2 overs. There we go. Nice and aggressive from Elise Marie Marks as we see a wider. Well, our technicians are still working on ensuring that we've got a wider view. But currently the 2 of the 5 cameras are in play working. Elise Marie Marks continuing. One thing that I've been liking is that she is making the batters work. She's making the batters play at almost every ball. Like that. Just going past the outside edge. Very good pace, like from Elise Marie Marks. The energy, and you just see how she pushes through just as she's about to deliver the ball that she's looking to be in you.
Yeah, definitely. And we spoke about how the danger she possesses the ball and nips away from the left-hander. And I could see the feet didn't move at all there. It's just more so probing at it. The batter. Maybe it's that short ball also playing in her mind, thinking, oh, something short might be coming my way. Again, outside half the bat, nipping away. Batter's not showing complete comfort. in facing Elise Marie Marks. Maybe the ball hits the bat quite hard, has a heavy delivery. And that's a factor as well that plays into the batter's mind, because you think you're kind of blocking it right, but it hits your bat so hard, it's sway, the grip of your hand is not correct. So now you end up holding the bat a bit harder, going with harder hands. So there's so much that plays with your mind. So there's so much to think about. And then also the short ball to think about as well, your feet movement. You see the effort delivery. Good running between the wickets though. That's what they need to do, the Bangladeshi women. Rotate the strike, share the load, share the pressure.
But you can see that there's a bit of a pressure that's been created by Elise Marie Marks. That shot from Murshida, yes, it was a quick single and whatever, almost straight to mid-on, but it was just one of those that I need to get off strike here. And that's what Elise Marie Marks needs to do more of, put that ball in the same area. Just maybe sometimes, yes, we spoke about how good she is, how aggressive she can be. Spend the whole over bowling in the same area, and then maybe in the next over, start with a short one, because now the batter is not too sure what you're going to bring through.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
No need to panic for the Bangladeshi women. Just pull the partnership at this point. You've lost a wicket about 2 overs ago. It's about really just putting things together, rotating the strike, sharing that pressure. South Africa will feel a little bit on top now, having picked up that early wicket. But it's just about just putting that behind you and just building a partnership. It's still early in the innings. We've got plenty of time.
If anything, they're in the probably the same area or the same state of the game where the Proteas were or the South African women were in this point of the game. Ooh, there's the shot one and does get Clough on it. She was looking to go down Jelik, but that aggression from Elise Marie Marks proves to be the difference. Getting that wicket, the second wicket down. Very good aggressive bowling here from Elise Marie Marks.
Oh, that's a nasty, accurate bouncer. Right on the out area. No way the batter could get out the way. The only glove could get into the way. Elise Marie Marks with an exceptional bouncer. Boom! Onto the gloves. Oh, that's a beauty. And a huge appeal. Look at the passion in Elise Marie Marks. We talked about the dangers of that short ball, how much it played on the minds of the batter. And Rubia Jelik has to walk off for 5 over 14 deliveries. She was under extreme amount of pressure. And that bouncer.
And that is the important thing about the bouncer. The direction of the bouncer is always important. And as we just look at a scorecard, with the 2 wickets down from Bangladesh women, Shati earlier on went for 4 from 9. Jelik, just the wicket that just went down now, 5 from 14. Murshida is still at the wicket of 7 from 19 and has been joined at the wicket by Lata, who hasn't yet faced up to anything. So Murshida will still be on strike when we resume with play.
Have to look at graphics just come off. I wanted to look at the bottom corner, the extras. My word, 15 extras in these 7 overs, and you compare the extras that were bowled by Bangladesh. There were 2 in the first 10 overs. South Africa already got 15, and probably almost more than they got in the first half of the innings, the South African innings. That's a big factor. Take away those 15 runs there, those extras.
16.
It's 15. They're in heaps amount of trouble. The scorecard looks a lot better now because the extras 15 extra runs have been put on board. Freebie runs, and Leah Jones will need to be thinking of that as well, correcting that. Plenty of wides she bowled in the previous over. We'll forgive her for that first over. Maybe she'll still get a bit of a loosener. She'll come back now, hit her areas.
I think the team just needed to slow down on the wides. Better, much better, much better. That's exactly where you want to find yourself as a bowler that's bringing the ball back into the left-hander. Because what happens is, if you're coming from over the wickets to the left-hander, the angle naturally of the batter, the left-hand batter, is going across the ball. Now, if you get the ball to be going straight in that angle, but then cut in, it makes it very difficult for the left-hand batter to be able to play the shots.
Yes, it's what she did there. She started it really wide, and that's the difference. She never started on leg stump. She started on from the 4 stump, just past off stump there. Oh, she pulls out again. That breeze does kind of play with the bowlers. It's so hard to come in while the breeze is blowing against you. It might work for her actually, because He's going to push the ball across, but still once it lands and pitches, comes back in. She can use that breeze to her advantage. There's Leah Jones. But excited again. Doesn't cost her anything, doesn't cost her any runs. But she'll feel a lot better in these first two deliveries. It's come out better, no wides. You're probably running harder for the third one. You get the third one right, the fourth one right, and then confidence is building. And once the confidence gets better and better, you'll see now the accuracy of Leah Jones.
Yeah, I think that first ball should probably be something that she looks to repeat a lot more. Got the inside half of the bet. So Leah Jones, definitely, she's a competitor, experienced player. There we go. That's it. That's the area there that should be looking to hit more times than not. And there was one wide that she bowled in the previous over that the ball just kept on going across. So if you can get it in that area there where some of the balls actually come in, some of the balls just keep on going with the angle, can prove to be very difficult for the batters.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe a cross seam. Look at cross seam to go get it across the left-handed batter. And then mix it up with the end swing. Oh, this occasion she gets away with one. She pushed it really wide. Umpire, just in.
Yeah, a little bit naughty there from Leah Jones.
Much better over though.
Pushing that a bit wider than what she would have liked, but no damage done. The most important thing is that she's built up dot balls, 4 dot balls in this over. Much better return from the first over that she bowled.
Quick single taken down to Miron rather. Oh, it looks like a run was taken for a moment.
Yeah, it did look like Murshida was looking to go for a quick single, but 10 back by Lata, which I think was a good call because that ball was going straight to that mid-on fielder.
Yeah, Murshida struggling out there, 7 of just 24. Just look at the comparison of that required rate still manageable, 5.38 per over. Current run rate going at 3.8. What's something South Africa's done really well considering they bowled 15 extras. If they can take away those extras, which becomes a maiden over here on this occasion, Murshida has faced 25 delivery, only scores 7 runs. So South Africa bowled tighter, pressure gets on, the run rate creeps up. Seems like Ndabiseng Nini is coming back to the attack. Looks like a change of ends. She might have come off the field for a moment. But Ndabiseng Nini, I love this change. I wanted to see more of her. Maybe she wasn't completely comfortable from the other side. And now she's coming.
It's very tough to think that she bowled almost a wicket maiden and wasn't comfortable, but hey, you never know. But that is in terms of Nini back into the attack, replacing Elise Marimax, who got a wicket in the last ball that she bowled in the previous over. Again, we see that movement going away from Nthabiseng Nini and good fielding, making sure that the ball doesn't go through the covers. As we have spoken on a couple of occasions, the seam movement that you see quite a lot from Nthabiseng Nini, getting the ball to just shape away. But you want her to the right-hander to be starting the ball maybe on that off stump, moving away to that 4th, 5th stump area. Ooh. That's good bowling. A good waft there from Lata. Not getting anything on it.
And having watched Nthabiseng Nini plenty of times, I've seen her get her wickets behind, caught behind by the keeper. Because of that natural away swing, batters think they can see it, and then next thing it's moving away from you. Look at that late movement. Boom, just as the ball just lands, the late movement. It's not exuberant at this point in time. Again, late. She's got that natural away swing. I think the reason why that she might have been taken off, I think there was a like for like with Leah Jones, and they felt that there were two like for like bowlers, and again, at least Mary Marks picked up a wicket being taken off. Again, it's happening. So you ask yourself the question: what's really the plan? As soon as the bowler takes a wicket, you take them off. You want to see them a lot longer.
You've given us what we want, so you can go rest now. A bit too straight that time around. Naughty from Ntabise Nini, and that allows Lata to just get good bat on it to the leg side, and that is a much needed boundary, you would say, from the Bangladeshi women.
Oh, they desperately needed that one. That's a pressure releaser. And as much as it doesn't get them where they wanted to be, but man, oh boy, they needed that. It was dry. But Ntabise Nini just fed the legs. That's easy stuff there. Easy pickings. And comfortably goes for 4. No one at deep square. No one really on the leg side. Only deep fine. And Zuza that came across. Away swing from Ntabise Nini. Overcorrection from Ntabise Nini. Trying to bring it back to her zone. And didn't really work out there in that occasion.
Yeah, just a bit too wide there from Ntabise Nini. Again, I really still want to find out what happened. She bowled 2 overs from the one end, got a wicket, and then she wasn't bowling for the next 3 overs. It's almost like when you take a rest for a couple of overs, when you come, you have to like restart, and she was definitely looking good.
I've answered your question already, KG. You pick up a wicket, you get taken off. That's what happens. That's the plan from the captain. That once you pick up a wicket, you don't bowl the next over.
So if you want to bowl for as long as possible, don't pick up those wickets.
100%.
Maybe you might get yourself getting all wickets.
Yeah, you need to go think about your wicket. Think about how you're going to pick up another one.
Oh.
Good bowling.
That area, Kamba, that area there, that's where I feel that the whole time, if she can hit that for as long as possible, it's only a matter of time until she gets a good edge. And as you say that, our technicians have confirmed that all cameras are back on, all 5 cameras. Will be able to see all the angles, follow the ball everywhere it's going.
Thank you. On my side, I'll be heading out, and we'll be joined by the man with the deepest voice in the business, Bendula Makubane.
The voice is coming back into commentary with Bangladesh as we look at their scorecard at the moment. Shati went off a little bit earlier, 4 of 9, and Jelliget 5 of 40. Murshida currently going at 7 from 25, and Lata having joined her 4 from the 6 balls that she has faced, and Leah Jones to continue. Leah Jones coming off a maiden in the previous over. After the first over, went for 8 runs, of which out of those 8 runs, about 7 of them were coming from wide. So very good comeback in the previous over here from Leah Jones as she continues with the bowling.
It's all about how you recover, isn't it, KG?
Yeah.
Everyone has a bad little time during the game. As a batter, you might play and miss a couple of times. As a bowler, you might bowl a little bit of extras. But how do you recover? And so she seems like she's done well. And she was having those problems to the left-handed batter as well, where the ball was running down to the leg side. So it's good now that she's gotten that back in order, because she is a fine bowler, Leah Jones.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, as we would have seen in the previous over that Elise Mary Marks ball, she built up a couple of dot balls and then bang, she gets a wicket. So that is still the way to get wickets. Build a lot of pressure with getting as many dot balls as possible. Ooh, that just went across. Most of the balls that you see from her to the left-hander keep on coming in, but that's just that one ball that just kept on going with the line.
Really does well, Leah Jones. The feet for Mushida, rather than going towards the ball, trying to open up, you're never going to get clean contact with the ball if that's how you're going to approach your drive. But ultimately, KG, she gets punished with the ball, just moving away from the left-hander, gets called for a wide. Can't really be mad at her for that particular one.
Yeah. At this point in time, I'll forgive her more for bowling wise on the offside than on the leg side, because definitely you can see that she's trying to correct it. She does have that natural in-swinger into left-handers. So whenever she goes a bit wide, it might not work out sometime, but she's doing what she needs to do.
Oh. But clearly there's a weakness here in Mushida. That
Yeah.
ball outside the off stump is giving her big problems. Her feet are simply not getting her body behind the line of the ball. And so I don't mind Leah Jones pushing the ball wider and wider. She's working on something that was very close to nabbing the edge.
Definitely. She does have protection on the offside. I would have actually liked to see maybe a slip going in, first slip. You can even open a bit of a gap on that offside and say, if you're good enough to hit it. But should you not get it, just know that you're going to be caught. So I would like to see a slip fielder in here for Leah Jones.
100%. Because on top of that, even in that defensive shot from Mushida, if that goes across her rather than straightening up, it introduces the edge. And so with the pace of the pitch that we've seen, it actually does carry pretty well to Karabo Milso. A slip fielder would be a really good one, and that will actually make it even tougher for Mushida to make her decisions on how to play those shots. And so she might find herself in no man's land. She's like, oh, I shouldn't have played that as a slip fielder. And Leah Jones is bowling deserving of a slip fielder, actually.
Just a bit too full that time around. But good fielding from Seshini Naidu, one of the better fielders that you have in South African women's cricket.
That also ends the over. It's the first power play done. So now the question is for the South African captain, Nondumiso Shangase. Are they going to spread the field? Because remember, when South Africa was playing, when the field spread it, that's way they were able to score those runs. And this is the phase in this worm. You see that when that next dot is for South Africa, that green dot is very far away. That was the partnership between Alex Handler and Miane Smith. And it was those ones, those really annoying ones that they were getting. So will South Africa continue constricting the field? I hope that they do. We have a fine leg, we have a deep third, and it seems like they're just keeping those two fielders up and everyone else is in the ring. And I like that strategy, continuing the pressure with Thabiseng Nini bowling. It's very good.
Yeah, this is good. Good aggressive cricket here from South Africa. I would probably take it to the next level. I would still have a slip in there, but it is better than having to go, okay, power play done now. We're just going to spread everyone out. But they're looking to see that if it's not broken, do not fix it. So they keep on going the way that they've been going, because that's exactly what's working. And the scoreboard pressure that they would know would be on Bangladesh. It's easy when you're batting first and you're going at 3 and over and you're thinking you're still going to have time to catch up. However, when you're chasing, you always feel that you're behind. And it was a good shot from Lata, hitting it straight down just to the left of Thabiseng Nini, and Shangase, the captain, is not able to get that. Just a bit too full that time around from Thabiseng Nini.
How well was the timing though from Mondal as well? Even though you receive the ball, you still need to dispatch it. Full face of the bat. She allowed the ball to reach her, and then she just kissed it down the ground. Nondumiso Shangase, no chance of stopping that. Great outfield here in Chatsworth. Might be another one here for Mondal. Big chase for Seshini Naidu. Not good enough. She's one of the best, and if she can't get it, no one else was going to. Such is the work from Lata Mondal.
Yeah, just a bit of those. And Thabiseng Nini being a little bit naughty here early on. Just a bit too full the first one, and the next one a bit too wide. And you see Lata just hitting one on the front foot, one on the back foot. So she has to go back to the way that she bowled in that first spell. And that is what we were speaking about with Kamva a bit earlier on. She bowled the first 2 overs, 1 for 5, was out of the attack, came back on, and it hasn't been the same.
She is a new ball bowler, Thabiseng Nini, through and through. She gets the ball to move around, and she has surprising good accuracy as well, Nini. And so, at least when they brought in the bowling changed, it also did the job for South Africa. But then you just wonder if that threw Nini out of her rhythm just a little bit.
That's much better there from Thabiseng Nini. That is the area that she's very good at. Whenever she's operating from there, very, very dangerous.
But also then, with no extra cover there as an attacking option in front of the batter, no slip, wouldn't mind seeing her bowl a little bit straighter and being more attacking towards the stumps, because there's no threat outside the off stump really. So Mondal can actually just do that and there wouldn't be really much of an issue. But now, if she goes to the stumps, knowing that the leg side is heavily protected, it's easier for a batter to survive if you just defend than if you play it into a field and you get no run. It's 11 overs, 45 for 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the bowling team you want to keep on changing things. As we see, at the same point, South Africa was 44 for 1, just 1 run difference. But very importantly, South Africa has gotten the 2 wickets, which then tells a lot. But in terms of the runs, it's neck and neck so far. So I think Bangladesh women will look that, yes, they've lost the extra wicket, but they are keeping up with the scoring rate that South Africa had.
And I think that's what's going to be the most important thing and the most exciting thing as we get our pictures back. Still wonderful scenes in Durban. You would never wonder that it was inclement weather the whole time, which stopped us from enjoying the start of the game on time. But at least we're losing no overs. Luyanda Nzuza, Titans bowler, very skilled off spinner, is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, Luyanda Nzuza will be... She's a very difficult customer sometimes to bet to because of her height also. Releasing from a very high height gets that extra bounce, or the bounce more than other bowlers do. So it's going to be a very good contest here.
Oh, nice loopy delivery, extra over pitched. They're going to have the deep extra cover. Alex Candler down in the deep.
And tell you what, as an off-spin bowler, bowling to lefties, they're best. They're best. So whenever Mushida is on strike, she will love it, getting the ball to move away from her. Nice day from Luyanda Nzuza.
Do you know, we've at the end of the previous innings, we were seeing the ball having variable turn and variable grip.
Catch!
I want to see at least one of those attacking options being used. Extra cover Mia Naismith either coming in a little bit closer or putting a slip fielder, or both. Quick pick up from Nini, strong arm. Very good throw back to Meso. But now, when you think about the variable turn, especially to the left-hander, if you play for the spin and the ball doesn't spin, you are trapped LBW or bowled. If you don't play for the spin and the ball does spin, then you get your outside edge. So have those fielders around the bat. Make Mushida think. Don't allow them to even get into the game. Kick them out before it even begins.
Again, just hit to that deep cover for a single. Good start so far from Luyanda Nzuza, just the 3 runs in the first 5 balls that she's bowled. I get very excited when I see off spinners, or spinners in particular, bowling, being a facilitator for level 1 and level 2 spin bowling. There's always lessons to learn when you're watching spin bowling. Bit too straight that time around, was lucky to get away with it. But nonetheless, good over from Luyanda Nzuza, just the 3 runs, 12 overs done, 48 for 2.
It's nice having a level 3 CSA coaching certificate, isn't it? You are able to facilitate such things. You're able to see things that us normal people cannot see. It's 48 for 2 after 12 overs. Alexandra Kandla and Miane Smith's partnership happened during the same time as Lata and Moshida are on strike. So they will be hoping actually that they are able to also play an innings and a partnership that's that big, because Bangladesh need to be scoring at 5.5 runs to the over, needing 209 runs to win from 228 deliveries. Seshini Naidu into the attack.
This is Naidu, very interesting bowler also. Leggy has been with the Protea Women's. Just a bit one, pitching it down, and easy pickings there for Mishida, making sure that she makes her pay. That loosen her first up from Seshini Naidu, unfortunately going for the boundary, and with that Bangladesh Women Emerging also go to their 52 for 2 in 12.1 overs.
Tough job Seshini Naidu she has as a leg break bowler, only 20 years old. Having to control that release of leg spin is undeniably difficult.
It's a good ball there from Seshini Naidu. She's one of those also in terms of the way that she bowls, or her bowling action, so that she comes in nice and gently, and just that last few 2 or 3 steps or so, she goes quickly and just has got a very quick arm speed when she's about to release the ball.
Yeah, it's underrated how much energy spin bowlers have to deliver through the crease to generate the revs through the ball.
There you go.
You even hear her, she in her release, a little grunt to get the ball through. It's really not easy. But she's doing it well. And the thing is, for women's cricket here in South Africa, there's not many leg spinners going around.
Yeah.
Even Sunay Lees, who was our main one, converted into an off-spin. So there's really none going around.
I tell you what, it's a very tough art, this. Oh, this time just flattened it up. A thick outside edge going to the boundary. Leah Jones is chasing after that one. She doesn't have the legs to get to it. And yet another boundary. The second one of the over from Mishida. This time a bit luckier than the first one. It's the second boundary that pushes Bangladesh Women to 56 for 2.
No fault of her own there, Seshini Naidu. That is exactly the type of ball that you want her to deliver. You wonder why the third is not down at the boundary, especially if there's no slip fielder. Just want to have that little bit extra protection.
Oh, just a bit of a misfill there by the cover. Fayette Cliff will be chasing after the ball. Just 10 runs so far in the first 5 balls. Wouldn't be too happy with that Seshini Naidu. But something that we speak about a lot is with spinners, you need to back them. You've got to realize that especially a leg spinner is an attacking bowler. So the chances of them going for runs are very high. Don't cut them out because they went for 10 runs in the first over, because they will get you wickets.
But there's legit no spin, no turn. And after the end of over number 13, it's 58 for 2.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
One or two, and then you go for 5 or 6. It's still going at 4 into the over.
And those 4 runs to the over accumulates just like they did for South Africa. It took them around 25 overs in order for them to start getting that run rate close to 5 runs to the over, and eventually that's what they ended up with. So if they're not careful here, giving away runs like this, South Africa might find themselves in the same trap. Very good shot from Lata Mondal. Too wide, too full, and deserves 4 runs.
Yeah, definitely. Easy pickies there from Lata Mondal. Didn't have to do any work. There's no protection on that offside boundary. Just one that's looped up by Luyanda Nzuza. Just easily hitting it to that offside boundary for 4.
Yeah, small little mistake that from Nzuza. Just pulled the length back a little bit. Straighten the line. Much better. Gets the outside part of the bat. Getting a lot of flight onto that.
Yeah, the one thing that I would like to see from Luyanda Nzuza is just finishing the action a little bit. It just looks like she bowls it, she just puts it there. She's not going right through. Like, I want to see the aggression of those arms going right through, just to put a bit of energy behind the ball.
And everything with her mechanics, simple, economical, clean action. But you do definitely want that front arm driving into the hip. It's going to force that rotation through the hip as well and just get more revs through the ball.
The hip drive, as they call it. Ooh, good hands there from Karabo Meso. Good hands there. Was that given out? Given out. Very good hands there from Karabo Meso. Fast. She's so relaxed, as if like it's not a wicket, but she was so quick getting that ball, getting stamping. Good hands from Karabo Meso.
I genuinely believe she might have the best and fastest hands in women's cricket in South Africa.
Agreed.
In every match that I commentate with her, she finds a stumping somewhere. She's phenomenal. Look at how quickly that reaction was. She was not that far back with her back foot, Lata Mondal, but she had no time to get back. Such are the fast and lightning hands of Karabo Meso. Nzuza strikes. 17 from 22 for Lata Mondal, 62 for 3.
It's a very good ball also from Luyanda Nzuza. You can definitely see that that ball went up and it sort of like dipped. And that's what threw Lata out, thinking that, okay, the ball is coming to him. But at the last minute, the ball dipped. Now she found herself further than what she would have liked to be. And as it is, because you're thinking that you're at the ball, you throw your hands at the ball, so your whole body now moves out of the crease. So very good bowling here from Luyanda Nzuza to drag Lata out, and equally as good from Karabo Meso behind. Get the ball quickly on the wickets.
It all combined so beautifully, didn't it? Because the pace of the ball just never got to the batter as well. So the ball is a little bit far from you. You feel like it's there to drive, but it's not at the right speed for you to drive. And you find yourself in all sorts of ugly positions. And then you lose your wicket. So Karabo Meso does what she does best. She's really good at it.
Yeah, girl from Steyn City. Very good player, very good prospect for the Protea Women's. Definitely the next in line if you're looking at the stock. Seshni Naidu to continue. And the first over that went for 10 runs. So happy to see that she's allowed to continue. Could have easily just said 10 runs, way too many, we're going to take you off. But that is a leg spinner. You've got to understand that they will go for some runs, but they are very dangerous customers. Can't get the wicket. This is Seshni Naidu having a chat there with Miyane Smith.
Finally, here comes the slip fielder. It is about time. Mashida Khatun is on strike. The ball is not spinning too much from Seshni Naidu, so that slip field is definitely in play. Alexandra Kandla. Alexandra Kandla standing. The slip is pretty wide.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a the bit of a gap there between the keeper and the first slip. I'd like to say a bit closer, especially because Seshni Naidu balls into the left-handers rather than away.
Full toss. It's going to go to deep cover. Yasmin Khan there in protection. You can say Alexandra Candler's not even at slip. You could even say that she's at gully, the way that she's standing. And I agree with you, if it wasn't Zuza bowling, you know that the ball is going to spin away, she's going to target it wider. Actually, when Leah Jones was bowling, that's where you want to see that fielder standing. It's going across the batter. So here, Misty Shaha is on strike. Ball's going to be spinning away from her. Yeah, she should be a little bit straighter now. Unless if they're trying to bowl the ball very wide and throwing a drive. But from here, I think that Alexandra Candler's a little bit too wide.
Yeah.
Good protection in the offside, though.
Yeah, like you say, it looks like almost like a shot, a silly point type of an area rather than a slip. It's almost between that silly point and a slip. It's a very slow wicket also, so you expect that those edges will probably be closer rather than far.
Oh, it's a poor delivery from Seshni Naidu. As good as Karabo Emeso is behind the stumps, she's not that good. Alexandra Candler can't even collect it. It's going to be 5 wides actually from Seshni Naidu.
Yeah, not the greatest of ball here from Seshni Naidu. She has struggled a little bit to get her radar on. She bowled quite a lot to a lefty in the previous over this time. Able to be bowling to Misty at right, which as a leg spinner I would love to turn the ball away. But unfortunately for her, just bowling down the leg for 5 wides. But a chance to correct it. Okay, just a bit too wide. Like to see forcing the batter to be coming forward and getting that outside edge. At the moment, it's making it easier and comfortable for the batters to face up to her, Seshni Naidu.
He's just over-pitching the ball here every now and again. She's trying to just deceive the batter in flight, but it's hard for her to land it onto the pitch in a good length, because that's where you want the top of that off stump, just below the bails. It's not that's another poor-ish delivery from Seshni Naidu.
Yeah, she's really struggling with the radar here. It's like even with the line and the length, she's almost struggling to get the in-between. She goes short or she goes too full where you want her in between. She goes too straight or to the right or too straight to the left, on the leg side, on the offside, where you want her to in the middle. So she's just struggling a little bit currently, Seshni Naidu, to just get that in-between.
That's a good line. It's still a little bit overpitched. It's not allowing the ball to do what it needs to do off the surface. But we are saying that it is a difficult skill, this, to execute leg spin. But if you are on the fringes of playing international cricket, you should be able to control at least 4 to 5 of those deliveries per over. So right now we end the over at 71 for 3. You look at the runs and you say, oh, Bangladesh are on top, but they are 2 wickets behind. 71 for 3 are Bangladesh, 67 for 1 were the South African emerging team. They're going to need someone who's going to play an Alexandra Candler kind of innings here. Someone who's going to really control the innings. someone who, when they come and bat, South Africa remove their attacking options and they go defensive, because that's what ended up happening between Miane Smith and Alexandra Kantler.
Yeah, definitely. I think Moshida has been the one that has been there for quite some time. She's going to have to carry that responsibility. And you just see with Alexander Khan that she ended up getting at 85. The team gets 256. But the importance of the role that she played, of having quite a few batters playing around her, allowed the team to get to the runs that they ended up getting to. So it's very important that you have that one person that's just going to play the anchor role, even if they get a big 90 or anywhere close to the 100, and all the other batters coming will just be batting around. And then Zuza to continue, did get a wicket in the previous ball that she bowled.
That's what South Africa have the advantage of, getting these 3 wickets. They are removing the reinforcements Moshida can have. So they don't mind if she takes 1 and then they continue bowling to Misty on the other side. Because if you remove her support cast, eventually it will be on her to take the onus to the game to South Africa. That's where you are able to manufacture her wicket.
Catch it. Ooh, just drop shot there. It's denied the opportunity for run out. Oh, Karabe Meso just did not gather that. Just bounced in front of her that. Bit of a tough one together from the wicket keeper. You've got to feel that if that was clean in her hands, there was a very good chance for a run out.
Yeah, they are very rough. If the firstly it's a half volley. You don't want to pick up half volleys as wicket keepers.
Yeah, it's a very tough one.
You really don't want half volleys, and secondly, you don't want half volleys bouncing on the square, because the ball quickens up and it diverts. Oh, that is a tough pickup, though. She should have gotten another wicket for South Africa, she feels.
This time, Misty looks to get a bit of a bet on it. Oh, Shangasi, also another opportunity. Just goes over her head there. Another half chance here. Gonna begging here for the South African women's emerging.
It's a difficult chance. That one, because she has to run backwards. Mistimed by Misty Shaha. Nondumiso Shangase could only just reach out one of her hands in attempt to touch the ball. Didn't even make contact with it. Very difficult chance. But with Karabo Meso, having conversed with her many a time, she holds herself so high standards. She feels deep down inside that she should have grabbed that throw regardless of where and how it came to her, and gain South Africa yet another wicket. But I like this bowling from Zuza. They have protection exactly for it. Behind square, on the offside, telling the batter, I'm going to bowl it full and I'm going to bowl it wide, and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Yeah.
Oh, creates the opportunity. Just diverts the line. No one couldn't grab it at the mid-wicket. Good chase from Eliz Marie Marks. They're going to keep it to 2. Great change up in the line there from Luyanda Nzuza to try and deceive Misty. Very nicely done.
Just bounced in front there.
Then the save from Eliz Marie Marks. Clean. Clean as Omo. And stay soft. It's the end of over number 16. 75 for 3 for Bangladesh women emerging. You can't help but feel here that Misty is a little bit on the rocks, still needing to find her balance in the game. And if South Africa are able to get her out, then there's going to be big problems here for Bangladesh. Disha Biswas is going to be the next batter coming in, and then Janatul Sumona. Then after that, it starts getting a little bit streaky for the Bangladeshi women. Here's the South African emerging captain, Nondumiso Shangase, bowling her offies.
Yeah, Shangase, bring yourself into the attack. It's been an all-spin attack for the last few overs here from the South African women emerging. Ooh, just beating that outside edge on the offside. That's it right there. As you said, Misty is looking a little bit unsure about how she wants to approach this innings. And Shangase will be smelling blood here, wanting to put the python squeeze on this one.
It's not a good ball from Shangase, but there is protection for it down there in the deep. Miane Smith gives it back. And after such a good ball, you just want to create more of that pressure. Now she lets it go. But she's bowling to a left-hander now, Mushida Khatun. It's going to be something for her to think about now.
I don't know, as an off-spinner, I love this. Bowling to a lefty. This is when then the slip also should be coming in. Maybe not if you're going to get the ball down the leg like that. Shangase will be looking to correct that quick enough. You don't want to let the pressure go from the other side. Nzuza is doing so well building up pressure on this side. You don't want to let the pressure go on the other side, so you keep on going to the betting team.
And clearly South Africa wants to slow it down. It's a nice ball from Shangase. She can't just allow for it to be slightly shorter than that. Allow the pitch to work with the ball to give problems to Khatun. A little bit of a pitch and a bit too straight. But what is important here is that even though she does make those mistakes, the field still complements the type of bowling that she's producing. It's just that you have to negate those runs. The deep square is not there to stop a one for a false ball. She's there to catch a ball that they're trying to attack. Still a little bit too full here, KG. I'm not too sure. But it's a good probing over to start off. She's getting it to pitch, just one wide delivery. It goes for 3, 78 for 3. We will be having drinks after 17 overs. 78 for 3 for Bangladesh women. Mushida on 25 from 48. Misty Shana on 2 for 9. It has been playing pretty balanced here. Mushida Khatun just over a strike rate of 50 for her 25. Lata Mandal was going to be very important with her 17. Misty Saha on 2 for 9. That's just that one partnership. But everything currently is being carried by Mushida Khatun, much like Alexandra Kandla was for South Africa. But Alexandra Kandla was able to get to that 85. How far will Khatun go? That is the question. 3 wickets, 3 separate bowlers. Exactly what you want. Seshini Naidu, the most expensive, going at 9 runs to the over. Everyone else keeping it under 5. Liz Marie Marks giving nothing at all. 179 runs to win from 33 overs. We take drinks. 198 balls to come. 179 runs to go. A lot has happened, hasn't it, Gamba? Liz Marie Marks starting off. Leah Jones also came into the attack. Tabi Singh Nini got 1 wicket, but when she came back for her second spell, just got a little bit of a tapping from the bat of Lata Mondal. And she was looking dangerous, Lata, for her 17 runs. Mushida still hasn't stopped her work. Seshini Naidu's couple of overs were relatively poor. She can do better, though unfortunate at times with an outside edge. But Luyanda Nzuza got the breakthrough thanks to beautiful work from Karabo Meso behind the stumps. Bang! Gets the job done. That was the end of the dangerous Lata Mondal and breaking that crucial partnership. back from drinks, and we are back with a commentary change as well. Kamva Nyegana joining us in the comms.
Getting closer and closer to the halfway point of the second innings now. Score is 78 for 3 after 17 overs. Leon Nzuzo to continue searching and hunting for yet another wicket. Interesting action that she has, Leon Nzuzo. There's not even action, actually. The way she delivers the ball, there's a bit of movement in the air or shape in the air. Or drift, rather. That's the word I'm looking for. Drift in the air as the ball comes out of her hand. Something very unique about her.
Yeah, it does also help that it's very windy here in Durban.
Yes, Lou, yes, Lou.
Really does help, so she can use that to advantage as well. Her height is something that she can also excel with, just play around with the trajectory of the ball. Ooh, loops it over, just missing the leg stump behind Misty.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there. Almost sweeping it onto her stumps. I love the sight of Leon Nzuzo. She's just the way she goes about her business, wicket to wicket, high release, gives it a bit of air. You can see how much time the ball spends in the air. She never really pushes it. A lot of the time you find the taller bowlers want to get it through. She uses all her height to her advantage and then slows it up. Then the bounce of the delivery, especially on these type of surfaces.
And she gets through her overs very quickly as well. She's already bowled 5 balls. There's lots more to go. Way over the height. It's just that she doesn't pitch the ball there, bowls a full toss. Lucky not to be punished with a boundary. She gives away 4. Very quick over from Luyanda Nzuza. It's 82 for 3 after 18 overs.
Yeah, she just goes about her work really well. Over not done yet. One more delivery left in the over. She does hunt for oh, nice bowling. Oh, short leg there. Easy catch. And not just the fact that she gets through her overs quickly, she's very economical as well. She barely gives away too many runs. And then today she didn't get much out of the bat, but she usually gets quite a bit with the bat as well.
Thirty-two for 3 after 18 overs. Nondumiso Shangase was just over pitching the ball. Can she draw it a little bit shorter? Not that short. A little bit too short from Shangase. She gets punished by Khotun. Goes for 4.
Yeah. Mushida. She's a danger woman right now. She'll be the big wicket. Similar to Alexandra Candler. Drop short, Shangase. Guarded to the same direction, would have gone anyway. Towards the boundary. Deserves all the treatment, that delivery. Dot ball, nice return. And come back from that drag down from Shangase. Oh, nice delivery. Hiding outside the off stump. Shangase. 2 right-arm off-spinners bowling in tandem right now. We saw in the middle period when spin came on, there was a slight bit of change. But what South Africa did really well that time was that rotate the strike on regular occasions. And we saw with Alexandra Candler, what she did was she moved right across and swept them so often. And it's just interesting how they're going to play this middle period now. That's where things really happen for South Africa. The policies were built. The 92-run stand, the 45-run stand, ×2.
Just speaks to the importance of South Africa needing to get a wicket then. In the times where you are looking to accumulate runs, it really hurts if you continuously lose wickets in that period. Not going to do it with that type of bowling though. dragged short from Shangase. Gonna close it off with a single. 7 runs from the over. 89 for 3.
Come ladies, come on, good chase.
Still need a big chase here to Bangladesh.
Come ladies, come on.
Their target at 257. Great work being done by the Bangladeshi Cricket Board. Really growing their game. Look at how pretty the Chatsworth Oval is. Luyanda Nzuza will continue bowling. Love the pressure that is being put by the short extra cover, or by the short mid-wicket rather. Pretty conventional field. 3 on the ring on either side of the wicket.
Oh, again, sweeping it off right off the leg stump. Who would have thought earlier this morning, coming here at Chatsworth, that the weather would be like this? It was gloomy, it was rainy, it was covers all over the place, it was windy, and then all of a sudden a beautiful day of cricket. Who would have really thought? I wouldn't have bet on anything.
Yeah, it was looking pretty gloomy, wasn't it? Even the pitch now has started to dry up because of the wind and the sun baking down in it. Nzuza goes straight. Nzuza receives the ball back and she grabs a catch. That is her second wicket. Misty was the one who was looking shaky, and Misty is the one who sees mist as she hits the ball back to the bowler. She loses her wicket. It's 91 for 4.
Yeah, for a moment I thought it was a bump ball there. And I thought to myself, it might be, just have a look at that again. Maybe it's not the right angle to see a bump ball. But I was convinced for a moment it might have been. But chipped it straight up to Nzuza. No mistakes from her. Easy catch and pumps the air. And the teammates celebrate with her, rightfully so. Misty Rana Saha has to walk off for 6 of just 16. We need a batter to bat around Mushida now.
This is how Benny McCarthy places a bet. With AutoBet on SportyBet, your bet can be automatically placed when your chosen odds are reached. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Very timely wickets for South Africa women emerging. Very timely wickets. Just as they are starting to build some consistency and some runs, all of a sudden, Luyanda Nzuza strikes. Afia Ashima Era, the new batter coming in at number 6 for Bangladesh women. Nzuza will want to make quick work of her. Can she usher in a new era in this match where Bangladesh can be on top? That's the delivery from Nzuza. You have to attack the stumps of your brand new batter.
But full up from Luyanda Nzuza. And brilliant fielding there by Shangase.
Flattens that out, Luyanda Nzuza. We did say she goes through her overs very quickly. Can you believe she's already completed 5? 2 for 19 after 20 overs. It's 92 for 4 for Bangladesh women. It's getting tougher and tougher. Getting tougher and tougher. Nzuza with 2. An excellent stumping from Garaba Meso. And a great reaction catch from her to get her second, removing Misty Shaha. Now we're getting into the meat. Can they find the wicket of Mushida Khatun, or deny her the strike enough to remove Ashim Era, to remove Janatul Sumona and the rest of who's to come? The 85-run scorer. She is an all-rounder. Alexandra Kandla,
Bowler's right arm over.
only 22 years old now, has the ball in her hand. She'll be the 4th seam option for South Africa emerging. Good energy. That's what we're talking about. Have to hit the deck hard. Get those wrists behind the ball. Get your arm behind the ball. Get your body behind the ball. Really use that front arm. Bang and hit the deck hard.
There's something about Alexandra Kandla. She won't get a lot of movement or much to speak of in terms of the surface, but the bounce will extract. She's just got that wicket-to-wicket line. Can surprise the batter with that extra bounce. Batted really well. 85. Outstanding batting performance. Got a team to a really good position. She was the anchor. Had 3 solid partnerships with 92 of 45, 2 run, 2 45 run stands. Just took full responsibility of that middle period and took charge and set up basically that score of us being able, South Africa to be able to get to that point of 250 plus 256.
I high-key feel that as well. She'll feel like she let 100 runs go away because she gave that wicket away. Just trying a paddle sweep, and then she hits it straight into the hands of basically a backward square fielder. That's basically not even where the fine leg is. The fine leg was way finer than where we have her here. She's going to run down to the bottom of the field. It's going to allow Alexandra Kandla to pull a little bit straighter and attack the stumps. Just like that. She does start off a little bit on the leg side though, but that's the idea. When you push the fine leg down to the bottom of the boundary, you're allowing the bowler leeway to go to the stumps and attack them, so that even if they err a little bit and they go too much to the leg side, at least it's going to be protected for 1 run.
Again, bit of bounce. Talk about Alexandra Kandla giving her wicket away. I just felt like maybe she had played that shot quite a few times in her innings, and she probably would have felt that she was unlucky in that instance where she didn't really play the shot the correct way. I think she more in that instance just tipped it up in the air rather than guide it down to deep fine.
The idea for her shot was there because the fine leg was that square and that wide. It's just that she didn't get the connection that she wanted. And shots like those look good when they come together. They don't look too good if they cost you your wickets. They open you up for far more criticism. It's the end of the over though. South Africa have gotten 4 wickets. Karabo Meso encouraging her players and her teammates. Liz Marie Marks is stretching, so she might be next. Luanda Nzuza will hurry through her over less than 3 minutes. That's what I want, the short extra cover coming in closer and closer. That's the pressure.
There's that drift again, but this time around drifts away and allows for the ball to be cut away. Good work on the boundary by Leah Jones. Covered plenty of ground towards the right. Showed really good speed. Nice work from Leah Jones.
Very sound cricketer, Leah Jones. But I want to see how Mushida's going to handle this. Luanda Nzuza just needs to go a little bit straighter and shorter to force the drive. That's it. All of a sudden, she's no longer comfortable, Mushida, to go through the ball because Alexandra Kandla is there. That's the position I was crying about for Bangladesh to use.
Leg side-ish. Swept away towards the boundary. Is the fielder there? Yes, there is.
You have to bowl to your field, though, regardless.
Come, Luke, come, Luke.
If you are going to drift down to the leg side, bowl it a little bit shorter so that you introduce your square legs. But with the field she has, just outside the off stump, on a good length, that's a little bit too short from her, allowing Mashida to cut the ball.
What I do like though, what I'm seeing from the South Africans is that we didn't see a lot from the bench that we were actually pleading for, was that they feel there's a lot in. They haven't pushed too many out on the boundary, one on the offside and one on the leg side. And then now that forces the batters to manufacture runs. You can't get those loose singles because the fields are right in. There's short extra cover, mid off, mid on is up.
Like, the work that the short extra cover does is all of that. The work that the short mid wicket does is all of that. Mushida is no longer comfortable in playing her strokes anymore, because if she tries to go to the offside, if she makes a mistake, it's a catch. Go to the leg side, it's a catch. After 22 overs, it's 98 for 4.
Just looking at Mushida's career figures, she's not usually going at a high strike rate. Average career strike rate is 59 in ODI cricket, and just goes to show this is where and thereabout where she's usually at. So this is probably how she plays the cricket, pretty slow and builds her innings. She's got 350s with a high score of 72. She'll need way more than that 72 to get a team over the line.
This is going to be 4 runs for Afia Era. What an easy shot that looked like, and what a wonderful way for Bangladesh to get to 100 runs. 102 for 4. So good. She made that look so easy.
Yeah, just caress that through the covers.
An extra cover removes that shot from an option. And sometimes this is what you need to think about. Where are they scoring? How can I stop them from scoring there? It sounds simple, but I guess when you are in the field, sometimes you don't think like that. And so in a slow wicket, you want to have that protection in front of the square, because they easily become attacking options. And then the batter will force issues. It's a big swing, that. But in efforts to not sound like a broken record, Era gets a run through the covers to bring Mushida Khotun onto strike. Down the ground, very nicely done from Khotun. Has to run, very close. Liz Marie Marks just missing the shy.
Oh, tell you what, that was tight. Direct hit there. Would have really forced the umpire's call there. Have a look at that again. And bit of indecision as she takes off. Oh, direct hit, gone.
Good job from Karabo Mesa to cover the ball. Nicely down the leg side. But it was good job from Liz Marie Marks to cover the distance, to put pressure on the batters, but you should expect her as a seam bowler to be able to have her accuracy a little bit more dialed in, because that was going to be a wicket. It's going to be wide. Oh, compensates here. Alexandra Candler goes way too wide. Can see the seam position pointing towards the slips, hence the ball moving away to the offside, also being helped by the wind. That's it from Candler. To end the over. After 23, it's 106 for 4. Bangladesh still require 151 runs to win from 162. 151 from 162. Mushida Khotun has gone herself to 38 from 62. And she's the sole survivor. Look at those dots. Those white dots are the problem for Bangladesh. They are coming in too frequent options and too frequent periods. All South Africa wants are more of those dots on that worm.
Yeah, and the only positive they can take out of that is that they're probably at a similar time in terms of score. And the wicket column is the issue. Correct, the dots.
That's the ball Luyanda Nzuza needs to bowl almost all the time. That is the length, that is the line. Gets the bounce, gets the turn. If it does nothing, it still brings the stump in play. That is the delivery. See, now she's getting it.
Yeah, no, she's got on a string now. Hitting the area over and over again. And when she's at her best, this is how she bowls. This is why I rate her so highly. Because of just that skill set of just putting it on that area all the time. Groupings. KG mentioned that earlier, the importance of groupings, and that's exactly what she's doing right now. The groupings, hitting in the area consistently over and over again, making the batter think on what to do next. So miss eye hit kind of deliveries, stump to stump.
Still wanted to be just a ball's width shorter from where that was. You have the perfect length. That's where she wants to be, almost. Luyanda Nzuza, just a ball's width of length. Pulling it back is where she'll be perfect.
Again. It's like she's just put like a piece of tape there in that area, and then she's just targeting that tape all the time over and over again. That 4 meter area just outside off stump, just maybe a stump's line away from off stump.
She's very quick with her overs though. She runs through them. And before long, if she runs through those overs those quickly, Bangladesh have 26 overs to get 149 runs at the bottom of the graphic. They are close to needing a run per ball to start winning that match, and once we get there, it becomes really problematic. So Mushida on 39 from 67 will need to catch up with those balls.
Ooh, good delivery attempt. Bit of zip behind it. I still feel this game is still pretty much in the balance. Yes, the wicket column not on the side of the Bangladeshi women emerging, but they still got a set batter at the crease. Mushida, if she sticks around there and someone bats around her, she needs one woman to back her. Just needs that one batter just to go alongside her, that one aggressor. Then she allows her to just carry on in the same fashion to what she's doing. And then at the end she can unleash her powers. It's not the most aggressive batters. Oh, full toss. But gets away with it. There's Candler.
It's a poor delivery that from Alexandra Candler. She was trying to go for a little bit of a leg cutter. You can see as she makes that reaction. Just take a look at her wrist, back of the hand even. It's one of the most difficult slow balls to bowl. Bowling it at the back of the hand, that is the knuckle ball. Those two are probably the hardest forms of slow balls to deliver. Big outside edge over the head of Seshni Naidu. Luyanda Nzuza dives and it's not good enough. Enough power from Khotun for the ball to go down to the boundary. She just thought about it for a moment if she'll be losing her wicket, but it goes for 4.
Oh, fingertips away from a stunner. Just about getting it, but Luyanda Nzuza, a valiant effort on the boundary, puts in a big dive, but goes away for 4. Nice stroke through the covers again. Mushida, oh, she's looking really good. That's a gorgeous cover drive. Yes, only for a single, but the control, the balance in that stroke. And you just wonder, once he gets over that 50, maybe she might just change gears knowing that she wants to pick up the strike rate. They're not too far off where they need to be in terms of current run rate required. And it's not a current rate required is not too far off. 5 runs per over is not much to ask. A few singles and you get a boundary, you in a good position. I tell you what.
But then the issue is that you have to do that over and over and over and over again. Then when you look back to the big partnerships that happened with South Africa, the bowlers were always giving away a boundary delivery. Every single time they bowled, there was a boundary delivery for each over. And so when you're giving away runs like that, in addition to the free B singles that they were just offering with all the huge gaps in the inner ring, Alexandra Candler scoring 85 with only 24 runs coming off boundaries. But look at how tight South Africa are. Those gaps are not there.
Yes, they've got Leon Nzuza now, who's got 3 overs remaining in a spell. Oh, and now South Africa trying to manufacture the overs, trying to fill those extra overs. That may be the window of opportunity to score the runs. Alexander Candler hasn't been at the best at the moment. So he's going to give you the opportunity to score runs, to get the boundaries. Nice. Oh, trouble. Oh, it just gets in. Maybe it's about identifying that there's a potential of, look, she's not hitting her straps as yet, or she's not the biggest threat. I'm not saying go according and play loosely when you're playing against Alexander Candler. Oh my word, that was so close. Era almost giving away a wicket. Chipped it up in the air. Luckily enough, Alexander Candler couldn't get to it.
And that is why you need to have a short mid-wicket in a slow surface, because things like that happen. One step closer and that is a catch. Normally your short mid-wicket is about 3 strips away from the playing surface. But now she'll have that at the back of her head that, oh, that can happen. And so it's going to just alter the types of strokes that she plays. So I wouldn't mind to see a short extra cover, both working in tandem with the short mid-wicket. Look at that. Look at how she played that ball. She deliberately opens up the face to go to the offside, because if she plays that naturally, it's back to Alexandra Candler. Now she's avoiding that area.
Especially... Oh, great keeping. Oh, wow.
Now I ask you, Gava, if there was a short extra cover there, she doesn't play that cover drive. So what shot does she play when she can no longer go leg or to the offside?
Let's look at the work again. Oh, lovely work. Karabo Miso. Spoken about her quick hands. Probably one of the best in the country, if not the best in the country at what she does. 142 runs required, and a required rate of 5.2, 24 overs remaining. Interesting time of the game now. Dead smack in the middle. It's about who can take control at this point now. Everything has happened already. The first innings, second innings, first 25 overs. Who can take charge in these last 25 overs and take full control? Bangladesh, they've got Mushida at 45, who can lead them forward and drive them to victory. Still a lot of work to go.
Oh. Gets the outside edge. KG and I was speaking about this earlier on. You have to put in a slip fielder over there with the ball going across. However, Mushida Khatun gets the boundary. It's going to count for her. Very unfortunate for Seshini Naidu.
Yeah, bites and grips away. Goes straight into the hands of first slip, if there was ever one. And goes away and beats Leon Nzuza towards the boundary. Naidu making bite. Run rate coming down. And I say coming down, the required run rate. The current run rate is going up, is catching up. Bit of worrying signs for South Africa at the moment. They need to be wary of this situation. I'm not saying they should be concerned, but I think they need to be wary. 49, Mushida sweeps it up, or grabs a glove. That will be enough though to get it to a 50. And a brilliant 50, well constructed for a patient one for Mushida. Khatun Mushida with a standing 50, her 4th of the first class career. It's coming 74 balls with 7 fours, with a striker of 71 and 6.2.
Really well done from Mushida Khatun. Fortuitous, but they all count. Seshini Naidu's really missing her lines now. It's not good enough here. Really not good enough. It's going to be more freebies. 12 runs coming from the boundaries now for Seshini Naidu, and it's an over like this that can change the trajectory of the game. She believes now is her 50 as she gets to celebrate it. Her 50 happened 7 deliveries or 7 runs ago. So this is the issue with Seshini Naidu's over now. It's with 12 runs, basically 3 times the amount of runs Bangladesh need. So it sets South Africa back 3 overs.
A pricey over from Naidu. It's worth 12 so far with the ball remaining.
I like this idea from her, just deciding to come around the wickets because of that. She's going to go wider off the off stump. It allows her more room to deliver the ball. Just like that. And I think she must actually continue with this line of bowling to the left-hander after 27 overs. Bangladesh women emerging require 130 runs. It's 127 for 4.
Now let's have a look at how she got to that 50, how she accumulated that 50, that outstanding 50. Patient one as well, but had quite a few boundaries. And that one pulled away, had quite a few of those kind of boundaries. Anything was short, found that leg side boundary. And that one was a bit of a streaky one.
Back to Luyanda Nzuza. She only has 2 more overs remaining. And the big issue here for Bangladesh is just the amount of wickets that they've lost. It's setting them back so much. Another wicket here becomes a real problem. Mushida Khatun is slowly catching up with the balls, which is a positive. Ooh, just drops short of Luyanda Nzuza. That would have been her second course and bowled, but this time just falling short.
Oh, that was close. Could be another caught and bowled from Luyanda Nzuza.
Spin!
She's really good. She's one for the future, this Luyanda Nzuza.
Nzuza!
Just falling short. She's already a tall lady.
Yes.
And it's already hard for her to go low. But the ball is spinning away from the left-hander. She has a short mid-wicket. Think putting another on the offside.
Cut away quite nicely down to the boundary. Leah Jones does her work on the boundary line as usual as the sweeper. She's been a great sweeper there on the boundary. Done some good work for Luyanda Nzuza.
Rapid over from Nzuza. Basically less than 3 minutes. Gives away 2 runs in the over. She really is bowling fantastically well. Afia Era, 10 from 23. If she does not catch up with her balls, she must not feel that pressure of I have to catch up, I had to catch up. She needs to play naturally, get the ones, get the twos, the boundaries are going to follow. The most important thing is her just not losing her wickets and keeping Mushida Khatun in good company out in the middle.
For 4.
Change of bowler. Right arm over.
Leah Jones returns to the attack. Apart from that wayward first over where she was just giving away wides for free, she's come back supremely strong. A maiden over, and then she only took away 1 run in the over after that. So it's clean work from Leah Jones. Seems like Nondumiso Shangasa still has some good options in her bowling lineup that she can opt to come in. Still a Liz Marie Marks as well, who can come in and bowl, who has been going at less than 3 runs to the over. So still problems for Bangladesh women to deal with.
Yeah, big questions to be asked now how Leah Jones will go about her work. In the initial spell, we spoke about intensity, myself and KG, about how she struggled to get it back in, or rather she sprayed it leg side quite often. And we suggested maybe she get it across or start it a bit further out and maybe off stump and then bring it back in because of that natural in-swing. I'm not too sure how much is in the swing now. It's a much older ball, 28 overs old. Short, pulled away towards the boundary. There's cover. Looks like candidate on the boundary there.
Was just a little bit short that from Leah Jones. With the ball moving less and the surface getting drier, would be very interested in seeing how slower balls are going to react, how cutting your fingers through the ball will interact with the surface. It's a good line and length that from Leah Jones. And when the ball starts moving a bit less, that's when bowlers tend to come around the wickets to left-handers, just so that they have a clearer target towards the stumps.
Yeah, she's just looking much better now as Leah Jones, maybe because of the older ball, not doing much movement. So that line she was bowling earlier is moving across rather than coming to, swinging away towards the pads. Again, she's still around about that line, but difference is less movement.
Yeah, you know, it's one thing when the batters can't score off you when you are bowling poor deliveries, versus when they can't score against you because you are not giving them balls to score. At the moment, this over in particular, the only reason why it's been 3 runs is because the execution from the Bangladeshis has been just below standard for the deliveries Jones is giving them. So more accuracy from Jones is what is required. Ooh, something like that. That's a very good ball from Leah Jones, and that's what she needs to continue with.
How quick was the bails taken off there?
Were the bails taken off?
Yes, they were. My word.
Hey, but were the bails taken off? That's how quick she was.
Bendula, you're class actor.
Really good behind the stumps. In the warm-up game versus New Zealand, she got 2 stumpings in the game, Karabo Mesa. Been much more comfortable versus the right-handers, Leah Jones, as she completes what was a decent over in terms of numbers. It's 29 done, 132 for 4. We shall be leaving commentary. KG shall join us once more.
Welcome back, Mr. Kagiso. Your thoughts?
Good position, I think, for South Africa women to be in. And I say that because of the 2 extra wickets that Bangladesh have lost, comparing to the wickets that South Africa had lost at this point. Bangladesh not too far behind, just the 6 runs behind where South Africa was at this moment, but with the extra 2 wickets. So I think the game is in the balance, but I would say 60% for South Africa, a bit more. Just 1 more wicket here, which might come. And Liz Marimak settling under it, taken. Easy one, 5th wicket down. The big wicket of Murshida. That is the wicket that they needed. The strike bowler in this innings, Luyanda Nzuza, making sure that she gets that big wicket of Murshida here. 80% now, I would say, to South Africa, not 60% anymore.
Yeah, 100%, 80%. You heard there in delight, Nzuza was saying, Maxi Max, as the ball went up in the air, and a clean gather. Ali's Murray Marks made that looks absolutely simple. Her opening bowling partner. That's a huge wicket. Mashuda Khatun. Massive, massive wicket in the context of the game. She would have been the one that would have given Bangladesh the hopes of getting victory. She was the in-batter. Before she has to walk off for 61. An outstanding performance. And yeah, you can see she's disgruntled. 132 for 5 after 29.2 overs. Simona coming into the crease, joining Era.
Yeah, I think it's tough for Mushida. She's not just unhappy for herself, but she probably feels that she's let the team down also after batting for so long, scoring all the runs and everything, and just getting herself out there. And you're looking at Nzuza, the way that she's bowling, she's probably one of the bowlers at the moment that would say she's got one more over to go, let her finish the over, and then she's done, we can work on the other ones. But Mushida obviously had other ideas that ended up not playing off. Very big wicket, very good bowling here, Luyanda Nzuza.
Correct me if I'm wrong, has Nzuza bowled the full 10 over spell?
Correct.
Without any break?
Correct.
Interesting. Because I saw she hasn't come off since she started off with spell, and it's been an outstanding spell.
Yep.
Economical, accurate, wicket to wicket line. And 4 deliveries remaining in this spell. She's picked up 3 crucial wickets. It's got South Africa in such a dominant position. Here she comes again. Oh, she's done that all day. It's been absolutely brilliant. Luyanda Nzuza. You know a lot about her, KG.
Yeah, Luyanda Nzuza obviously playing for the Titans. Unfortunately got injured quite a bit last season, originally from the Free State. Very good bowler. And just a good human being in total. So somebody that's also looking to learn, loves the game a lot, loves bowling. Even when she was injured, she was always there at the games, at the practices to support her teammates. Oh, just outside that.
Ooh.
Outside edge there. I had a bit of a sound there. It almost sounded like there was something. And you can hear Karabo Meso there behind going, yeah. That's how close that was.
Oh, close, close, close. Maybe impact outside the line. Impact outside the line there. That's the end of Luyanda Nzuza's spell. 10 over spell she had. She bowled a full throttle of 10 overs without fail. 3 for 28 in her 10 overs.
Very good bowling here. Luyanda Nzuza going at just 2.8 to the over in her 10 overs. As we look at the bowling card, they stand out. As we said, Luyanda Nzuza 10, 3 for 28. Elise Murray Marks bowled very well earlier on also. Bowling the 4 overs, 1 for 11. Naidu is the one that's struggling quite a bit. 3 overs, not for 31 so far. Not a good outing so far. So it'll be interesting to see who now bowls from the end that Nzuza has been bowling from. We've obviously still got Shangase, who's still got 8 overs. Naidu has bowled 3 for 31. It might be tough to keep her on. And with that, Leah Jones into the attack. Has bowled the 4 overs, just going for 12 runs. With as we see Simone Lawrence coming onto the field. She does love a fielding. Hockey player, Simone Lawrence. Because Simone Lawrence has played in 2 World Cups, 2 under-19 World Cups for South Africa. Loves the hockey, loves the cricket. Very good athlete, very quick in the field also.
Leah Jones had a good return from initial spell. Ooh, what a delivery. Just come back in, gets the inside off the bat, but unfortunately goes for a boundary. Cruel game, this game of cricket. Bowl the right length, the right line, get the inside edge. Can't hit the stumps, but the ball goes to the boundary. Then the batter gets all the rewards. Error will find herself lucky there. Few fielding changes made, but pulled away towards the gap and pulled away towards the boundary, and another boundary, back-to-back boundaries it is. One fortuitous one and one well-manufactured boundary. Error on the roll, using all that momentum. Lovely pull stroke there.
Yeah, very good shot, much needed. The runs have dried up here for Bangladesh women. So that is a very much needed shot from Era, who's been there for longer than what Simona has been. This time around into the offside, but it's protection with Simone Lawrence tidying up at that third man boundary.
Yes.
Slightly away. That's how many left?
Oh, a bit of a cutter there from Leah Jones. But again, just hit to Simone Lawrence to the third man boundary for yet another single. Is looking to change things up a little bit there, Leah Jones.
Yeah, one more ball remaining in this over. It's pricey over. We're 10 already. Clipped to leg side. We'll only get a single down to fine leg to Ntabiseng Nini. And brings us to the end of the 31st over. It is 143 for 5.
This is how Benny McCarthy spends halftime, multiplying the excitement while the match takes a break. Play Sporty Skill and discover casino games on SportyBet. Bet smart. Play SportyBet.
Overs, Bangladesh women matching on 143 for 5. Still requiring another 113 runs. Needing to go at 6 to the over, 114 runs rather. Needing to go at 6 to the over. So the run rate doesn't look bad, because in modern day cricket you'd see this is the position that you want to be at. But having lost the 5 wickets and you constantly again, something that South Africa suffered from a bit earlier, had to restart a couple of times. Looks like it's Elise Marie Marx back into the attack. The aggressive Elise Marie Marx.
Yeah.
Ooh. Hitting the top of the bat there, Liz Marie Marx. That's something that she does quite a lot. You mentioned a bit earlier about how Liz Marie Marx bowls what we call the heavy ball. You have to explain to a footballer or a rugby player, what is a heavy ball? What does that mean?
If I could put it into rugby terms, Heavy ball in rugby terms is imagining an eighth man running straight at you really hard. A Dwayne Vermeulen coming hard at you. That is a heavy ball.
When you talk about a heavy man running into you, I'm thinking of the olden players, Bismarck du Plessis running into you. Ooh, you can hear the slice of the bat, that she's hitting the slice of the bat. So when you talk about a heavy ball, it's not as quick as you think it is, but there's so much energy behind it that it hits the bat very hard.
She's also talking about big guys, big men. She's got a big frame on her, as Liz Marimark's tall, wide shoulders. So you expect that pace and heaviness about it.
Ooh. It's again almost a bit like your traditional West Indian bowlers. That Elise Marimark, as you speak about how tall and wide and broad she is, but she's also still an athlete. So she's a very good combination of what an athlete should be. Just the 3 runs in the first 4 balls in the over. And this is where the scoreboard pressure starts kicking in, because it is this kind of a time where every time you go for 2 or 3 balls without scoring runs, the scoreboard just keeps on going up, the run rate. And quickly coming in from Stashini Naidu, making sure that they do not steal a single. But Era on the other side actually doesn't look like she's going to run anytime soon. Very relaxed. Good over so far from Elise Marimark. Can she close it off? Yo! Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Ooh, so the Empire took so long to give it a wide. Also, it looked like it went just over the leg stump. Oh, it's very unlucky there, Liz Marimark. Can smile about it.
Short again. Oh, she got a wicket at that bounce earlier. Doesn't have as much energy later on in the day.
Yeah.
But please remind me, please, maybe you have better memory than me, KG. There was a rule that was initially put in place where there was just 2 lines put on the leg side to allow for the umpires. Have they done away with that rule now?
Yeah, so that was something that was in trial, more particularly in men's cricket. And also that is if the player or the batter moves to the offside, then they can use that as the guideline. But in women's cricket, it hasn't been something that has really been done. It was a trial for some time.
Yeah, look, it's a tough rule to implicate because it leaves a lot of grey areas.
Said Shangasi will be taking over from Luyanda Nzuza, who finished with 10 overs, 3 for 28. 10 overs on the trot there. Luyanda Nzuza, very, very good effort that she put up.
It's about 109 runs still needed. And my biggest concern is that you're asking these 2 batters, neither of them have first-class 50s, but nevertheless, the boundary it is. Bit of a streaky one from Simona. Neither Simona. 152. And that means 150 up for Bangladesh. Gets the outside off the bat and has trickled away to the boundary.
The outfield is definitely quickened up, since the rain in the morning.
I actually felt like it was actually quite quick immediately from the morning. I never thought it ever slowed down. I think it was getting through. And Maybe I might have been seeing a little different.
Don't second guess yourself, Kamba. It's quite slippery also in the morning. That line of the last two balls where Shangasi is bowling at, that's where she needs to bowl at for quite some time, just on that off stump. There we go. That area there, that's exactly where she needs to bowl. Because whenever she's given a bit of width, it makes it easy for the batters to just stretch their hands and hit the ball away. So if she can just keep it there, if they miss, she hits. Not there. Not there. That's not the one that you're looking for. You have a bit of a protection, fortunately. Just a single. 6 runs coming off that over from Shangase. With Leah Jones doing the tidying up on that cover boundary. 33 overs done. 153 for 5. As I said, that required run rate hovering in and around that 6. So just 7 runs behind where South Africa was at the same point. Yeah, but crucially also, the 2 wickets that have been lost. At this time, I think Kentler was still batting.
Yeah, we look at that comparison there. 7 runs the difference. But the wickets column is 2 wickets. The difference is that these 2 batters at the crease right now don't really have any first-class 50s. You look at
probably the best time to get your first-class 50.
It's a statement, isn't it?
Manera is going quite well. 24 from the 35 balls that she's faced so far. But the thing about it then, it's not just about the 50 here. The strike rate is also going to be of paramount importance, because then you need to almost be scoring at about 110, 120, between 110 and 120 strike rate. So yes, you can get to that 50, but how quickly can you do that?
Right there, the batter on strike era. Her best figures are actually interesting enough. Did come against South Africa Emerging when South Africa Emerging toured Bangladesh last year. Scored 44 in one of the ODIs that they played. So she can score in and around those 40s. And then
just a bit wide there from Elias Marmax, airborne, but going on the, over that field. And that's another boundary, and boundary from Era. We're speaking about how she needs to go to that 50 and how quickly she needs to do it. And that's one way to go about it. Hitting it over the infield. A leg cutter there from Elise Marmax. Bit of a variation ball. Didn't work out the way that you would have liked it.
Yeah, she'll need to get beat her best score of 44 today, certainly, to get a team a chance to get over the line.
Correction that time around, making sure that it's just a single, not in a dot ball rather, after going for a boundary in the previous ball. We're looking to get another wicket here, Elise Marmax.
Going for a short one and inaccurate, and the umpire will stretch her arms to signal. Bit too short. Too short.
Yeah, way too short. Halfway down the pitch there from Elise Marmax. She doesn't mind bowling that shot, and that's part of her. Bowling style. Another single. Looking to push it for 2. Can get there. Easily does so. Coming back for 2. Bangladesh women. The Arab moving on to the 30 of 39. The required run rate has went down ever so slightly. 5.94 from the 6 that was needed. So they're keeping South Africa honest here, Bangladesh women. Still not out of the game. 5 wickets down, but just one good special innings here could turn things around.
Double to end the 34th over. It ends at 161 for 5.
Bit of an expensive over there from Ellis Marimax, going for 8 runs.
Football. Rugby. It's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.
At 161 for 5 of the 34 overs. Look at the extras column, 29 extras bowled by South Africa. And we look at the batting lineup. Mashida, who was the anchor for the longest period of time, but unfortunately, Luyanda Nzuza picked up a wicket as he attempted to go over the top. Brilliant catch by Alize Marimax over the overhead. Era and Simona will be the important 2 batters now to potentially get them over the line. And look at the partnerships. If you just dare to compare those 2 partnership columns between South Africa and Bangladesh, here you can clearly see for Bangladesh it lacks those big heavy partnerships. You saw South Africa 92, 45, another 45 run stand as well. Only one over 40 here, and all the other ones are 20, 30. You look into the bowling side of things. Elisa Marimax and Tabi Sangnini, who opened up the bowling, who picked up the early wickets. Then it was Nzuza, who really held the middle, bowled the full 10 overs at one go, and was very economical. Look at that economy rate, 2.8, and only just picking up 3 wickets. Brilliant figures. But yeah, we're looking now, Bangladesh women needing 96 runs to win in the next 16 overs at 6 runs per over. We had a drinks break at the moment, and I wonder what conversations are taking place at the moment for Bangladesh and what plans are put in place to be able to get to those 96 runs. These 2 batters, I believe, will need to be the ones who will need to get them over the line if ever there was a chance for Bangladesh to get victory.
Yeah, definitely. I think Bangladesh also will be looking at the game and seeing how long they can keep themselves in the game, because that's the important thing for Bangladesh at the moment. They need to keep in the game, meaning that if they can keep the run rate at the level that it is now, needing just 6 to the over to go, well, the one thing that you don't want to end up being or needing to go over 8 and over with about 10 overs to go. So if for the next 6 overs they can ensure that that run rate doesn't go too far over 8 overs, keep the wickets in hand, and then look to explode from there.
Yep, we'll see how it unfolds. Bit of sportsmanship there for Karabo Miso, tying the shoes of Simona. Done with the reinforcements. Good start. Good start. Shangaze. Oh, that looks close. Maybe sliding down leg.
single that time, and the third ball of the over. Shangase, she is looking to be bowling a bit more wicket to wicket, bowling that tight straight line. But this time just a touch wide and shorter. Hitting the ball to Miene Smith coming from the boundary to just ensure that it's a single. And the two games that are being played at the moment from the South African women's emerging, they looking to make sure that they bowl as many dot balls as possible. Where the Bangladesh women are looking to ensure that they keep the scoring rate going, because it is that time of the game now where if you score 2 less runs than what is needed, it now jumps up to about 6.4, 6.5. And then the game starts running away from you. That scoreboard pressure now keeps on creeping on you. Good over there from Shangase. Just going 3 runs from the previous over.
Early in the over, Shangase had a nice shot. We just have to look at how close that was. But a bit too much turn. She would have loved for it to be a bit of a slider. That would have been absolutely plumb based on where it pitched. Oh, look at that comparison. Oh, dead smack. 164, just on par. Still, that wicket column is a bit of an issue.
Bit right there from Miene Smith. Oh, almost. That was airborne for a bit, but perfectly placed between that mid-off and the extra cover. As I said a bit earlier on in the innings, that Miene Smith is probably one that you can look for to bowl a bit of more spin. And just too wide from airborne, but in the gap. And this is unfortunately what has brought Miene Smith onto the attack, because of the way that Seshni Naidu has unfortunately bowled. 3 overs going for 31. You have to look for somebody else to bowl the overs.
How crucial is this partnership? KG, it doesn't get bigger than this in terms of partnerships. And these emerging series are, this is what it's made of. These are the moments that they try to be prepared for. When the chips are down and you want the lower order to stand up, quick run taken, as you see there, oh, tight.
Oh, that's given.
Wicket. That was a very close one. I had thoughts it might have been sliding down leg, but nevertheless a wicket it is for South Africa. A massive wicket. We thought Mashida's wicket is massive. This one is even bigger. This is the one that might guarantee victory for South Africa. They desperately needed that one. Oh yeah, that's absolutely plumb. That's plumb.
Yeah, you were right. It's going down leg to leg stump.
That ball is hitting middle of middle.
Very good wicket here from Miene Smith. That's exactly what you want to bring a change bowler into their attack for. Obviously, like we say, she was coming in to compensate for the overs that were not bowled by Seshni Naidu, and to get a wicket. Now the team can relax a little bit more, because the dangerous batter in Era, the way that she's been going, you would have looked at if Bangladesh are going to go through and win this match, Era needs to be there right at the end. And as we see the captain Disha Beswas coming in.
Yeah, I just want to pick your brain. What could have really gone wrong here for Bangladesh in this chase? Because it felt like they were there and thereabout, and where could it really gone wrong?
I do think that bowling of Leanda Nzuza, that spell of Leanda Nzuza, and it just looked like when they lost 1 wicket, they lost another wicket quite soon after that. So the lack of big partnerships, basically, which is what helped. South Africa in the beginning, they got that partnership of 90 odd, then they got a 45 and a 45. They slipped at the end, but then they built a good foundation to start with, where Bangladesh, there weren't too many big partnerships. That's what the problem was.
Yeah, but Aifa era was the last hope, I believe, of Bangladesh women emerging. A really good performance, a good cameo. She fought hard, 31 of 43 deliveries. Kept them on par. If you looked at in the previous over, it was the same time teams were the same places of runs scored. Oh, those quick hands again in display.
Good over from Yane Smith. Just the 5 runs, but very importantly getting the wicket, as we see a replay of that last one, just going past that outside edge. It's not something that you'll say a lot. And as we just take a look at the Bangladeshi women, not too much to speak about except for Mirsta up there, getting 61 of 87. And obviously Era, the last wicket to go, 31 from just the 43 balls. But nothing else too much coming from everybody else, as I'm joined once again by the voice, Mpendulo Magubane.
$169 for 6. A hit from Simona. Into the deep, collected by Miane Smith. It's been an indifferent bowling spell also from Nondumiso Shangase. A little bit inconsistent. It's just that she's lucky that the batting hasn't punished her. But the figures speak well. Because when she does get it, it looks good. When she gets it a little bit off, it's not way too off that it's so wayward that she gets immensely punished.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a couple of balls that you would probably say. And the only thing that has been lacking, Mpendulo, from what I've seen, is just the energy behind the ball. It just looked like the ball has just been tossed and put up there, rather than, you know, that aggressive bowling. Like that. It just looks like it's a bit of a half delivery type of thing, just putting the ball up there, and that's been put away through the extra cover for a boundary. The captain Disha making sure that she gets something of it. Too full, not enough patches behind it, and Disha just hit it between that extra cover and made off for 4.
Yeah, when you're batting, you can actually hear the fizz of the ball as it comes off the bowler's hand and as it pitches and as it hits your bat. And if you're floating the ball like that, there's none of that. There's no pressure. There's no fear that is being instilled on the batter. That's much better. That is it. That's what she needs to deliver ball by ball. Because when she comes into the attack, her job on top of trying to get a wicket is to not get hit for runs. Yep. So when you're trying to not get hit for runs, what works is your consistency. So I'm sure Mr. Clinton Dupree and Coach Mandla Mashimbi are just watching them. And as a coach yourself, KG, you know that that is what you are looking for. How do you control the outcome, or how do you control the deliverance of your over? Because you can't control its outcome. Yeah. But how do you control how you deliver your over to the batter? So these last 2 balls have been very good from Shangaso.
And the difference, Mpendulo, the last 3 balls that she has bowled versus mostly how she's bowled, it's just the energy behind. You can see now the ball is getting to the batter a little bit quicker, so making the batter now doesn't give the batter too much time to think about, okay, it's coming up, I can hit it there. So she's bowled with a lot more energy in the last 3 balls, and that's the difference. Sometimes the change isn't too much, that we're saying that, you know, pitch the ball a bit more up, or push the ball wider or straighter, whatever. So just give energy behind the ball, and it gives it something behind, and that's exactly what happened in the last 3 balls. And you can see the difference. 3 dot balls, because now the batter doesn't have too much time to think about where they want to hit the ball. The ball comes, block it out. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Another floated delivery, that from South Africa spinners, because the idea, we always speak about bowlers hitting the deck hard, running in hard, delivering the ball hard, hitting the bat hard. Spin bowl is the very same thing. You need to hit that deck hard. You need to generate that energy off the pitch. And what we saw from those last 3 deliveries from Shangas as well is a little bit of turn, a little bit of assistance from the surface. That's what hitting the deck allows you to do. It's a quick single. Mia Naismith. Just over pitching the ball a little bit herself. But she is generating that speed and that power through the ball to just hit the deck.
Yep.
Just have to pull the length a little bit back. Ooh, nearly hit back by Simona. Confusion, throws it to the right end. Mia Naismith finishes the job. Fantastic work. Karabo Meso is involved again in the dismissal. And that is the end of the captain, Disha Biswas. And she hurt her shoulder in the process. That's wicket number 8 falling for Bangladesh women.
Yeah, good awareness there from Karabo Meso. Didn't panic as soon as she picked that one up. So we just take a look. A bit of a slower one here inside. And while the captain was running, but there wasn't any reception from the other side. Easily from Karabo Meso, picked it up. And Disha looks to have done herself a little bit there. That shoulder as she was sliding in. Looks okay. Looks okay now. Walking off. Just stretching a little bit.
That's the important, Kagiso. The first couple of things you are taught as a batter is communicating with your partner. You can raise your hand. The batter won't see the hand being raised. You have to be assertive in your call. That's why when we watch the game, you hear a little yes, no, wait. A strong no. We have the stump mic on. We didn't hear a strong no. So you need that strong no to come across so that the batter knows that it's time to turn around. But I'm very impressed with Karabo Meso's work, because you'd think that after the ball goes past you, you're going to panic a little bit. But she was so smart and just aware to throw it to Mia Naismith.
The sweep there, Simone. You are speaking about the no and the yes, but the other thing that we are taught is to not ball watch. Because what happened in that instance is that both of them are looking at the ball, so I don't see where the other one is. The other one is run, the other one is not. So ball watching is one of the bad things that you can do.
A little bit too wide. In the air was a difficult chance for Liz Marie Marks. She flung that right arm to the ball, got to it, but geez, that was difficult. Opportunity missed.
Got her right into it. Simona looking to clear the boundary here, doesn't get to it. Oh, Liz Marie Marks just a touch behind her there. Good effort. Unfortunately, it's one of those that you just need them to stick. And that wasn't to be. It's a bowling change. With Shangase taking herself off. I would have thought that she would continue, especially after those last 3 balls that she bowled, to see that this is exactly where I need to go, as we see the summary so far. With Bangladesh women still trailing 177 for 7, still leading 80 of the 72 balls that's left to them, needing to go at 6.67. So far, Leanda Nzuza has been the pick of the bowlers in both innings, 3 for 28 in just the 10. Simona has gotten her inning started 70 not out from 24. Need a little bit more than that. Kendler bowling what we call the Mugabe line, not giving anything. Very stingy with the ball, keeping it away from the batter. Simona struggling to get to that.
Yeah, Shangase off the attack out. It's a little bit baffling. But Kanda has been bowling pretty well. Coming back into the attack, that's a line where other batters, especially the South African batters, they would have been slinging that through the point, freeing those hands. And she's trying to drive balls with she was trying to drive a ball with the vertical bat that is so wide away from her. It's almost impossible for you to get to the ball completely, so you have to play with a little bit of a horizontal bat so you have more to hit. So Pinky, the 17-year-old, she bowled pretty decently, especially in her first spell.
It's probably a first and a second spell that was took a wicket. Maybe towards the latter part, just went away from her a little bit.
Ah, now she hits it into the air. Is that going to clear the boundary? Yes, it will. Liz Marie Marks and Miane Smith cannot stop it, the two Titans ladies. 4 runs for Habiba Pinky.
I'm excited to see Habiba Pinky batting like this. I've missed watching a tail-ender batting. You know, there's times everybody can bat, but she is really there. She knows that she's a bowler. She's here to try and hit the ball. Not even any sticker on her bat. She's just going to swing her bat and hope for the best.
Gets the outside edge, such as the good bowling of Alex Candler. This is what happens when you are lower order batter trying to defend edges.
Precisely that.
I'll always remember the days of Andre Null and Dale Steyn. They brought us the most amazing fun. Still a long living memory. Simona pops it up into the air. Just 2 straights for Nindumiso Shangase. It's going to chase it down though. They're going to return for 2 runs. Decent over from Alexander Candler, because even the 4 was a little bit of a mistimed ball. A risky shot for Simona that paid off. 8 runs from it. 185 for 7 after 39.
11 overs to go in this match. Definitely look at the South African women, and as we see that worm there, they're not too far off in terms of the runs that they've gotten at this point. Looking at South Africa, the only problem that becomes now is the 7 wickets that they've lost. You see a flurry of wickets that South Africa have lost in the last 10 overs or so. They have lost their wickets a little bit. With just the 3 wickets in hand, it's going to be a tough ask. South Africa was at 194 at the same point, so the runs is just 9, but the wickets.
That might be another wicket here. Under the ball, and it is grabbed. That is the end of Habiba Pinky.
Simone Lawrence taking that one. She is never letting that one go. She's also a wicket keeper, a hockey player. She's got very good hands, good hand-eye coordination, Simone Lawrence.
Another one of the teenagers playing in this emerging team. Oh, that is easy as pie for Simone Lawrence. Very talented player, coming in as a sub. Another one of the Titans player, Simone Lawrence. And Habiba Islam Pinky, she was looking to be exciting. A good hit over the top for 4 versus Candler. She's gone for 5. South Africa require 2 more wickets. Sun is starting to set here at Chatsworth. As we follow Habiba Pinky onto the dugouts. And in comes Jasmine. Sabikun Jasmine. She bowled pretty decently with her spinners. Miane Smith with her 2nd wicket. Ooh. Good areas. Let's see if she can go just a little bit straighter. There's no feet coming from Sabikun Jasmine. This is good from Miane Smith.
So, Kamva has asked me a lot of questions today, so now I'm going to pose a question to you. Do you want to bowl a little bit wider, or do you want to bowl straighter for the tail enders?
Have to bowl straighter. Have to bowl straighter. There's no question about it. Go to that off stump. Much better, because you force them to play strokes like this. Liz Marie Marks finishes the catch. That's why you must go straighter to the wickets with the tail ender. You induce the shots, you seduce them, and then you get them out. Great bowling for Miane Smith.
Definitely, very good bowling from Miane Smith, because that's what you want to do with the tail ender. You don't want them to free their arms or whatever. It must be difficult for, and as we see that once again, just not giving them enough room. So it feels like they have to hit it too hard. And what I like about the South African at the moment with the fielding position, that they've got both mid-on and mid-off up, almost as to say that, look, if you want to hit it, you have to hit it really hard. And so far, it's working out so well for South African women emerging.
And that's how they get the wicket of Sabikun Jasmine for without scoring. And I have to say, Kagisho, that is where Bangladesh missed the trick whilst they were bowling. Kamva asked you earlier, where did Bangladesh get it wrong? And I really believe it's in their field placing and their tactics whilst they were bowling, and allowing South Africa to have so many singles for their 257 runs. Things play differently. If you have your mid-wicket in the ring, you have your mid-on in the ring versus Alexandra Candler, and you force her to hit over the top, there is no way on a surface like this you are going to time every ball over the top. And then you close off the singles. I think the miss for Bangladesh was in their fielding placement and in their tactics with their bowling. And it's very hard to ask their batters to catch up to that if South Africa are not making the same mistakes.
Yeah.
And South Africa are not making that mistake. They are forcing Bangladesh to go big. And that's where how many catches have been taken as Bangladesh are trying to clear the inner ring.
Definitely. I think Miane Smith can be forgiven for going out for 49, picking up the 3 wickets.
It is a player of the match kind of performance, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Alexandra Candler getting 85 was pretty good in setting the game up. But Miane Smith is cracking the chase.
She is. Luyanda Nzuza is not too far off, looking at when she bowled and the effect that she had on the game.
Good take from Karabo Meso. We must say Karabo Meso as well behind the stumps hasn't given anything away. Tidy. The only time you felt like it was going to give it away, gave her a run out. So she's very clean.
She gave away a run out.
Look at that take. She was already ready. She's so technically clean. So now where we are at, 72 runs from the last 10 overs, but more than that, it's South Africa just needing one more wicket. We spoke of Luyanda Nzuza's 3 for 28, and it's really, really good, KG, because of the speed she completes her overs. She really does not give the Bangladeshis or any opposition time to think on how to play her, how to manage the situation, because she's already at the top of her mark. And those are the instances where you do a Jonathan Trott. You walk away from your ground.
Yeah.
You breathe and you come back. Here's Nthabiseng Nini.
Back into the attack after picking up that wicket in the second over. Interestingly, taking off the attack. Struggled when she came back.
White ball.
Struggling when she's coming back again.
Yeah, she mustn't drop her head though.
Yeah.
If everyone is excited to see what she has to bring. Literally anyone who follows the women's game in South Africa are excited with the potential of what Nthabiseng Nini has to bring, especially with the fact that the clear glaring issue during the T20 World Cup was the fast bowling, which is why Shabnim Ismail was brought back. Another wide delivery from Nini. It's going to be harsh for Karabo Meso to stop that, and harsh also for Alexandra Candler, who was standing square at third. It's going to go for 4. It's going to be 5 wides.
Yeah, very tough there for Karabo Meso, especially standing up. So that means that 6 runs have been given away so far without a ball being bowled in this over. So Tabisa Ndini, as we said, she's very good with the newer ball. So this time, and this is when she should be bowling wicket to wicket properly. There we go. That's much better. That's much better. Bit tighter there. Almost opportunity. Oh, that's the run out. That is the run out. Almost like nothing was happening. But Seshni Naidu got that ball in. Good pickup from Karabo Beso. And that is the end of the innings for the Bangladesh women. 191 all out. Ending off with a run out, less than 200, as Mpendula had predicted. That's probably what would happen as we take a look at that again.
Fatima.
This is one of those. Fatima, stop and go, stop and go. Oh, gone.
No, in these instances, you have to run. You have to run, make it there. But it feels as if they already knew that the possibility of winning this game is long gone. But that is the end of the game. The South African girls and the South African women winning the game. Thabiseng Nene-Karabo Meso in chats saying, "How do you give me 5 wides? How do you cost me like that?" Thabiseng. But at the end of the day, they get the final wicket here. South Africa women emerging team. And what a strong victory this is. And we were speaking about KG, who's going to be the man of the player of the match rather. We had so many candidates, but what I'm taking away from that little discussion is how, as a team, South Africa were able to come together with both bat, ball, even in the field with a couple of run-outs and stumpings to make this performance come together.
Yeah. This is one of those that can go either way, isn't it? Because you look at Kendler, the way that she held the innings together for such a long time, getting to that 85 Myanmar split, getting the 49 and picking up the 3 wickets. Very crucially also because Seshni Naidu was the one that was supposed to probably be bowling those balls, but unfortunately didn't start off so well for her that somebody like Myanmar Smith had to come in and take over the bowling. But I'm speaking about also Luyanda Nzuza, as you said, 2.8 to the over she went for, 3 wickets, crucial wickets at crucial moments of the game, getting the big wicket of somebody that might have taken the game away from South Africa, the opening batter from Bangladesh. So you just look at those things as to, good performances when those performances were had. The two top tier performances, taking out nothing away from Myanmar Smith, having taken the wickets from, you would say, from the lesser batsmen, but that innings of Kendler to start with, carrying the innings, and also Luyanda Nzuza bowling in that moment, taking the wickets that she did. Bit of a tough one there.
Mushida also trying her best for Bangladesh. Afia Era with her 31. Zumona was giving some little bit of injection. Lata was really good. It took a superb stumping from Meso. But that's what we're talking about. Taking the wicket of Lata, taking the wicket of Mushida Nzuza was very important at that Cotton Bowl versus Misty. It derails Bangladesh's chase to 191 runs. It could have been a worse score because if you look at the extras, 35 given away by South Africa. But boy, oh girl, the standout performer, Luyanda Nzuza, Myanmar Smith also giving away nothing for the 3 overs she bowled.
Yeah, it's a very looking at the bowling card, and this is when you say that when you've got a balanced side, when you go into a day where a Naidu is not doing well, because you've got a balanced side, you've still got somebody that can come and do the job that was supposed to be done. So very good balanced side from the South African women emerging, ensuring that they always have a backup plan.
It's really good for South Africa women, and because of this, the style of the game that we are watching, we're looking to unearth new talent. In as much as a team performance it works well, the individual performance is what matters in context to what you give to the team, because both convener of selector and head coach are here watching and hoping that they've noticed, they have seen that I am worthy of being close to that South African setup, just like a Candler, just like a Myanmar Smith and a Tunnicliffe, who are very close, particularly Smith and Tunnicliffe, who've made it there. So After a rainy Wednesday, not a single ball bowled, the match abandoned after the toss. Day number 2 comes in with this one-day international. 65 runs, South Africa wins. And South Africa winning that 65 runs because of the defensive work that they were able to bring in. We're going to go to Pietermaritzburg next, and then the 3 T20s starting next week as well. But for today, that 65 run win was key by Luyanda Nzuza's spell. Those 3 wickets that she took in no time and those 10 overs that she bowled in basically 10-20 minutes is what made the difference.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you just look as we look at Luyanda Nzuza's bowling a little bit earlier on, speaking about how good she has bowled, and this is just how those wickets were. First one was a stumping, then a cotton bowled, then a catch with Murshida, who is the person that we were saying that if Bangladesh were going to win this game, she would have had to bat until maybe about the 45th over. So it's a very good bowling spell from Luyanda Nzuza, getting that 10 overs, 3 for 28.
It's a wonderful, wonderful view here of Chatsworth. But we'll be vacating the Chatsworth Oval, and we'll be going down or up the road to Pietermaritzburg, my little hometown, getting some love. South Africa women emerging versus Bangladesh emerging. Live from Pietermaritzburg, we will be joining each other on Monday, 9:15. You will join us for the toss, you will join us for the build-up, and then for 100 exciting overs, because we are wishing the rain away in KZN. Our OB Van Mega Live, the team bringing us this wonderful production. Myself, Mpendulo Makubane, co-commentators Kamva Nyekana and Kahisho Masubelele. We say goodbye at Chatsworth Oval. Join us again on Monday morning. It's going to be an exciting end to this ODI series as we prep for the T20s. Thank you for joining us on the CSA T20 or to the CSA YouTube channel. See you again in a couple of days' time.
Football, rugby, it's cricket time. Play Sporty Bet.